Dr. Robotnik, the tyrannical ruler of Planet Mobius. Robotnik rules the planet with an iron fist. The people of Mobius live in fear and misery of the ruthless tyrant. Those who fail to follow Robotnik's orders are sent to work in slave factories, where they would work in unbearable conditions, or they would be turned into Badniks at one of the many feared processing plants across Mobius. Of course, for Robotnik, he could always do with more Badniks, so even some innocent, law-abiding citizens who follow Robotnik's regime without question are taken away against their will to be processed, tearing the families and children apart. Badniks who fail to capture or defeat Sonic are sentenced to death, along with the Mobiun inside them. The Badniks are lined up as each one of them waits to be called forward to jump to their inevitable doom into a bath of molten metal beneath them. The Badniks are then melted down and constructed into new and improved Badniks. This horrific measure shows Robotnik doesn't take lightly to failure at all. One of the Badniks, as he's jumping in, screams his final words, being "Praise the compassion" of Dr. Robotnik. But just how did we get here? Robotnik hasn't always ruled Planet Mobius. No, Mobius was once a peaceful planet. That was before Robotnik came along. But just who is Dr. Robotnik? Where did he come from? What are the reasons behind his motives? How did he conquer Planet Mobius? What was it like living under his brutal regime, and what led to his eventual downfall? To learn all this and more, we have to start at the very beginning. Welcome to the complete rise and fall of Dr. Robotnik. Before Robotnik even existed, we had the kind and caring Dr. Ovi Kintobor. Sonic had accidentally stumbled into Kintobor's laboratory. After what Sonic thought was an insult directed at him by Kintobor, the two had much to discuss and they quickly became friends. Kintobor had set himself the goal of ridding Planet Mobius of evil forever. To do this, Kintobor created the Rock, the retro-orbital chaos compressor. By using this machine, Kintobor harvested the golden rings of Mobius and used them to transfer most of the planet's evil into 6 of the 7 Chaos Emeralds. Unfortunately, Kintobor has been unable to find the 7th emerald. Without it, the Rock is terribly unstable. Kintobor and Sonic's friendship continued to grow over time. Kintobor couldn't resist carrying out some experiments into Sonic's speed. Using his kinetic gyroscope, Sonic learned to run even faster. In return, Sonic used this speed to search for the missing emerald, although apparently without success. During one of these experiments, Sonic pushed himself even further, using the brand new power sneakers given to him by Kintobor. Sonic broke the sound barrier for the first time, and Kintobor's kinetic gyroscope machine blew up, with Sonic in it. The treadmill was smashed, but Sonic emerged from the dust. The accident changed Sonic, and he ended up with a totally cool, streamlined new image. Sonic continued to hang around with Kintobor. In his words, he was a pretty okay guy. Until one fateful day, Kintobor went to prepare some lunch for him and Sonic, until realising he'd forgot to go shopping again. All that remained in the fridge was a rotten 6-month-old egg. Kintobor, determined not to waste it, went to see what he could do with it. "A little salt and it should be fine," said Kintobor. Kintobor made his way over to the kitchen, but as fate would have it, tripped over one of the many cables to his machines on the floor. "Doc, watch it!" said a concerned Sonic. Kintobor couldn't hold his balance, and while holding the rotten egg, fell onto the control panel to the Rock. The resulting contact caused the already unstable machine to explode, along with Kintobor. Doc, are you alright?" shouted Sonic. A voice came from the smoke.
"Don't worry about me, Sonic. In fact, I've never felt better."
Kintobor was gone. Now there was only the evil Dr. Ivo Robotnik. It was the machine containing the Chaos Emeralds that exploded, creating Dr. Robotnik. It also released the emeralds from the stabilizing influence of the machine's Mobius rings. The explosion warped the emeralds back to the special zone. They were scattered all over the place, taking on strange multi-hued properties.
I've got to get away from here. Need to think, to plan.
And with that, Robotnik left Kinterbor's old laboratory and seemingly vanished. A bit later that day, still in Kinterbor's laboratory, Sonic was trying to make sense of everything that's happened. Then suddenly, one of the Mobius rings began to talk, and what's more, this ring sounded like Kinterbor. Sonic called in his pal Porker Lewis for help. Porker discovered that somehow Kinterbor's brain patterns have been recorded on this Mobius ring. Sonic and Porker cleared up the lab, then Porker transferred Kinterbor's brain patterns from the ring to the central computer. There, a holographic projection of Kinterbor's head appeared. He would now be known as the Kinterbor computer. Though Kinterbor, the man himself, was now long gone, this computer version of himself was still here, and would be here to help Sonic and his friends in any way he could. Meanwhile, Robotnik began to scour the planet. Robotnik had only one thing on his mind: world domination. He hated this sickly, peaceful planet that was before him, and the many cheerful residents he encountered on his travels. He despised them. But Robotnik knew he would not be able to conquer the planet alone. He needed forces, and it was clear to see the Mobians would not join him out of their own free will. Then, Robotnik came up with an idea. An evil genius idea. Months later, and the thought of Robotnik had long since left Sonic's mind. After all, he hadn't seen him since the lab accident. Until one day, Porker Lewis went missing. "It's not like Porker to miss a day at the lab," said Sonic. Sonic met up with his other friend Johnny Lightfoot to begin searching for Porker, until they were both confronted by strange metal robots ordering them to stay where they were. These robots were Badniks, and were the first ever Badniks that Sonic encountered. "We are Badniks, loyal servants of the great Robotnik, and you're about to become one of us," the Badniks stated. One of them grabbed Johnny and prepared to merge him into it, to harvest him as an organic battery. Sonic busted out his super spin attack for the very first time in combat and defeated the Badniks. One of the Badniks contained Porker Lewis. Sonic couldn't believe it. Porker states that this isn't how it looks. He then goes on to explain that he was imprisoned in that Badnik. It was the one in control, using him as some kind of power source. Dr. Robotnik captured him and put him inside that thing. "He's completely mad and wants to rule Planet Mobius," states Porker. During this time, using his newly created Badnik forces, Robotnik started to set up several bases of operations, such as the Winged Fortress Zone and the Death Egg satellite. The Badnik problem turned out to be a lot worse than anyone thought. All over Mobius, folk were vanishing, replaced by Robotnik's metal creatures. But, as Robotnik had no recall of his previous existence as Dr. Kinterbor, Sonic was a bit of a surprise to him. With the blue one around, the Badnik problem became history. Sonic even managed to locate the missing Chaos Emeralds before they could fall into Robotnik's hands. It looked like Mobius' problems were over, but this could not be more further from the truth. This Sonic problem was turning out to be a much bigger issue for Robotnik than he first thought. Sonic was defeating his forces left, right and centre. The two finally came to blows when Sonic made his way to the Death Egg satellite, where Robotnik was waiting for him in his deadly battle armour.
"You miserable rodent, I'll squash you like a bug."
After a furious showdown, Sonic defeated Robotnik and seemingly destroyed the Death Egg. Robotnik had managed to escape, however. Though the Death Egg was thought destroyed, it had actually been severely crippled and damaged. It was on course to crash in the Emerald Hill Zone. Sonic ventured once again to the Death Egg to put an end to Robotnik's fortress once and for all, and diverted the massive structure to crash in the ocean instead, destroying it this time for good. Anybody wondering what happened to the Chaos Emeralds? Well, not only did Sonic get them all back, but he also found a safe place to hide them. Robotnik was now suffering serious setbacks at the hands of Sonic, so Robotnik moved his base of operations permanently to the Special Zone. There, Robotnik built his new base, the Egg Fortress, and destroyed nearly all of the star posts he could get his hands on so that no one could meddle in his plans by travelling to the Special Zone. Robotnik took over this part of the Special Zone, making any who lived there his slave. Robotnik now began working on some serious plans for Mobius. Some time had passed, and back on Mobius there had been no sight of Robotnik for a while. Using one of the few remaining star posts left, Sonic and his pals travelled to the Special Zone to meet up with Sonic's friend, the Omni-Viewer. The Omni-Viewer is a sentient energy field and a native of the Special Zone. Once they all meet up, and after some friendly chit-chat, Sonic asks the Omni-Viewer to show his friends the origin of just how he went from a brown hedgehog to his now super cool blue self, as well as how Robotnik came to be. The Omni-Viewer couldn't be happier to comply, and using his powers shows videos from this place in time on his screen. However, shortly after showing these videos, the Omni-Viewer quickly detects that something is wrong. He doesn't have time to explain and warns Sonic to quickly run away, but it's too late. Waiting in the shadows is Robotnik, who was watching the whole time. Robotnik used his control over the Omni-Viewer to trap Sonic and his friends in the Omni-Viewer's energy fields. Robotnik then forced Omni to use his powers to transport Sonic and his friends in the distant future, trapping them there indefinitely. The Omni-Viewer is defenseless to Robotnik's commands.
Well done, my slave. You have carried out my will as all in the Special Zone must. Sonic is gone, trapped somewhere in the future where he can never interfere with my plans again.
Robotnik had finally achieved his victory. Sonic was gone, and with no one in his way to stop him, Mobius would be his for the taking. 6 months later. Sonic and his friends return. They are all transported back in the Emerald Hill Zone by the Omni-Viewer. The Omni-Viewer was able to get around Robotnik's command by only transporting Sonic 6 months into the future, thus still obeying Robotnik's orders. So he didn't actually disobey him. In fear of being missed at his post in the Special Zone, Omni promptly left after dropping Sonic and his friends off. It's been 6 months. The Emerald Hill Zone doesn't appear to look any different, until Sonic and his friends are ambushed by some tough-looking Badniks no one had ever seen before. After some struggle, including surviving a super spin attack, the Badniks are eventually defeated. The freed Mobians are shocked to see Sonic. It's been 6 long months. They all thought he was dead. Sonic can't believe what he's hearing. Johnny makes sense of just what the Omni-Viewer has done. Robotnik wanted to send Sonic into the future, where he couldn't interfere with his plans. Well, he tricked Robotnik by only moving him 6 months into the future. That way, he obeyed Robotnik, but made sure Sonic would be back to put things right. After hearing this, Sonic immediately makes his way to the village to see what damage has been done. The newly freed Mobians warn Sonic that things have changed a lot while he's been away. See what I mean? Sonic is speechless at what he sees before him. The Emerald Village has become a prison-like camp. Robotnik posters and flags cover every corner. Sonic angrily states that Robotnik will pay for this. In the village, one of the worker Mobians is being questioned by these new red humanoid-looking Badniks. The machine informs the Mobian that he should have reported to the chemical plant work detail yesterday. The Mobian apologises and says it's because he had to look after his sick wife. The penalty for non-compliance with the work enterprise scheme is death, states the machine. The machine raises his gun and points it at the Mobian, ready to end the poor man's life. The machine states that Dr Robotnik is harsh but fair. Sonic can't stomach watching anymore and super spin attacks the machine, stopping his assault. The other machines in the village now try to attack Sonic. Sonic has got to be careful how he attacks them, worrying for the safety of the trapped Mobian inside. The relieved Mobiun, however, informed Sonic that these aren't normal Badniks. They are soldier robots called troopers. There's nobody inside them. Sonic is very pleased to hear this. Now he doesn't need to hold back. Sonic then quickly disposes of all the troopers in the village. A security camera catches it all. Sonic realises Robotnik is watching. "You've gone too far this time, you maniac! I'm going to rid Planet Mobius of you once and for all."
So somehow you escaped my trap, you exasperating little spikeball. But you're too late this time. While Mobius was without its nauseating blue hero, I took over. I control the planet now. You're too late, Sonic. Too late.
Planet Mobius is now RBR, ruled by Robotnik, and his evil spreads to nearly all zones across the globe, some more than others. Sonic and his friends may have only been gone for 6 months, but 6 months was more than enough time for Robotnik to conquer and take full control of the planet. Robotnik would still run his evil empire and regime from the Egg Fortress in the Special Zone, though the Metropolis Zone would become the centre and capital of his evil empire, which has now become a dark and depressing city covered in pollution. Robotnik built countless Badnik processing plants and slave factories across the planet. The peaceful Mobians would tremble in fear at Robotnik's ferocious troopers. Robotnik could of course simply turn all of Mobius into Badniks if he wanted to, but instead relished seeing the Mobians live and work in almost unbearable conditions under his rule. He thrived in seeing people miserable. Robotnik had no care or concern over anyone's health or safety other than his own. Over time, Robotnik recruited, or abducted if they resisted, other scientists across Mobius to aid him in his evil schemes and construction of weapons of mass destruction. One of these recruits was a promising scientist called Grimer. Robotnik was impressed with his skills and his desire to work for the forces of evil. Turns out there were more people who followed the path of evil than Robotnik first thought. Many of them would now align themselves with Robotnik. Perhaps some of them thought doing so would make their lives easier, or perhaps for a reward. Or maybe they just blindly followed Robotnik, worshipping his evil dictatorship. Depending on their skills and proven loyalty, Robotnik would use some of them for various tasks and responsibilities at Robotnik's discretion. Some would be used as spies to track Sonic and his friends' locations. Robotnik couldn't personally oversee every zone on Mobius, so placed some of his minions to run the more important zones, like the Marxio brothers in the Casino Night Zone, followed later by Max Gamble, and Nuts and Bolt in the Chemical Plant Zone, just to name a few. Robotnik had his troopers patrol these and many other residential zones on Mobius, and they would always be there to punish any Mobian who went out of line. Plus, Robotnik could simply take any Mobian across the planet if he always needed more Badniks. Of course, always against their own will. So there you have it. Robotnik is the ruler of Mobius, and the whole planet is choking under his evil influence. Sonic and his friends had now become freedom fighters. Their goal? To end Robotnik's tyrannical stronghold over the planet and bring back peace and freedom to the citizens of Mobius. It would not be an easy or fast task to undertake. After all, Robotnik controlled the entire planet, and just getting to Robotnik would now be a near impossible task. After Sonic's first attempt at building a secret base was destroyed by an evil extra life double of Sonic, which was recaptured shortly after, Sonic would turn Kinterbor's old laboratory into the new secret hideout for the freedom fighters. Again, as Robotnik had no knowledge of his past life, he had forgotten the laboratory existed, or its whereabouts. With the aid of the Kinterbor computer, the freedom fighters at least had something going their way, with Kinterbor's vast knowledge at their disposal. Despite now controlling the planet, Sonic and the freedom fighters still proved to be a massive headache for Robotnik, destroying legions of Badniks and troopers and coming to blows with Robotnik's minions. To avoid detection from Robotnik's forces, Sonic and the other freedom fighters would travel in disguise as Bob Beakey's travelling circus. Robotnik would try many different schemes into capturing and destroying Sonic and the others, but they all ended up failing and his minions didn't turn up much better either. Robotnik needed a much more worthy opponent for Sonic, one that could not only match him, but beat him in every way. Then, a problem arose for Sonic. Amy Rose, a girl who Sonic had only briefly met a few times, had started going around saying that Sonic was his boyfriend. This information didn't take long to get back to Robotnik. At last he had something. Amy Rose wasn't a freedom fighter, she lived in one of the houses in the Emerald Hill Zone. Robotnik immediately ordered a seize and capture job. Shortly after, a horde of troopers arrived in the Emerald Hill Zone and abducted Amy. Associating with Sonic the Hedgehog is a criminal offence, Amy Rose. You are under arrest. Amy doesn't care what the trooper says. She and Sonic are in love, or at least from her perspective. Sonic and Johnny are already on the scene, and Sonic isn't happy with what Amy's been saying, but he's still determined to not let Robotnik have her. Sonic goes on the attack, and the troopers soon realise that they are clearly outmatched and attempt a hasty retreat. However, Sonic isn't going to allow them to leave. The troopers can't take this for much longer and quickly use Weapon X. This weapon isn't for Sonic, but for the residents of the Emerald Hill Zone. Spikes dart in every direction. Sonic uses his incredible speed and manages to grab all of them before they can do any harm to anyone. Sonic had saved everyone, however during this attack, the troopers managed to escape with Amy and made their way to Robotnik in the Special Zone. Meanwhile, at this same point in time in the Egg Fortress, Robotnik was being recommended a makeover by two image consultants named Thomas and Miller. They want to give Robotnik a new look as the people just don't like him. Robotnik is furious.
I'm a merciless, power-crazed dictator, you idiots! I don't care whether the people like me or not!
Robotnik then throws them out of his office. Shortly after, however, Robotnik admits that they were somewhat right.
But those buffoons were right in a way. This body has served its purpose. It's time for a change.
Robotnik then encases himself in a giant egg. Inside, a transformation was beginning to take place. Grimer, who had recently been promoted to Robotnik's chief scientist, is shocked to see his master has now become a literal giant egg. Meanwhile, at Sonic's secret base, Kinterbor has discovered that Amy is indeed being held captive at the Egg Fortress in the Special Zone. Sonic and Johnny immediately plan to make their way there using the secret star post in their base. It doesn't take long for them to arrive at the Egg Fortress. Johnny asks what the plan is going to be. Sonic doesn't have time for that. He plans to burst in, rescue Amy and get out of Robotnik's fortress before he knows what hits him. Something tells Johnny that it's not going to be that easy. Sonic blasts through a sealed door. So far so good, but then a security breach is detected and the automatic defences are activated. The surprise attack immediately catches them both in a giant, impenetrable from the inside, pink bubble. Grimer and some troopers shortly arrive. Grimer couldn't be happier with the sight before him. Sonic captured at last. This will surely please Robotnik. Grimer apologises that the good doctor can't greet them personally just yet. He's just changing into something more comfortable. Meanwhile, in Robotnik's office, the giant egg begins to stir. Cracks begin to emerge. Dr. Robotnik's transformation is nearly complete. The Special Zone. Location of Dr. Robotnik's current base of operation. A short time ago, Dr. Robotnik encased himself in a giant egg and began a transformation. Now something stirs. The transformation is complete.
Dr. Robotnik has changed. I feel different, more powerful, more deadly, more rotten than ever.
The old Robotnik was gone. This would be his permanent new form, and Robotnik couldn't be happier with his new body. Meanwhile, Grimer has moved the captive Sonic and Johnny to the laboratory where Amy Rose is also held captive. Grimer assumes that Amy is indeed Sonic's girlfriend, but Sonic tries to clarify to Grimer that she's not. He doesn't even like her, she's nothing but trouble. And since she means nothing to you, I might as well let her go, I suppose. Come on, you don't really expect me to fall for that, do you? Grimer replies, still assuming that it's all a ruse by Sonic. Then suddenly, Robotnik makes his grand entrance. Grimer is speechless at his master's new appearance. Sonic comments that Robotnik's got to stop taking those ugly pills before being silenced by Robotnik, who demands Sonic respect him. Robotnik has a very special plan for all of them. He plans to turn all 3 of them into Super Badniks. Once they are fully transformed, they will never be able to change back. Amy's up first. Sonic's had just about enough of all of this. He's been trapped long enough and pushes the bubble prison he's in off the pedestal it's on. The bubble rolls as Sonic runs with it. Using the bubble, Sonic destroys almost all of the troopers. Robotnik orders someone to stop them. The last remaining trooper claims he'll stop them. The trooper raises his gun. Grimer shouts not to shoot the bubble, but it's too late. The trooper fires his gun and frees Sonic and Johnny in the process. Sonic, after jokingly suggesting that they leave Amy behind, rescues her before grabbing Johnny and making Tao and getting the hell out of Robotnik's fortress.
They're getting away! Somebody stop them! Stop! Stop! Somebody! Getting away! Somebody!
Robotnik finds Grimer attacking the trooper who freed Sonic.
Do my eyes deceive me, or are you smashing the last Badnik that could have caught Sonic?
Robotnik is beyond furious with Grimer, who explains he got a bit carried away. Grimer would have to be punished, and when Robotnik's finished with him, Grimer will be the one who needs to be carried away. Back at Sonic's secret underground base, it's decided that Amy will now have to join the Freedom Fighters, as it's too dangerous going back to the village, now that Robotnik thinks that she's Sonic's girlfriend. Sonic, though not happy, agrees for her to stay, as long as she understands that she's not his girlfriend. Amy accepts that she's not his girlfriend. Not yet anyway, she says, much to the dismay of Sonic. Meanwhile, back in the Egg Fortress, Robotnik and a severely injured Grimer are putting the final tests to their new deadly weapon.
Yes, even Sonic will be no match for Operation Metallix.
A short time later, and it didn't take long for Amy to be kidnapped again, this time by pirates. Amy is held captive in the Mystic Cave Zone. Sonic and the other freedom fighters make their way to rescue her once again. After Sonic and Tails are separated from the others, they are then knocked unconscious by a whole group of Flash's Badniks. They awake and are greeted by Captain Plunder, leader of the Mystic Cave Pirates, the one who captured Amy. Plunder demands to know where Sonic has hidden the Chaos Emeralds, of which Sonic still has possession of, but had hidden them away so Robotnik could never get his hands on them. Sonic assumes Plunder is working with Robotnik, but Plunder reveals he is working alone and wants the Chaos Emeralds for himself, because that's what pirates do. Plunder kicks Tails off the edge, not realising he can fly, and Sonic and Plunder then begin fighting until Amy shouts at them both to stop. Sonic obviously isn't going to give up the location of the Chaos Emeralds, so instead, why don't they team up? The Freedom Fighters have ways of finding out about Robotnik's operations. They can tell Plunder which fighters are worth robbing, and in return the pirates might be able to help them out sometime. Plunder agrees, commenting that that be a smart girl he's got there, Sonic. Sonic replies that she's not his girl. Sometime later, and after the deal had been made, Sonic and the pirates part ways. However, Plunder mutters to his crewmate Filch that he still plans to get the Chaos Emeralds for himself, regardless of this deal he has made with Sonic. Some weeks later, and we find Sonic in a desperate chase with someone else. Someone even faster than he is. The figure smacks Sonic against the wall before brutally electrocuting him, finishing him off. Luckily, this wasn't Sonic but rather a practice robot. The test was a success. The practice robot is completely wrecked, states Grimer.
Excellent. That was the final test. Soon it will be time to begin Operation Terminate Sonic.
Meanwhile, back in the Emerald Hill Zone, troopers are making a raid on the Emerald Hill folk. Robotnik is arresting the entire village. Robotnik is stepping up his Badnik production. Sonic and the others aren't going to just watch and let this happen, and Sonic makes his attack. However, they are soon outnumbered and captured. They are brought aboard the ship, which is led by Tusk, a minion of Robotnik. He is very pleased with this capture and informs them that they are on their way to the Vego fortress on Mount Mobius to be turned into Badniks. Sonic acts very calm, as if he doesn't care. Then he informs Tusk to look behind him. It's Captain Plunder and his Mystic Cave Pirates. Sonic had a plan all along and simply let himself be captured. Plunder is keeping his side of their deal and helping Sonic out of this situation. Tusk and the troopers are soon outnumbered by Sonic, the Freedom Fighters and the pirates, and Tusk is soon tied up and the troopers all destroyed. One rumble later, and Filch and Porker Lewis are chatting away about just how good this arrangement is that they all agreed on. However, Porker accidentally gives away the location of the Chaos Emeralds to Filch. Filch immediately makes his way back to inform Plunder, and without even saying goodbye to Sonic, they depart en route to the Chaos Emeralds on their flying ship. South Island on Planet Mobius. In the northern part of the island is the Frozen Zone. It is also the location of the North Cave, the secret location where Sonic has hidden the 6 Chaos Emeralds. Though it's no longer a secret, Captain Plunder has arrived to steal them. He orders his crew to begin searching for the emeralds before being cut off by Sonic. Sonic and the other Freedom Fighters have arrived to stop him. A battle between the Freedom Fighters and the Mystic Cave Pirates ensues. It looks like Sonic's gang have the upper hand until Plunder grabs Tails and puts a knife to his throat. Nice going, Pixel Brain. Okay Plunder, it's cool. You've got the emeralds, let the kid go. Sonic points to exactly where the emeralds are stored. They are stored in a frozen pool. This extreme temperature is the only way to control the pure evil energy radiating from them. Plunder orders his crew to take the emeralds, then he releases Tails. They then quickly depart. Sonic and Tails decide to follow them in the tornado to see just what damage the emeralds may have done to them. Tails fears the emeralds may have turned them into monsters. Sonic sneaks onto the ship and is greeted by the exact opposite of what Tails feared. The pirates have turned into peace-loving hippies, and Plunder is more than happy to let Sonic take the emeralds back. Turns out, the emeralds absorbed the evil from the pirates, turning them into what Sonic sees now. Of course, now that he's taken the emeralds from them, they will soon shortly change back into themselves again, not before Sonic is long gone of course. Sonic now had once again possession of the 6 Chaos Emeralds, but realised that their location on South Island is now unsafe. He decided that he would keep them stored away in a special built container to maintain them in freezing cold temperature, and keep this container in his secret underground base. After all, what could be a safer location for them than being in his secret base with him? This way, Plunder or anyone else wouldn't be able to get their hands on them. Meanwhile, back in the Emerald Hill Zone, disaster strikes. The Emerald Hill folk flee from a shadowed mysterious figure in the sky who is attacking their homes with lasers. The figure descends and it's revealed to be Metallix, the Metal Sonic. It demands for them to bring Sonic. It's time for his extermination. Robotnik has launched Operation Terminate Sonic. Unaware of the destruction that's taken place, the Freedom Fighters are enjoying a day off in Sonic's secret underground base. Even Freedom Fighters need a day off. Sonic is gaming away though, growing frustrated by his new Marxio Brothers game. Who cares about the adventures of 3 electricians? Then suddenly they receive a call on the vid phone. It's Amy. She informs Sonic that she's at Neverlake before being cut off by someone. Sonic immediately makes his way there. He's already left a note for the others saying he'll meet them there. Once Sonic arrives at Neverlake, he is surprised to see that the forest that was once here has disappeared, and what's worse, the Miracle Planet, which is currently in orbit, has been chained to Mobius and covered in Robotnik's evil machinery. The Miracle Planet, known as Little Planet to some, was once a beautiful place and completely unspoilt and apparently uninhabited. The Miracle Planet only appears over Mobius once a month, then it fades away. No one knows where it goes to. Robotnik had been studying the Miracle Planet since he took power, and had Badnik patrols scour the planet during the times it orbited Mobius. Robotnik discovered the mystical time stones that were hidden on the Miracle Planet. With them, he could control time itself and become unstoppable. It is because of one of these time stones that Robotnik was able to take over the Miracle Planet so quickly. Robotnik intends to turn the Miracle Planet into another base of operations, as well as power something else, or someone. Sonic manages to find Amy before Metallix, the Metal Sonic, introduces himself, saying it was he who placed Amy here. Metallix serves the Great Robotnik and he is Sonic's destruction. Metallix then proceeds to throw a massive boulder at Sonic. Sonic quickly dodges and the two engage in an epic showdown. They fight at such high speeds that Amy cannot even see what is happening. Metallix matches Sonic in every skill, if not surpasses him in some. This was by far Sonic's strongest opponent he had ever faced by this point. Once the dust cleared, Metallix emerges and looks victorious, however he soon collapses before he is able to terminate Amy. Sonic appears from behind him. The victory is short-lived as Metallix raises to his feet and attacks Sonic on the back of his head. Metallix is now only operating on 30% power. He then proceeds to take Amy, of which he has further use for now, and retreats to the machine-ridden Miracle Planet. Sonic soon follows. Tails, Porker and Johnny soon arrive at Neverlake and realise that Sonic and Amy must be on the Miracle Planet, though they are too late to offer Sonic any help. The Miracle Planet soon fades away. It would not return to Mobius for 1 whole month. Meanwhile, back in the Egg Fortress, Robotnik is so confident that Metallix will destroy Sonic that he takes his focus and attention away from their battle, and observes the construction happening on Mobius of his new super weapon. This weapon, however, would not be some simple opponent for Sonic. No, it would be something of colossal size and power, and grant Robotnik absolute power over Mobius. Sonic sees just the effects of Robotnik's evil machinery on the Miracle Planet. He then soon relocates with Amy, but there is no sign of Metallix. After a brief conversation, Metallix suddenly reappears. Metallix claims his only purpose is to destroy Sonic and he will never stop. Sonic and Metallix fight once again, but Metallix starts to gain the upper hand. Something is different this time. Metallix is much stronger. Metallix is drawing power from the Miracle Planet, giving him a whole new range of powers and abilities. Robotnik planned to use the Miracle Planet as an infinite power source for Metallix, making him essentially invincible and unbeatable. Sonic is now easily outmatched by Metallix. Metallix almost kills Sonic, but he is suddenly struck down by a small Sonic and shuts down. This Sonic claims to be from the future. Wait a minute, you're saying in the future I turn into a midget? The future Sonic then forces present Sonic into a beam that shrinks him down to the same size as himself. Future Sonic hands present Sonic a time stone and tells him to travel to the past to save the Miracle Planet and stop all of this happening. However, before present Sonic can leave, Metallix reboots, electricity coursing through him. He is now operating at 100% full power and has drastically increased in size. He now towers over both Sonics. Future Sonic orders present Sonic to run away. The Time Stone will send him back in time. The Time Stone begins to activate and Sonic finds himself in a time before the Miracle Planet was covered by Robotnik's machinery. The Time Stone Sonic was holding disappears. Sonic finds a small machine, but this machine is alive or something and growing in size. Sonic realizes that this machine is what must have grown over the entire planet. But what could be powering something like this? Sonic finds a small hatch, just small enough for him to fit through, so that's why future Sonic pushed him into the beam to make him small. Sonic discovers that the Time Stone is actually powering this thing. Sonic removes it, which destroys the machine. Sonic then travels back into the present time, just a few minutes before he left. Things now play out as it did before, except the future Sonic is now the present Sonic. Sonic relays the same instructions he was told to the past Sonic after forcing him into the shrinking beam. The past Sonic runs off, leaving present Sonic to face off against the giant Metallix. Sonic notices something happening to the Miracle Planet. Time is reorganizing itself. The Miracle Planet is turning back to its old self. Robotnik's machinery is now replaced by meadows and lush forests. Sonic grows back into his original self. He continues to dodge Metallix's attacks, but Metallix suddenly starts to shrink before beginning to fade away. Metallix then disappears entirely. Sonic claims that he was now never built. Metallix was defeated and the Miracle Planet was saved. Robotnik's giant chain attached to the Miracle Planet still remained though. This must have been placed before Robotnik's machine was placed on the Miracle Planet. The fact that the rock holding the chain has Robotnik's face from his previous form shows that the chain has been there for some time. Robotnik's Operation Terminate Sonic had failed, though Sonic and Amy would now have to spend the next month alone on the Miracle Planet before it returns to Mobius. Amy comments how romantic it will be with just the two of them all alone for a whole month. Sonic replies that he is really going to miss Metallix. Preceding the events of Operation Terminate Sonic, and now during Sonic's month-long absence, Robotnik was in the construction of a brand new fortress. It was time to move his base of operations from the Special Zone to the planet he controlled, Mobius. But this was no normal fortress in construction. Robotnik was building a brand new Death Egg. The previously mentioned super weapon, Robotnik had been working on blueprints for a brand new Death Egg shortly after he took control of Mobius. Codenamed the Death Egg 2, but referred to simply as the Death Egg, will be a newer version of the previous Death Egg that Sonic destroyed, but will be every bit as deadly as its predecessor. The new Death Egg will be colossal in size and able to hover at relatively low altitudes over Mobius. It will carry all the facilities necessary for Robotnik, including a laboratory, a surveillance centre, and a hangar. The Death Egg will have various weapons installed, including massive disintegrator rays incorporated into the eyes of the Death Egg, which will be able to annihilate entire zones. The Death Egg will also be designed to carry a substantial force of Robotnik's robots and weapons, but to power such a massive vessel will be no easy task.
Once my new Death Egg is finished, there will be nowhere safe for anyone, anywhere on the entire planet. I can wipe the Emerald Hill Zone off the face of the planet, and there won't be a thing the Hedgehog will be able to do to stop me.
It's been 1 month and Sonic and Amy finally return to Mobius. Things are quiet from Robotnik as he continues construction with his new Death Egg. In the aquatic ruin zone, an enormous stone statue of an ancient warrior is raised up from the sunken city by an earthquake, having been submerged for thousands of years. With the other freedom fighters busy, Sonic alone goes to investigate. After a Badnik attack, Sonic falls into the lake and then gets trapped. Suddenly, the giant statue begins to move. To Sonic's surprise, the statue rescues him from drowning. However, Sonic suspects that the statue works for Robotnik and expects to be handed over to him. However, the statue claims to be a sentinel and know nothing of this Robotnik. The sentinel goes on to explain that it was placed there by the Ancient Ones to guard the city. Its masters left the planet when the city began to sink, but the sentinel itself was caught by a tremor and trapped. With its masters long gone and no one longer left to protect, the Sentinel decides it will destroy itself. Sonic pleads with it to stop and that he could be a tremendous help against Robotnik. But it's too late. The Sentinel destroys itself, collapsing into rubble and sinking beneath the waves once more. With nothing left to do, Sonic leaves, assuming this is the last he'll ever hear of the Sentinel from the aquatic ruin zone. A few weeks later, and in the Emerald Hill Zone, Sonic, Tails and Amy have just struck another blow for freedom in the war against Robotnik. Suddenly, a young girl calls for Sonic's help. Sonic asks how he can help. The young girl explains that the zone where she come from was invaded by a monster. Sonic offers to help, though Amy is suspicious. Sonic just thinks Amy is jealous and runs off alone with the young girl to fight the monster. The young girl's zone is a deserted and dilapidated town without sunlight. It's hardly a fun city, is it? What's a nice girl like you doing living in a place like this? Suddenly, troopers attack. Sonic quickly disposes of them. Sonic then asks where the monster is that the young girl mentioned. Behind Sonic, the young girl transforms into a hulking beast. She is in fact the monster. It was a trap. She introduces herself as Metamorphia and explains that she can mutate into any form she chooses. Sonic tries to fight back, but Metamorphia transforms into a knockout gas and Sonic falls unconscious. With Sonic defeated, Metamorphia places him inside a floating prison cell. She then contacts Dr Robotnik. Metamorphia was working for him the whole time, but it goes much deeper than that. Metamorphia is actually an artificial life form created by Grimer on behalf of Robotnik. Metamorphia has complete love and affection for Robotnik. He is her hero, and she hopes to gain his approval by capturing and defeating Sonic. Metamorphia confirms that Sonic is defeated as planned. Robotnik prepares to leave for their location immediately to extract his final revenge on Sonic. Sonic wakes up and is unable to break free of the prison cell. Metamorphia explains that he is in a retro block and that any force he tries to use to escape is reversed back on him. With that information now known to Sonic, he simply relaxes, expending no energy to escape. The retro block then bursts. Sonic and Metamorphia then battle again. Metamorphia escapes by turning into a rocket, but Sonic is right behind her. Sonic bumps into Tails, who seems to be in a rather rude mood. Tails tells Sonic to look over the edge of a cliff as he thinks he saw the shapeshifter. It turned out to be another trap. Metamorphia had morphed into Tails. Sonic won't be fooled twice and detects the imposter's sneak attack. Despite morphing into Tails, she doesn't have the flight skills that the real Tails has and falls down the cliff and into the fire below. Sonic then soon leaves, but we see that Metamorphia is far from dead and swears revenge on Sonic. By the time Robotnik arrives, there is nothing to see. Realising his time had been wasted, the furious dictator makes his way back to the Death Egg. A few weeks pass, and a new hero turns up in the Emerald Hill Zone. It's Cosmic the Hedgehog, a green lookalike to Sonic. Sonic claims he is a pretender, but Cosmic proposes a race to see just who is the fastest. Cosmic puts up a good effort, but he is no match for Sonic's speed and skill. Sonic wins the race, but then Cosmic transforms. It was Metamorphia all along. It was another trap to lure Sonic away from his friends, so she could destroy him, while an army of Badniks exterminate his friends back in the Emerald Hill Zone. Sonic and Metamorphia engage in another back and forth battle. She tries the knockout gas on Sonic again, but Sonic learns from his experiences and deals with this attack. Sonic realises he has to get back to his friends who are in real danger and heads back at top speed. Realising she can't catch up in her normal form, she transforms again, this time to an identical green copy of Sonic. Sonic arrives back at the Emerald Hill Zone and Badniks are attacking, but by the time Metamorphia arrives, the Badniks begin to attack her as they think she's Sonic. She is caught in a massive blast. Sonic destroys the rest of the Badniks, but after the dust settles, there is no sign of Metamorphia. She was either disintegrated in the blast like Porker suggests, or she changed into another form and escaped. Time will tell. A month passes and Robotnik keeps Sonic busy during this period with different tricks and traps. But the day has finally arrived. The Death Egg has finished construction, and it is time to launch Robotnik's ultimate weapon of mass destruction. Robotnik has now moved all of his necessary equipment and forces from the Egg Fortress in the Special Zone to the Death Egg on Mobius. But the Egg Fortress was not going to be simply left abandoned. It would be far too much a waste to throw away, and so Robotnik turned the Egg Fortress into an automated factory designed to produce something very powerful in the near future. No more delays. At last, the moment has arrived. A deafening noise erupts as the main thrusters are turned to full power. The Death Egg has taken flight. The enormous flying fortress reaches orbit. Robotnik couldn't be happier as he looks down at Mobius from one of the windows.
At last, my hours of labour have come to fruition.
Robotnik's joy is short-lived. During its first flight, the Death Egg suddenly suffers a catastrophic power failure as the main engines foul. There is little time to react. With such weight to the Death Egg, it falls out of the sky with tremendous force.
No, this is impossible! How can this be happening?
Grimer shouts at his master that they must brace for impact now. The falling Death Egg looks like a meteor coming down from the sky. A few moments later and a massive explosion erupts as the Death Egg crashes to the ground hard. Though the circular design had remained for the most part intact, the inside of the Death Egg was not. Robotnik's masterpiece was completely wrecked and ruined. Its engines and thrusters had been completely destroyed. The face on the front of the Death Egg had been smashed to pieces. This was the side that hit the ground. Grimer had been knocked unconscious, and Robotnik was trapped under some fallen debris. It doesn't take long for this news to travel fast, and the breaking top story today is reporting that Dr Robotnik is missing. Details are still sketchy, but the news is reporting that the dictator perished when his new space satellite, the Death Egg 2, fell from orbit. There are rumours that the authorities have been unable to locate the crash site, and this is true. Robotnik's forces scour the last known location of the Death Egg's orbit, but find nothing. How can there be no sign of damage to the ground from such a massive vessel? It's as if it disappeared entirely. This is because the Death Egg didn't crash land on Mobius at all. The Death Egg crash landed on the floating island. Knuckles the Echidna, guardian of the floating island, witnessed this with his own eyes. The impact is somewhere near the ice cap zone. Knuckles heads off to investigate. Knuckles soon arrives at the impact zone and sees the destruction for himself. Suddenly, a hatch opens and a flying remote camera comes out. Knuckles is cautious as this could be an attack.
I'm trapped inside. Please follow this remote camera. It will lead you to me.
Knuckles asks if the voice is one of his own people. Knuckles has lived alone on the floating island his entire life. One day, he believes his people will return. Today, however, is not that day.
I am merely a humble inventor. I am here due to an accident.
Knuckles enters the damage-ridden Death Egg. Robotnik explains that his satellite fell from orbit when the main engines failed.
I was forced to crash land on Mobius.
But this isn't Mobius. You've come down on the floating island. Robotnik is shocked to learn of this discovery. Knuckles introduces himself and informs Robotnik that he is also the guardian of the sacred Chaos Emeralds. Robotnik reconfirms this by asking if he has all of the Chaos Emeralds. Knuckles reassures him that he does. This news was interesting to Robotnik. He knew of the rumours of the floating island and that there was supposedly Chaos Emeralds that powered the floating island and kept it in the sky, but he also knew of the Chaos Emeralds in Sonic's possession. Knuckles finally arrives to Robotnik's location.
Thank goodness you made it, little one, because I have information which is vital to you. Information about an evil, deadly menace. A menace known as Sonic the Hedgehog.
Meanwhile, back in Sonic's secret underground base, the Kinterball computer confirms to Sonic and the others that the Death Egg crashed into something before it hit Mobius. You think it hit the floating island, Kinterball? Asks Johnny. Kinterbor replies that it's a distinct possibility. Kinterbor eventually talks Sonic into investigating. Sonic was hesitant to look into this as he still thinks the floating island is a dumb legend. Later that day, Sonic and Tails head out in the tornado to search for that legend. Deep hidden away in the thick of the clouds, they find what they were looking for. They found the floating island. Tails soon lands the plane and they begin to investigate Marble Garden Zone. Sonic, I don't like the look of that face much, says Tails. I don't much like the look of your face. Am I complaining? Replies Sonic. Sonic and Tails venture through the Marble Garden Zone, dealing with the many obstacles and traps that the zone has to offer. Then, they finally come across the proof they were looking for. Sonic spots a Badnik. Robotnik has got to be on the floating island. After a close call with the Badnik, with Sonic saving himself thanks to his force field, Tails asks what they exactly plan to do when they find Robotnik. What are we going to do with him? Sonic replies that that's a very good question. Then suddenly, to the side of them, it's Robotnik, completely out in the open.
My congratulations on finding me so promptly.
This is it, Robotnik. There's nobody to protect you this time. Sonic rushes towards Robotnik. For the first time since he took power, Robotnik was alone and defenseless. Or so it would appear. Just as Sonic closed in on Robotnik, Sonic is punched directly in the face by Knuckles, knocking him out cold.
Meet Knuckles, invincible guardian of the floating island and my own personal bodyguard.
Robotnik has crash-landed on the mysterious floating island. Sonic followed, hoping to find the evil tyrant vulnerable and alone. No such luck. Sonic wakes up after being temporarily concussed by Knuckles.
Ah, Sonic, I see you are awake again. I'm glad Knuckles didn't hit you too hard.
I hardly touched him, Doc.
Give it up, Sonic. You'll never get your hands on the floating island's Chaos Emeralds.
Sonic is confused by this statement from Robotnik. He doesn't want to steal any emeralds. Sonic explains that he already has some Chaos Emeralds. Robotnik quickly twists Sonic's words, claiming to Knuckles that Sonic previously stole his Chaos Emeralds and now wants the ones Knuckles has as well. Robotnik was a master manipulator, and he had lied through his teeth that he was a humble servant of the people, and that all the people of Mobius live in fear of the vile creature Sonic. Knuckles has believed everything Robotnik has told him since he arrived. What's worse, as well as agreeing to be his bodyguard, Knuckles has allowed Robotnik to repair the damaged Death Egg on his own floating island. After suffering some serious setbacks, Robotnik couldn't believe the good fortune that had now bestowed upon him. Steal my Chaos Emeralds? Never! Knuckles strikes Sonic again. Sonic has had enough. He realises that Robotnik has lied and deceived Knuckles, and that he probably is a really nice guy. But he's not going to allow anyone to hit him like that and get away with it. Sonic hits back. Sonic and Knuckles now engage in an intense fight. Tails leaves the battle zone as he has his own job to do. Sonic is fast enough to dodge Knuckles' punches, but not the tremors caused when Knuckles slams into the ground. In retaliation, Sonic spins a tornado around Knuckles, increasing the pressure until he shoots upwards. When he lands, Knuckles immediately burrows underground, and Sonic follows.
It won't be long now. Underground, the advantage belongs to Knuckles. Convincing the kid that Sonic is a bad guy was a stroke of genius. What are those two doing to each other?
Knuckles suddenly flies out of the ground, looking worse for wear, but he's quickly back to his feet and ready for round 2. Just as the two get ready to duke it out again, Tails flies by in the tornado and heads towards Robotnik.
Get away from me, you simpering fool! What are you trying to do?
Tails now deploys a net over Robotnik, capturing him. Robotnik shouts for Knuckles to rescue him. Knuckles tries to capture Sonic, thinking that Tails will bring Robotnik back if he does. Not a chance. Knuckles may be able to go toe-to-toe with Sonic in a fight, but when it comes to speed, he isn't even close. Sonic jumps onto the tornado's wing. "This isn't over, Hedgehog. You and I have unfinished business." And with Robotnik trapped and suspended beneath the tornado, Sonic and Tails head back down to Mobius. Tails asks Sonic if he thinks he could have beaten Knuckles. Sonic shrugs this off as no problem, he was just getting warmed up. But in truth, Sonic thinks to himself that he wish he meant that. Knuckles was really tough, and he doesn't think he's seen the last of him. Just what does Sonic have planned for the trapped dictator of Mobius?
"I'll get you for this, you miserable blue pincushion!"
As discreetly as they possibly can, Sonic gets Robotnik into his secret base before anyone notices. Robotnik's hands had been tied together by some rope. He wasn't going anywhere. "I can't believe we managed to capture Robotnik," said Tails. "I'm just more surprised the tornado was able to hold all that extra weight getting here," replied Sonic. Robotnik was placed in a prison cell on the very bottom floor of the base, with the intent that this is where he would be locked up for the foreseeable future. How ironic for Robotnik to be brought back to his old laboratory when he was Kintabor. It's been so long since he left here. Robotnik was livid. The great ruler of the entire planet reduced to living in a dirty small prison cell. When he gets out of here, he thought he would make those who placed him here suffer. A few days pass and the freedom fighters take turns to question Robotnik. Today it's Porker's turn. Porker is hesitant to do so, but he gets underway. He questions the dictator about his latest generations of Badniks, but the helpless Porker is thoroughly intimidated by Robotnik.
"As it happens, there is a Badnik which might interest you. It's just the right size to contain a pig."
Suddenly the ground begins to shake. It's Knuckles. He bursts through the floor to rescue Robotnik. But how did he find him? This location has been secret for a long time. A scared Porker calls out to Sonic and tries to run away, but is grabbed by Robotnik, who placed his arm through the bars. Sonic heard the distressed call and immediately makes his way down. Sonic is surprised to see Knuckles down here, but more importantly, Porker has been taken hostage.
"I want the Chaos Emeralds, you tiresome little wretch, and be quick about it, or..."
Sonic knows Robotnik isn't kidding around. He'll break Porker's neck without thinking twice if he doesn't do what he says. Sonic tells Johnny to get the Chaos Emeralds. The refrigerated box containing the Chaos Emeralds is brought to Robotnik. Sonic warns him that they'll need to be kept in this refrigerated box or they will become unstable, but Robotnik doesn't care about that, he just wants them now.
"See? I told you he had them, didn't I? Thought these emeralds were lost forever, but now they can be returned to their rightful place."
Sonic has just one question. He wants to know just how Knuckles found him. This base is a closely guarded secret.
"Simplicity itself for one of my genius. Knuckles has a small implant in his skull which is tuned to the frequency of this homing device."
Robotnik shows Sonic the homing device which was hidden in one of his teeth. Robotnik is given the emeralds and he lets Porker go. Robotnik and Knuckles then head through the tunnel that Knuckles had just borrowed, but not before blocking the entrance so they couldn't be followed. Sonic's not beaten yet though. Kintabor finds them entering an egg-shaped escape pod. Looks like they have their escape well planned. Sonic and Tails jump in the tornado and are in pursuit. Thanks to Knuckles, Robotnik now also makes a note of the location he was held in. This would become useful to him later, he thought. Robotnik glorifies in having finally acquired the emeralds, but quickly changes his tune and assures Knuckles that he'll let them stay on the floating island. Knuckles notices that they have company. The escape pod heads towards the floating island. Close by, Sonic tells Tails to hold the plane steady. He's only going to get one chance. Sonic hits the escape pod with a super spin attack. The escape pod is now crippled and has to make a crash landing. Luckily for Robotnik and Knuckles, the escape pod was already above the floating island. Soon after landing the tornado, Sonic and Tails investigate the crash to see if anyone survived. Suddenly, Knuckles smashes out of the pod. "This is it, Hedgehog. You've got in my way for the last time." Knuckles charges towards Sonic. Sonic tries to convince him that Robotnik is the real bad guy here, but it's no good. Knuckles isn't going to listen. Sonic has no choice but to fight. Sonic starts to get the advantage with his speed and ability to generate force fields. Sonic expresses that Knuckles doesn't stand a chance against his speed. A dazed Knuckles replies that they'll find that out one day, but for now, getting the Chaos Emeralds to safety is more important. Knuckles presses a button on the floor and giant stone hands raise out of the ground and grab Sonic. "Quickly, Doctor, into the zoom tube. It will take us directly to our destination. Keep a tight hold of the Chaos Emeralds."
I certainly will, Knuckles.
Tails doesn't know what to do. Sonic is being crushed to death, but Sonic reveals he was just pretending to be hurt. Traps like this he can escape from without even working up a sweat. Sonic just pretended to be trapped to find out what Robotnik's true intentions are. It's time to catch up to them. Meanwhile, Robotnik and Knuckles arrive at the Sacred Emerald Chamber. Legend says that long ago, the 6 Chaos Emeralds were split into 12.
Now they are all back to where they belong, Knuckles.
Thanks to you, Doctor. Knuckles explains that if only the grey Chaos Emerald was still not missing, without it he cannot control the 12's power.
Fear not, Knuckles. This small device of my own design will act in the same way as the Grey Emerald. Watch!
And with Robotnik's device, he controls all of the emeralds to come together. The emeralds then begin to reintegrate. Let the 12 become once more 6. After centuries apart, the Chaos Emeralds are now at full power. How they had been split from 6 to 12, or by who, we may never know. At last, Robotnik makes his true motives clear and double-crosses Knuckles.
And now for the final stage as I absorb the Chaos Emeralds into myself.
Knuckles shouts at Robotnik to wait. What are you doing?
Fool! Did you really think that I would leave the emeralds here with you when their power could make me invincible?
Through his device, Robotnik has absorbed the power itself from the Chaos Emeralds. With this power, he boasts that he has the ability to do anything he wants. Robotnik drastically increases in size and now towers over Knuckles. Ever since Robotnik crash-landed on the floating island, his intention was to get his hands on the Chaos Emeralds. All that raw power just sitting there waiting for him. Though being captured by Sonic was not planned, it actually worked in his favour. The Chaos Emeralds were now at full power, and he now knew the location of Sonic's secret base. The floating island is massive, and Robotnik needed a reason for Knuckles to bring him to the Emerald Chamber, and now Robotnik has the power of the Chaos Emeralds within him. Everything has turned out perfect for him. Sonic and Tails arrive, and Sonic realises that his plan has gone very wrong. Robotnik notices them and using his powers turns Tails to glass. Sonic carefully captures him and places him out of harm's way. However, before Robotnik can revel any more in his new powers, Knuckles interrupts him. "Hey Robotnik, before you destroy us all, there's something I want you to see." Knuckles shows Robotnik the Grey Emerald.
The Grey Emerald? You said it was lost!
Knuckles reveals that he had lied about the Grey Emerald being lost, and as Robotnik now knows, he who holds the Grey Emerald has total control over the others. Knuckles uses the Grey Emerald to siphon Robotnik's powers out of his body and restore Tails to normal. Robotnik then shrinks down to his original size and then completely disappears. What happened to Robotnik? Knuckles explains that he caused Robotnik no harm, he just merely sent him back down to Mobius, after removing his powers of course. Tails asks when did Knuckles realise that Robotnik had been lying about wanting to help him. Knuckles reveals that he didn't suspect Robotnik of lying, he just knew that if he thought he had the power of the emeralds, the truth would come out. Sonic invites Knuckles to join the Freedom Fighters. He would be a big help in the war against Robotnik's evil rule. Knuckles refuses. "Your war is no concern of mine." Robotnik is not his concern. Instead, Knuckles will wait alone on the floating island for the hopeful return his people will return from the stars. As Sonic and Tails leave, Tails says he feels sorry that Knuckles has had such a lonely life. Sonic agrees, but says he is sure they will meet Knuckles again soon. Robotnik appeared back on Mobius. It didn't take long for a Badnik patrol to locate their master. Robotnik immediately heads to the Metropolis Zone. Once there, he gets in contact with Grimer, who is still in the Death Egg back on the floating island. "Master, what happened? Where are you?"
Silence, you fool! Knuckles has turned on me. I shall return to the Death Egg soon, but first I have some important business to take care of. I will have my revenge on Sonic and this embarrassment. Continue the repairs on the Death Egg without delay, Grimer, and keep an eye out for Knuckles. He may try something. Do not disappoint me.
Robotnik prepares a large Badnik assault. With him now knowing the location, he was going to launch a full-scale attack on Sonic's secret underground base. But Robotnik wasn't going to just sit back and watch, he was going to lead this assault personally. Robotnik will have his revenge. Shortly, later on, Sonic and the Freedom Fighters try to desperately pack up and evacuate their underground base, even before knowing of the incoming attack. Sonic knows how Robotnik thinks. He'll want revenge. They need to get out of here as soon as possible. Amy Rose has already left and Tails is about to leave in the tornado. The rest of the Freedom Fighters will meet up with them at the planned rendezvous point, if they all make it. Meanwhile, a massive horde of Badniks leaves the Metropolis Zone, and at the front of them is Robotnik, in a deadly machine just perfect for this assault. He calls it the Squeeze Tag Machine. It won't be long until he arrives at the base. At this same point in time on the floating island, Knuckles invades the launch base zone. Knuckles disposes of some troopers, informing them that he threw Robotnik out. He had fooled him once and nearly helped him destroy Sonic. Now he's going to wipe every trace of Robotnik from his world. Starting with that, his Death Egg. Knuckles watches the construction going on as the Death Egg continues its repairs. Knuckles heads directly for it. Less than an hour later, Sonic and the remaining Freedom Fighters are still desperately trying to pack up and evacuate their base. However, there is a problem: trying to move the Kinterbor computer. It would be impossible to move the entire control panel in this short amount of time, so Porker Lewis is attempting to download the Kinterbor computer onto his Mobius ring. This was the same golden ring the Kinterbor computer came from during the lab accident when Kinterbor turned into Robotnik. The delay is because the Kinterbor program is massive. It will take time to transfer all of the data. Time isn't what they've got, however. Robotnik has arrived. The ground starts to shake. Robotnik is burrowing his way down. Sonic knows he's got to buy Porker some time. He tells Johnny, "It's just you and me, buddy." "Okay with me, Sonic." Then they head to the origin of where the noise is coming from. Sonic and Johnny arrive at the source of the noise. This must be where Robotnik is trying to get in. Then, the walls give way. Robotnik smashes through.
It's all over for you, you little creeps. The doctor is in. You first, rabbit.
Robotnik grabs Johnny with the intent to crush him, but Sonic quickly saves him.
I really should be supervising the repair of my Death Egg, but I just couldn't resist leading this attack on your hideout personally. I would hate to miss your final moments. Once I finish here, I'll be back on the floating island before that idiot Knuckles realizes that the launch base is still operational.
Sonic hits Robotnik with a super spin attack, raising the concern that if Robotnik gets the Death Egg working, he'll be unstoppable. Robotnik takes no damage and hits back hard. Sonic realizes that this new vehicle may be too strong for him to beat. Sonic looks like he's going for Robotnik again, but instead hits the surrounding walls that were already weakened from Robotnik. This causes a cave-in and boulders crash down on Robotnik. Sonic and Johnny then head back to Porker, hoping they've given him the time he needs. They had! The Kinterbor computer is now on the Mobius ring. But it's too late. Robotnik has sealed off all of their exits. They're trapped. Robotnik emerges from the boulders, and before continuing pursuit of Sonic, checks in with Grimer in the Death Egg.
Grimer report! Has Knuckles tried anything?
Grimer confirms that indeed he has, but not to worry, he was surprised by a Badnik patrol. He's dead. It was rather messy as a matter of fact.
Dead, eh? That reminds me, I have a certain blue hedgehog to take care of. This won't take long. I should be back at the launch base within the hour.
However, when Grimer signs off, he asks whether that was alright. Grimer had been tied to the chair. Knuckles, still very much alive, replies, "Yes, Grimer, that was alright." Sonic, Johnny and Porker are trapped. Robotnik and his Badniks have got them completely surrounded. Sonic admits they have no choice but to fight Robotnik right here. Porker is hesitant, but Sonic reassures him he'll be fine. Suddenly, Robotnik bursts through the walls again.
I've waited a long time for this moment, you insufferable little blue rodent. It's the end for you now, Sonic.
Sonic hits the squeeze tag machine again with a super spin attack, but as with before, it causes no damage. Robotnik claims his machine is spin attack proof. Sonic states a few more hits and his machine will be history. All he needs is a little more time.
Sorry, Sonic, your time has just run out.
Suddenly, the ceiling begins to crack. Robotnik notices, then Knuckles arrives. Knuckles had tunnelled in through the ceiling.
Knuckles! Grimer told me you was dead!
Knuckles reveals that Grimer reported his own death to Robotnik because Knuckles ordered him to. Knuckles found out about Robotnik's attack on Sonic's base from Grimer and heads straight here after their video call had ended. With a single punch, Knuckles smashes the glass on the squeeze tag machine. Sonic claims Knuckles was only able to do this because he weakened it. Sonic then hits the damaged machine with a super spin attack, breaking the roof right off, resulting in Robotnik falling out. With the squeeze tag machine now crippled, Robotnik amasses his Badniks and orders them to maim and kill them all. Knuckles decides it's time to get everyone out of here. Sonic assumes Knuckles is scared, but Knuckles just thinks the odds are against them down here. They need some space for this battle. Everyone makes it out to the top. The Badniks soon follow. Now the real battle can take place. Sonic and Knuckles go head to head with the Badniks while trying to outdo each other. Porker keeps the Kinterbor computer safe, while Kinterbor asks what on earth is going on. When the Kinterbor computer was moved onto the Mobius ring, he lost his vision. With the Badnik numbers thinning, it looks like Sonic and Knuckles have the fight almost finished. However, a transport of troopers arrives. Robotnik has sent for reinforcements. The battle rages on. Sonic, Knuckles and Johnny clash with Robotnik's forces. The rivals Sonic and Knuckles may not admit it, but they make a hell of a team. Meanwhile, during the carnage, Robotnik escapes in his Eggomatic. A few dozen smashed Badniks later, Sonic questions Knuckles as to why he helped them today. He had previously said he had no interest in fighting Robotnik. Knuckles still has no interest in joining Sonic's fight against Robotnik, but he owed Sonic a debt for revealing the location of Sonic's base. "Hey buddy, since when did this hedgehog need anybody's help?" "Never, that's when," replies Sonic. Knuckles makes it clear that he determines to rid the floating island of all traces of Robotnik. Knuckles then flies off in one of Robotnik's spare Eggomatics. With all that done, Sonic and the others head to the rendezvous to meet up with Amy and Tails, with Sonic expressing that they're probably worried about them. Sonic, Porker and Johnny soon reach the rendezvous point. Robotnik may have been defeated again, but Sonic no longer had a headquarters anymore. The Freedom Fighters will now have to travel mobile for the foreseeable future in their travelling circus. Without delay, Sonic quickly gets in disguise as Showman Penguin Bob Beakey. The rest of the team follows suit, getting in their disguises. The freedom fighters soon get on their way, however Robotnik has set up some roadblocks. Looks like Robotnik had an extra insurance policy to make sure Sonic doesn't escape this zone. However, their disguises fool the Border Patrol troopers and they are allowed to pass. Sonic doesn't know what's worse, being forced out of their home or having to look at Johnny wearing that ridiculous moustache. Dr Robotnik arrives back at the Death Egg. Despite some smashed troopers and Grimer being tied up, Knuckles had done minimal damage during his assault. Robotnik's patience has severely worn thin with Sonic and his friends. The Death Egg must be completed soon, then he would show them all. Robotnik asks if construction has begun on the new thruster for the Death Egg yet. Grimer confirms construction started a few days ago. Grimer raises the concern for the power source for the Death Egg, reminding his master what happened last time. This didn't bother Robotnik. He was not going to make the same mistake again. This time he had the perfect power source in mind, one that would never run out, one that would grant him unlimited destructive power. Robotnik drastically increased trooper patrols across the launch base zone. He wants to immediately know if Sonic or any of his disgusting friends get anywhere near the Death Egg. Repairing the Death Egg is now the #1 priority, and repairs are ordered to be carried out 24/7. Robotnik has also grown tired of his minions failing time and time again. He was in vast need of upgrading his forces. He instructs Grimer that he is greenlighting the SBS project for immediate deploy and wants the first of his Super Badniks finished by the end of the month.
We should have enough supply of Megatal by now.
Yes, Master, and what of Knuckles? He will surely return to the floating island, said Grimer.
Don't worry about Knuckles. I've sent the perfect distraction to keep him busy.
Knuckles is heading back to the floating island with just one thought on his mind: to rid his world of every trace of the evil Dr Robotnik. Suddenly, while Knuckles was flying in the Eggomatic, the self-destruct sequence initiated, but Knuckles didn't touch anything. The order was sent by a remote source. Incoming transmission on screen now. It was Robotnik.
Ah, my former ally. I thought you'd like to know that the craft you're flying in belongs to me, and the punishment for thieves is particularly harsh. So this looks like the end for you, Knuckles. Unless you've learned how to fly.
Knuckles leaps from the craft as it explodes. He may not be able to fly exactly, but gliding is no problem at all. Luckily, Knuckles was already above the floating island when he leapt. As Knuckles glides back over the floating island, he notices some strange buildings that weren't there before. Knuckles detects this is Robotnik's doing. This is a historic sight. When I get my hands on that madman. Knuckles lands near the entrance. It's well guarded, but Knuckles could take them easy enough, but decides not to draw attention to himself and instead burrows underground and enters the city without detection. However, the security system picks up Knuckles, and 3 mysterious individuals are alerted to his presence. The leader of the trio claims he doesn't look so tough, and asks for a construction robot to be sent to get rid of him. Knuckles wanders around the city, which is actually the Carnival Night Zone, but has no idea what this place is meant to be used for. Knuckles has lived a solitary life growing up alone, so the idea of bright lights, loud noises and gambling mean nothing to him. The construction robot finds him, but Knuckles destroys it with a single punch. Suddenly, a bullet ricochets off the wall beside Knuckles. A figure on the roof is attempting to shoot him with a rifle. It's the trio from before, and they believe Knuckles can't reach them, but Knuckles soon proves them wrong by scaling the building and kicking the gun out of the leader's hand. The leader then claims to finally recognise Knuckles. They introduce themselves as the Marxio brothers, and Groucho, the leader, says they're going to make Knuckles an offer he can't refuse. Knuckles has come face to face with the Marxio brothers, masters of the new Carnival Night Zone. Sonic had a run-in once with the trio in the Casino Night Zone on Mobius. Sonic had foiled Robotnik's plans of robbing all the Mobians of their money with fixed games, and the Marxios, who run the Zone for Robotnik, tried to stop Sonic, but of course failed. Now here they are on the floating island, and Knuckles has no idea they actually work for Robotnik. Groucho immediately tries to make a good impression, explaining that he only shot at Knuckles because he thought the Echidna was a criminal, as he broke in. But that's all in the past now. Groucho claims he's going to make Knuckles rich by giving him a cut in the profits when the Casino Night Zone opens. Knuckles doesn't want their money, he just wants them and their carnival off his island. But Groucho brings up Knuckles' long-lost people. After all, the floating island's monuments are so old and run down, and Knuckles could use the money to clean the place up a bit for when his people return. Many of these sites are ancient monuments, of course they look old. On the other hand, I suppose the buildings in the Marble Garden do need a little work. Groucho offers to at least let them show him around before he makes his mind up. Knuckles, still skeptical, agrees. The Marxios take Knuckles on a tour until he spots some troopers. Of course, he saw some guarding the main gate. Robotnik must be behind this after all. Knuckles swiftly destroys them. Groucho angrily explains that they only bought the Badniks off Robotnik. It just happens his robots are the best, they have no other dealings with him. Just how did they find out about the floating island then? Well, ever since Robotnik found this place, words got out. The floating island isn't a secret anymore. Groucho asks to just give them a chance, and if Knuckles still doesn't like the place, they'll leave. Just then, Groucho has a brilliant idea to show Knuckles how great the carnival night really is. The Marxios take Knuckles to the Hell House roller coaster, which they jokingly refer to as a white knuckle ride. They strap Knuckles in tight and explain it's for his own safety. Secretly, however, Groucho and Chico have plans for the ride to have a little accident while Knuckles is on board. After all, it won't be very good if the Echidna somehow finds out they really do work for Robotnik. Meanwhile, Sonic and the Freedom Fighters continue roaming as Bob Beakey's travelling circus, enjoying a brief moment of downtime from the usual rescuing and helping the people of Mobius. Not even Robotnik is behind all the evil in this world. High above on the floating island, Knuckles is trying out the Hell House ride. Knuckles doesn't realise that the Marxio brothers have arranged for the ride to develop a few fatal flaws. Apart from a tightly locked safety harness, Knuckles is actually enjoying the ride so far. Once the cart gets back inside the house, Chico starts activating the traps. A knight attacks Knuckles with an axe, which embeds itself in the cart, just a few inches behind Knuckles' head. Knuckles is really enjoying this and thinks it's all part of the ride. Groucho orders Chico to spring the next trap. Knuckles encounters some kind of mud creatures. Knuckles praises the Marxios for putting so much effort into this ride. Instead of just sitting back, Knuckles decides it will be more fun to smash them all. More spooks are up next, but Knuckles can't be bothered to destroy them all, so he just punches the ceiling and crushes them all in a rockfall. The Marxios don't know what to do. They believe Knuckles has caught on to what they're trying to do to him. Chico has a final idea. He'll switch Knuckles onto the new part of the track, the parts they haven't finished building yet. He increases the speed, sends Knuckles through a few loops, and then blocks his vision with a few sheet ghosts. Then, Knuckles' cart flies off the end of the track, and he can't jump as he's clamped in his seat. Luckily, he manages to catch onto the track by using the knight's axe, and swings himself back onto solid ground. Now to find those Marxio brothers. Minutes later, a nervous Groucho compliments Knuckles looking well, and apologised that the ride had a couple teething problems. Knuckles tells Groucho to take it easy. He loved the ride, and what's more, he's going to let them stay on the floating island. Groucho couldn't be happier, and tells Knuckles he's a smart kid. He can see they made a shrewd move when they made Knuckles their partner in the Carnival Night Zone. A few days later, and Knuckles has been given his own office and been made the marketing consultant to the Carnival Night Zone. Groucho hypes up that they'll soon be open to the public. Knuckles has grown frustrated, however. He doesn't see why he needs an office, let alone have to stay in it, though the Marxios ignore him and simply turn on the TV. Later that day, the Marxios wander through the Carnival Night Zone. Groucho comments that Knuckles is such a sap. They'll just wait till he drops his guard, then it's good night Echidna. Suddenly, a Badnik patrol radios in that Knuckles is about to leave the zone. The Marxios have got to stop him. The trio soon catches up with Knuckles. Groucho states that it's very poor manners for Knuckles to just leave like that. Knuckles has agreed that they are allowed to stay, but Robotnik is still present in the launch base zone. Not for much longer, Knuckles claims. Chico then accidentally slips up and asks if Knuckles kicks out Robotnik, then who's going to pay the running costs of the Carnival Night Zone? Groucho is furious with Chico, telling him to take the rest of the year off, and if you never come back, I'll give you a bonus. Knuckles is now fully aware that the Marxios are actually working for Robotnik. Groucho knows that the only way to stop Knuckles now is to eliminate him. Chico presses a button on the flying vehicle the Marxios are flying in, turning it into combat mode. The Marxios catch Knuckles off guard as they immediately fire a barrage of missiles at him, then smash him under a giant fist. Groucho tells Chico to go down to see if Knuckles is still alive, but Chico confirms, "There's a no need, boss. It's a all over for Knuckles." On Mobius, the Freedom Fighters put on one of their first shows as Bob Beakey's Travelling Circus, ending the performance to a massive applause. Bob Beakey, who is Sonic in disguise, thanks the audience and asks them to tell their friends. Shortly afterwards, Tails calls for Sonic's attention. The Kinterbor computer, who has now been re-uploaded onto a laptop after being stored on a golden ring, has hacked into a transmission by Dr Robotnik. It appears that Robotnik has manufactured a super thruster for the damaged Death Egg. It's being driven to a helicopter which will transport it to the floating island. Sonic realises the potential danger if Robotnik gets his Death Egg repaired. They've got to stop the thruster from reaching the launch base zone. To reach the helicopter, the thruster will have to go over the Emerald Valley Bridge. Sonic is going to need some explosive charges. Meanwhile, within the Death Egg, Grimer gets a report from the Marxio brothers saying that Knuckles will soon be finished.
Excellent, Grimer. He'll regret the day he turned against me. It won't be long until the Death Egg's completed, and then I, Dr. Robotnik, will be invincible. How long until the new thruster arrives?
Grimer confirms that they are expecting it within a few hours. Back on Mobius, Sonic reaches the Emerald Valley Bridge just in time. Sonic begins to lay mines over it, intending to bring down the whole bridge and destroy the thruster. Sonic has now covered the bridge in mines, but before he can clear the area, he is surprised by a trooper who tries to punch him. The trooper's fist punches a hole into the solid concrete below. The trooper questions Sonic that did he really think they'd leave the bridge unattended? This trooper was different from all the others that Sonic had smashed before. He was stronger, faster, and much more intelligent than the others. Sonic tries to kick the trooper off the bridge, but as he falls backwards, his right arm turns into a cage and imprisons Sonic while holding onto the bridge with his other hand. He introduces himself as one of Dr. Robotnik's elite soldiers from the Special Badnik Service, the SBS. Robotnik's Special Badnik Service had finally gone into fieldwork. The SBS are an elite group of troopers. They possess special abilities and will be used for important missions, like this one. These troopers range from different coloured armour. Not all of them are in the usual red, some are gold coloured. They are often built of super strong materials such as the super alloy Megatau. Sonic is now imprisoned by the elite trooper, however his mines are still in place on the bridge, right next to him. The convoy keeps rolling on, getting closer and closer. If it rolls over one of those mines, it will be all over for Sonic. It looks as if Knuckles' days as Guardian of the Floating Island are over, and the Marxio brothers couldn't be happier about it. The Marxios send their report to Grimer with news of their success. Groucho informs Grimer that they are expecting the first visitors from Mobius any time now. Dr Robotnik will earn a fortune from the Carnival Night Zone. Grimer mentions that Robotnik doesn't want another casino night fiasco as before with Sonic. Groucho reassures Grimer that nothing can go wrong this time. Groucho then quickly has to hang up when Knuckles' body vanishes. The guests are starting to arrive, and they have to hurry back to the control room for the opening day parade. Knuckles will have to wait. But Knuckles isn't waiting for anybody. Knuckles tunnels up out of the ground, and this time avoids the barrage of missiles fired by the Marxios. The Marxios try to crush Knuckles with the giant fist, but Knuckles tunnels up from beneath the Marxios and destroys their machine with a well-placed punch. Groucho despairs. The customers are here and they're about to take on a raving echidna. Not to worry though, as Chico already called up for reinforcements. Groucho can't believe it. Chico actually did something right. Harpo rushes back to organise the parade, while Groucho and Chico welcome the guests. Groucho quickly makes up that Knuckles fighting these Badniks is our first exhibit. This performance celebrates the victory of Knuckles over the evil forces of Dr. Robotnik. Chico compliments Groucho as quicker thinking, boss. One of the guests mentions that some folks say Robotnik is still on the floating island repairing the Death Egg, but Groucho dismisses it and welcomes the guests to an adventure beyond your wildest dreams. Knuckles, still busy battling Badniks, knows that he can't destroy the zone with all the people around. He needs another way to beat the Badniks, and fast. Sonic is caged by a trooper of the Elite Special Badnik Service, the SBS. The convoy is mere moments from rolling over one of the mines Sonic previously placed. Luckily, Johnny and Amy arrive in the tornado. The convoy is now inches away from a mine, but the sight of the plane leaves the convoy's trooper drivers to stop. The elite trooper claims that Sonic cannot escape, and that he is too strong for Sonic to defeat him. If Sonic can't destroy the cage, then he'll merely spin the cage around at super speed, unscrewing it from the base and escaping. The trooper boasts that did Sonic forget that he's hundreds of feet from the ground? Of course Sonic didn't, and he lands on the left wing of the tornado. The elite trooper makes his way back onto the bridge and orders the rest of the troopers to check the area for explosives, and they soon manage to find them all. Realising that the troopers have found his mines, Sonic takes the plane's toolkit and jumps back down. While avoiding the troopers, Sonic unscrews the transporter's wheels, immobilising it. The convoy won't be going anywhere fast now. One of the troopers tells Sonic that it's just as well he ordered reinforcements as soon as the tornado was spotted then. The reinforcements begin firing on Sonic, but Sonic jumps off the bridge again and Johnny just about manages to catch him. Now it's up to Amy. Sonic tells her to equip her bow. Johnny holds the plane steady and Amy uses her bow to fire an arrow into the mines, which the troopers have foolishly left open in plain sight. The arrow connects, and a massive explosion engulfs the Emerald Valley Bridge, utterly destroying the thruster, as well as all the troopers, including the SBS General. Even Sonic admits that Amy is a pretty good shot. Their mission a success, the Freedom Fighters fly away. Later that day, news soon travels to Robotnik at the destruction of his new thruster. Robotnik is livid, and smacks Grimer in a fit of rage.
I must begin work on another thruster immediately. Nothing can stop me repairing the Death Egg. Nothing. I will find a way to rule supreme.
Knuckles fights off Badniks determined to tear down the Marxio brothers' Carnival Night Zone before visitors can walk through the door. Groucho tries to rush visitors in the zone, knowing Knuckles wouldn't dare smash up the zone in case he hurts anyone. Knuckles has to end the fight quickly, so lures the Badniks to come in closer to him. One of them gets a hit on him. Knuckles then destroys them all with a 360 degrees punch. Groucho isn't defeated yet though, and tells Knuckles that there's another 20 Badniks waiting for him the minute he steps into the zone. Who says Knuckles needs to go into the zone though. Knuckles kneels down, aware that there's a fault line somewhere here. All he has to do is sense exactly the right place, and then Knuckles slams his fist down in exactly the right place. The entire Carnival Night Zone then separates from the floating island. It drifts further away. Luckily, none of the Mobians had entered the zone yet. The only ones on the drifting Carnival Night Zone are the Marxio brothers. Chico panics that they're going to fall back down to Mobius and die. Groucho notices that they aren't actually falling though. That's because the ground still retains a little emerald power, keeping it in the air, but since Knuckles keeps the emeralds on this side, the power will eventually fade. The Casino Night Zone then plummets to Mobius. Knuckles explains that with a bit of luck, there'll be some emerald power left to cushion their impact when they land. Knuckles then demands that the Mobians get back to their transports and get off his island, now. Meanwhile, close to the Emerald Hill Zone, but thankfully not over anywhere residential, the Casino Night Zone smashes down. The entire zone is wrecked. The impact was only cushioned slightly by the scant remaining emerald power. The Marxio brothers pull themselves out of the wreckage. Chico wonders what Robotnik will do to them when he realises what's happened. But Groucho doesn't want to wait and find out. He's going back to Super Marxio World. As for Robotnik, he's going to have plenty on his mind when Knuckles catches up with him. That kid's a lot tougher than he looks. The next day, a Badnik patrol reports to Grimer of the remains of the Carnival Night Zone on Mobius. So that's why the systems went dark there. Oh dear. The entire city, and no word from the Marxios? He is not going to like this one bit, confirms Grimer. Grimer nervously informs Robotnik of the Carnival Night Zone's destruction.
Are you trying to tell me that that ridiculous echidna destroyed the entire zone? That city cost me millions!
Robotnik begins walking towards Grimer. A terrified Grimer confirms, but tries to immediately change the conversation and inform Robotnik that the first of his Super Badniks is finished and ready to go. All they need is the test subject.
That's fortunate for you, Grimer. Show me!
Robotnik and Grimer soon arrive at the Badnik processing plant. Grimer shows his master the Cybernik, the first of a new type of Super Badnik, an unstoppable force that even Sonic could never defeat. Robotnik had been planning Super Badniks for some time. Amy almost became one during Sonic's raid on the Egg Fortress, but in Robotnik's eyes they still wasn't good enough. He wanted them much stronger, unbeatable compared to these prototypes. That's why he greenlit the new Super Badnik project. The armour of these Badniks would be made entirely of Megatal. This was the strongest metal on Mobius, but also one of the rarest, which is why Robotnik didn't use it more often. Only those of importance would be constructed with Megatal. Robotnik was pleased with what he saw.
Perfect! Now all we need is the organic battery.
Still feeling bitter about his previous defeat to Sonic, Robotnik orders a raid of Mobians on the Emerald Hill Zone to be his test subjects. Being Sonic's home zone, this would be a personal attack, and made Robotnik feel better about himself. Later that day, in the Emerald Hill Zone, there's a bit of commotion between a couple of Mobians. It seems one of the residents is a Robotnik supporter, and claims he's an okay guy. The other Mobian, called Shorty, is furious at this remark. A fight nearly breaks out, but Shorty's friend Hopper manages to cool his friend down. Just as the argument had ended, Robotnik's troop ship arrived. The Mobians begin to panic and try to run away. The Robotnik supporter actually runs to the troopers, saying that he likes Robotnik. The trooper replies with, "Then you'll make an excellent Badnik," and then throws him in the ship. Shorty manages to outmaneuver the troopers, But the rest of his friends are not so lucky, and they are captured. Shorty's got to do something to try and rescue his friends, he thought, and it looks like Sonic isn't about this time. Shorty manages to sneak onto the troop ship. The ship then heads back to Robotnik. Later, the prisoners are forced into the Badnik processing plant. Shorty, keeping out of sight, keeps close by, hoping for some way to rescue them. The Mobians are brought before Robotnik and placed into Badniks ready to be turned. Shorty watches on in horror from a ventilation duct.
Go to work, Grimer. Turn these cringe-worthy creatures into menacing Badniks.
Shorty can't sit back any longer and leaps out of the ventilation duct and smashes the computer system. Shorty is soon grabbed by a trooper.
Too late, Furbo. The process can't be halted.
Shorty's friends had now all been turned into Badniks. This outburst and distraction wouldn't go unnoticed, and Robotnik has decided that the short-tempered squirrel will become the first of his new Super Badniks. Shorty tries to struggle while the trooper places him inside.
Once connected to the circuitry of the Cybernik, you can never be free again. Congratulations! How do you feel about becoming a slave of destruction for the rest of your life?
Shorty claims that Robotnik will never be able to brainwash him, but Robotnik replies that no one can resist the process, and then orders Grimer to begin the procedure. Shorty tries desperately to resist the brainwashing program, determined to save his friends, but as the program runs its course and he is locked in the Cybernik shell, the fight in him seems to end. Shorty is now the Cybernik. The Cybernik now responds to Robotnik's commands. Robotnik asks for the Cybernik to demonstrate his power, and the Cybernik destroys a nearby trooper. It's a waste of a trooper, but still an impressive demonstration, replies Robotnik. Robotnik is very pleased with the results of his first Super Badnik. Now it is time for the Cybernik's first mission, and Robotnik has the perfect idea in mind.
As a test of your loyalty, you will lead these Badniks to attack the Emerald Hill Zone, where you used to live.
Once again, Robotnik is targeting Sonic's home zone. This mission is not a capture and seize job. Robotnik is ordering the Cybernik to annihilate and kill them all. Take no prisoners. The Cybernik obeys. Later that day, in the Emerald Hill Zone, many of the residents mourn the loss of their friends who was recently captured. Then suddenly, the Badniks arrive, led by the Cybernik. The Badniks are about to attack the remaining residents of the Emerald Hill Zone until the flying Badniks are blasted out of the sky. But who saved them? It's the Cybernik, but we thought he was leading the attack. Well, so did Robotnik, but it looks like the damage Shorty did to Robotnik's computer, coupled with Shorty's own stubborn nature, left him with his own mind. Shorty, now fully controlling the Cybernik armor, defeats the rest of the Badniks and reveals that he pretended to be under Robotnik's control so he could lead the Badniks home to free them. Shorty freed his good friend Hopper, but it's no time for celebrations yet. When Robotnik finds out what's happened, there will surely be hell to pay. Later, back in the Death Egg, Robotnik furiously punches down into the table once Grimer informed him that the Cybernik has a free mind. This presents us with quite a problem, states Grimer.
It presents us with no problem, Grimer.
Robotnik walks towards Hangar 18. Robotnik created the Cybernik, and he will destroy him. Robotnik boards into a flying assault-mobile. He is going to destroy his own creation, personally. A furious Robotnik heads towards the Emerald Hill Zone. It was very rare for Robotnik to leave his fortress alone, but his flying vehicle would be more than enough to protect him, and besides, this was personal. Months of development into his Super Badnik project, all for his first subject to turn on him. This was unacceptable. In the Emerald Hill Zone, Hopper questions whether it's possible to free his friend from the armor that Shorty is imprisoned in. Shorty tells Hopper to forget it. Robotnik sealed him in this suit permanently, and that's something he's going to regret big time. Suddenly, Robotnik attacks.
That's big talk from a defect. We'll see who has the regrets.
Shorty and Robotnik now engage in battle. Robotnik fires at Shorty with his mounted gun, but Shorty dodges and fires back and destroys it. Shorty then flies towards Robotnik and grabs the back part of his vehicle and rips it off completely. Shorty is about to destroy Robotnik's vehicle utterly until Robotnik reveals his secret weapon.
Fool! Don't you realize that any planetary dictator worth his salt always has a plan B?
Robotnik presses a button on a remote control and Shorty suddenly falls out of the sky. The device can scramble the Cybernik's circuits.
Just a little device I designed that's tuned into your circuits. Beg for mercy, Cybernik.
Shorty refuses. Robotnik isn't playing around. He's going to destroy him once and for all. Maybe he'll be able to salvage some of the armor for his next creation. As Robotnik is about to go in for the kill, Sonic suddenly arrives and hits Robotnik with a super spin attack, resulting in Robotnik dropping his device. It's an honour for Shorty to meet Sonic, but now's not the time for chat. Sonic's got a dictator to deal with. Sonic continues to hit Robotnik with super spin attacks while Shorty crawls over to Robotnik's dropped device. Shorty grabs what is his only weakness and crushes it in his hand. With his vehicle barely flying, Robotnik makes a hasty retreat while he still can. Later on, Sonic offers Shorty a place on the Freedom Fighters. Shorty is flattered, but declines. He wants to fight alone to make Robotnik pay for turning him into a living machine. That makes it personal. Sonic hopes he can live up to his speech. As Shorty is about to leave, his friend Hopper runs over, expressing that this is your home, you can't leave. Shorty explains that he must leave. He must use these powers in the fight against Robotnik. Hopper replies that he's going to miss his friend, but he understands. As Shorty is about to fly off, he now dubs himself Shortfuse the Cybernik. Don't feel sorry for me, save it for Robotnik, as he waves Hopper goodbye. With the first Super Badnik turning against him and an SBS general destroyed, Robotnik was growing even more frustrated with his Badniks failing him. The next machine to be constructed entirely of Megatal would be a success. Robotnik demanded it. It wasn't all doom and gloom for the Doctor. Reports coming in from within the Egg Fortress appear to show the automated factory is coming along nicely. But for his current Badnik line, they needed some extra motivation to get their job done, and Robotnik has ordered that any Badnik that fails to capture or defeat Sonic will result in extermination. These Badniks will be forced to jump to their doom in a bath of molten metal beneath them in one of Robotnik's many processing plants. This act of genocide would kill both the Badnik and the organic battery inside, the people of Mobius. The Badniks are then melted down and constructed into a new and improved Badnik that will this time hopefully get the job done. A few weeks later in the launch base zone, all systems are green. The countdown has begun. Releasing umbilicals. Main thrusters are go. We have liftoff. Dr. Robotnik's repairs are finally completed. The Death Egg is launched.
The launch is a success! Now, Grimer, take us down to the surface of Planet Mobius. It is time for the Emerald Hill folk to tremble.
Meanwhile, in the Emerald Hill Zone, Sonic and Tails finish off defeating a group of Badniks. The two best friends celebrate until... It's suddenly getting dark. What's going on, Sonic? I don't know, buddy, but I don't like the look of it one bit. The Emerald Hill folk have also noticed the strange darkness. One of them tells them not to worry, it's just an eclipse. The moon has blotted out the sun. The Mobiun couldn't be more wrong. That's no moon, it's a space station. The Death Egg fires its two death rays into the Emerald Hill's populated areas, destroying homes and the landscape itself. Robotnik's voice emerges from the enormous machine demanding Sonic's presence. Sonic arrives moments later. There was no need to do that, you maniac. I'm not afraid to face you.
I didn't think you were, but I just couldn't resist trying out the death rays.
The situation looks bad. Tails has an idea. As he's the only one who can fly, Tails believes maybe he'll be able to catch Robotnik by surprise. He has to try. Sonic orders him to come back, but it's too late. He's already flying towards the Death Egg. Nothing gets past Robotnik though, and as Tails flies in the path of one of the Death Rays, the Death Egg fires. Tails is caught directly in the blast and is utterly obliterated, killing the poor child. Sonic is horrified. His best friend had been taken from him right before his own eyes. Robotnik, you murderer! Tails was only a kid. You won't find me such an easy target. Sonic doesn't hold back and launches towards the Death Egg. But Robotnik is not concerned.
All I need to do is set my death rays to wide angle, increase the power to maximum, and the whole of the pathetic Emerald Hill Zone will be no more.
With a single deadly powerful blast, Robotnik destroys the entire Emerald Hill Zone, killing Sonic and all of the Emerald Hill folk. The blast had such range and power, no one could avoid or escape it. It's finished. The lights turn on.
That was excellent, Grimer. Simply excellent.
It's revealed that everything that we have just seen was a simulation created by Grimer to show Robotnik just what the Death Egg will be capable of. None of it was real. Grimer assures Robotnik that the Death Egg is capable of all this and more. Repairs are progressing quickly. They took delivery of the new main thruster this morning, of which Sonic destroyed the first one, causing this delay. We are now only weeks away from the real launch of the Death Egg.
And with its power, my rule over Mobius will be absolute.
A few days later, and it's Dr Robotnik's birthday. With repairs coming along nicely on the Death Egg, Robotnik takes the day off and leaves Grimer in charge in the launch base zone. Robotnik is throwing a party on his personal luxury airship, the Robotnikus.
And once again, fellow friends, I thank you for your support.
Robotnik sips on some expensive imported wine. Some of Robotnik's vile supporters congratulate the dictator on the great job he's doing.
Of course, my Badnik troopers make excellent slave drivers. So much cheaper than... What?
Suddenly, Robotnik's airship is attacked by Captain Plunder and his sky pirates. They swarm the airship and capture Robotnik.
You're going to pay dearly for this, Plunder.
Plunder has inside information that Robotnik is carrying treasures, all stolen from the people of Mobius.
You mean my taxes? I don't know how you found out, Plunder, but I'll take you to the treasure. It will do you no good.
They arrive at the vault. Robotnik is confident that Plunder will never be able to open it, as it requires 2 keys, one at the airship's destination and the other in his fortress. What Robotnik doesn't know is Filch of Plunder's crew is a ghost, and walks right into the vault and opens it from the inside with his poltergeist abilities. Robotnik is speechless. The pirates quickly carry the treasure back to their ship before Robotnik's trooper reinforcements arrive. Later, back on Plunder's ship, we find out that Sonic was the one who tipped off the pirates about Robotnik's cruise and the treasure he was carrying. Sonic expresses that they're lucky he's still helping them after that business with the Chaos Emeralds. Sonic asks to speak to Plunder, but the pirates soon realise that they left him behind on Robotnik's ship. Held at gunpoint, Plunder is then arrested. It's not long before Captain Plunder is put on trial for crimes against Robotnik. The trial is anything but fair, with even Plunder's own defense attorney working against him. This is Robotnik's world, Robotnik's law, and the judge is clearly corrupt and in favour of Robotnik. The verdict comes down. Plunder will be hung until he is dead. Plunder is chained and moved to the Highview Corrective Centre, where none of the inmates have ever reoffended, because they are all executed. Robotnik's laws are harsh, and anyone caught breaking them usually ends up dead. Plunder spends a week here, chained in the dungeons. He is chained next to another inmate called Simpson the Cat. Plunder learns that Simpson knows a way out of his cell. Plunder then uses a mechanical device in his hook to break free and then free Simpson. Meanwhile, outside Highview Corrective Centre, Filch and the other Sky Pirates are planning on rescuing their captain. In the dungeon below, Plunder and fellow cellmate Simpson are free of their chains, but can't reach the secret tunnel Simpson mentioned as it's behind bars. Plunder demands to know what they're going to do now. As Simpson ponders that, a question mark floats over his head. Simpson pulls the question mark out of the air, then uses it to pick the lock and open the door. Plunder is certain that something just isn't quite right about Simpson. Just then, the Frog Warden Mr. Gullet catches them. Gullet attacks Plunder, saying it looks like he gets to save the government the cost of a hanging. Simpson takes some black paint and makes a circle on the floor, which Gullet steps on and falls through into a bottomless pit. Plunder and Simpson then finally make their way to the escape tunnel. Outside, Filch and the crew also finds the secret escape tunnel. They claim Plunder is as good as rescued. Plunder and Simpson are now making their way through the tunnels, just as Filch and the Sky Pirates are coming to rescue them from the other end of the tunnel. Plunder can't see a thing as it's so dark, so Simpson gets an idea and causes a light bulb to appear over his head, which they then use for light. Plunder suddenly hears voices from the tunnel, and they quickly hide. Simpson puts out the light by swallowing it. The voices are actually the other Sky Pirates, who head towards Plunder's cell. The two groups pass without noticing each other. After coming out of hiding, Plunder and Simpson continue following the tunnels through until they finally make it outside. Captain Plunder's daring escape is the big story the next day. 2 days later, and Plunder returns to his hideaway in the Mystic Cave Zone. The treasure he stole from Robotnik is still here, safely tucked away, but all of his crew are missing. Suddenly, Filch arrives, but he is alone. All the other members of the Sky Pirates had been arrested trying to rescue Plunder. Filch escaped as, well, he's a ghost. Plunder insists that they must save his crew, until he realises that that would mean sharing the treasure. So instead, he decides that he never liked that useless crew anyway, and it's time to get a new crew. Mobius hasn't heard the last of Captain Plunder. A few days later, in Grimer's laboratory on the Death Egg, Robotnik and Grimer have come up with a new scheme to destroy the Freedom Fighters. Out comes a brown hedgehog who looks just like Sonic before the accident in Kinterbor's lab. The brown hedgehog states his mission is to infiltrate Sonic's outlaw group, gain their trust, learn their plans, and destroy them. The next day, in the Jungle Zone, Sonic and the other Freedom Fighters ambush a prisoner transport, destroying a group of troopers that was escorting it. Sonic doubts that this all seemed too easy. The last prisoner to leave is the brown hedgehog. The brown hedgehog is happily surprised to see Sonic. He then explains that his name is Tonic, and that he's Sonic's long-lost brother. Amy questions Sonic that he never told her that he has a brother. Sonic explains that's because he doesn't have one. This guy's a phony. Tonic says that Sonic doesn't remember him as they were both separated at a very young age, but now he's back. Tonic asks to join the Freedom Fighters. Johnny says they sure could use the help. But Sonic refuses. Sonic doesn't trust him one bit and thinks Tonic's story is complete nonsense. Tonic begins sobbing and runs off, saying, "I'll go if you don't want me." Amy then has a go at Sonic, telling him he can be so insensitive sometimes. Tails runs after Tonic to see if he's okay. Moments later, Tails catches up, but keeps out of sight after seeing Tonic acting suspicious. Tails then witnesses Tonic making a phone call to Dr Robotnik. Tonic informs the doctor that his mission is going perfectly. The gullible fools will soon fall for his act. Tails had heard everything and charges towards Tonic. "You're working for Robotnik. You've seen too much, kid." Tonic's arm transforms and he grabs Tails by the throat. His deception had been discovered. There is no further need to pose as Sonic's non-existent brother. He then slams Tails against a tree. Tonic then transforms into his true self, that of the female shapeshifter Metamorphia. Meanwhile, Sonic continues to explain to Amy that he doesn't have a brother. Sonic is unique. But he looks so much like you, Amy replies. Sonic then realises that he or she must be a shapeshifter, and there's only one bad dude that Sonic knows with powers like that: Metamorphia. Indeed, Metamorphia was back and had Tails cornered. Tails followed her and witnessed her change into her true form, and for that, Tails must die. Metamorphia turns her hand into a giant hammer. Before she can strike, Tails is saved by Sonic, who runs to the rescue. Sonic wants to know why she disguised herself as Sonic's brother, and Metamorphia explains that Robotnik sent her to gain Sonic's trust and destroy them one by one. With that plan failed, it looks like she'll have to destroy them all at once. Metamorphia transforms into a monster, but Johnny smacks her on the head with his staff. She then transforms into a sticky goo to capture them all. However, Sonic is able to defeat this form by using his super speed to give her the runaround. Sonic states that she's got to face the fact that she's outnumbered. Metamorphia, now extremely disorientated, reverts back to her original form and stands right near the edge of a waterfall. She trips and then falls over the edge of the waterfall and plummets down it. Sonic suspects that maybe she jumped. He's got a feeling Metamorphia had that escape route all planned out. Later on, Metamorphia arrives back at the Death Egg. She explains that the odds were against her, so she leapt into the waterfall and took the form of a fish and swam to safety. Grimer compliments Metamorphia, saying that isn't she fabulous, so resourceful. But Robotnik certainly doesn't see it that way. Robotnik is furious that she failed her mission.
I allowed you to create this shape-shifting thing so it would destroy Sonic. It has failed me 3 times now.
Grimer tries to defend her, explaining that Sonic isn't easy to destroy, as Robotnik has found out many times.
You dare to compare your failures with my setbacks, you little...
Metamorphia shouts no, as Robotnik was about to hit Grimer. She apologises for failing again, saying she wanted to succeed so badly because she adores Robotnik. Robotnik finds this hilarious.
Your monster has a sense of humour, Grimer. Of course she adores me. Those who don't are doomed.
Robotnik then walks away. Metamorphia finds Robotnik's comments upsetting, especially that he called her a monster. Grimer tells Metamorphia to get back to her room. He'll transport her back to her home in the Grim Zone as soon as possible. In her room, surrounded by pictures of Robotnik on her wall, her hero, she is sure Robotnik will admire her one day, the day she destroys Sonic. Two weeks later, Sonic and Tails are once again heading to the floating island. However, this will be a solo trip for Sonic once they get there. Tails drops Sonic off in the Sandopolis zone, but insists that he wishes someone was coming with him. Sonic declines. The job he's got planned calls for speed. He doesn't want anyone slowing him down. And with that, Tails heads back down to Mobius. If Porker Lewis is right, Sonic should be able to get a good view somewhere over here. And there it is, the Death Egg. With the Death Egg's incredible size, Sonic can see all the way to the launch base zone. Seeing it gives Sonic the creeps. If Robotnik finishes the repairs, everyone will be at his mercy. I can't let that happen. The Death Egg is nearly fully restored. Sonic's mission is to sabotage the reconstruction to prevent the launch. Suddenly, Sonic is attacked by a sandworm Badnik. Robotnik has some Badniks on patrol around the Sandopolis zone. The Badnik attacks again, then disappears under the sand. Well, if it isn't Sonic the Hedgehog. Knuckles appears nearby watching. He guesses that Sonic must have a good reason for coming back to the floating island. He'd offered to help Sonic deal with the sandworm Badnik, but he knows full well that Sonic would say he doesn't need help. I don't need any help. Yep, that's what I thought you'd say. The sandworm Badnik doesn't get lucky twice, and this time Sonic destroys it with a super spin attack. The two are now able to converse normally. Knuckles questions Sonic's arrival. He's getting tired of people arriving on his home uninvited. Sonic replies that if Knuckles hadn't let Robotnik use the floating island to repair the Death Egg, he wouldn't be here in the first place. Knuckles is actually on his way to the launch base zone to also sabotage the launch. Knuckles just got a little delayed by a bunch of comedians called the Marxio brothers. Look pal, the Death Egg is too... Suddenly, Sonic is cut off by none other than Captain Plunder. Plunder is here on the floating island, along with Filch and a new member of his crew called the Professor. He used to work at the Metropolis University. Knuckles is now very cross. Sonic, do you know these people? Why don't you just invite everyone from Mobius to come to the floating island? Don't worry about me, it's only my home. Sonic wants to know what Plunder is doing here. Treasure, of course, Plunder replies. Knuckles threatens Plunder that he is the ruler of the floating island, and he doesn't care what Plunder is up to, he just wants him to leave right now. But Plunder just pats Knuckles on the head and replies with, "Ain't he cute?" Plunder orders the Professor to activate an ancient control panel. The ground begins to shake. Knuckles tells Plunder that if he damages these ancient buildings, he's holding him personally responsible. Then suddenly, an enormous pyramid comes out of the ground right beneath Sonic, the point almost striking his backside. The pyramid is in fact the lost pyramid of Sandopolis. Sonic states that it doesn't look very lost to him. Captain Plunder cheers that he's found the lost pyramid of Sandopolis. Sonic and Knuckles don't have the time for this. Repairs to Robotnik's Death Egg are almost complete, but they can't just leave someone like Plunder unattended on the floating island to do what he wants. Suddenly, the door opens to the pyramid. A giant stone guardian appears and insists that they must all die as they have no right to summon the sacred pyramid. Nobody threatens Sonic, and Sonic unleashes a super spin attack. The guardian literally falls to pieces. I guess this guy was nowhere near as tough as he looked. Sonic boasts to Knuckles asking if he's impressed, but Knuckles warns Sonic to look behind him. Sonic's too cool to fall for the "he's behind you" gag. The Guardian quickly reforms and punches Sonic into the sand. Knuckles knows better than to fight the Guardian. He's read the sacred texts. He knows all about the Guardian and his pyramid, so Knuckles lures it into a pile of quicksand, where it sinks out of sight. Knuckles comments that Sonic's got to learn to use his head. Sonic then replies that if you're so smart, how come you let Plunder sneak into the pyramid? Sonic and Knuckles then enter the lost pyramid. Sonic asks why the Stone Guardian attacked Knuckles. Isn't he supposed to be the master of the floating island? Knuckles replies that the Guardian is from an ancient time. He won't even realise the race of people who once lived here on the floating island are long gone. Up ahead, Plunder, Filch and the Professor have discovered the lost tomb of Sandopolis. Plunder turns on the lights by pulling a chain, and they see all the treasure they could ever hope to see surrounding the tomb. Plunder doesn't care about some tomb, and orders Filch and the Professor to get grabbing as much treasure as they can, though Filch can't touch anything, as again, he's a ghost. Plunder must have forgotten, again. Sonic and Knuckles catch up to the pirate, and Knuckles demands that Plunder return the treasure. It's part of the floating island's heritage. Plunder replies that he's a pirate and, well, he's supposed to steal stuff. Believe me, Plunder, you don't want to get Knuckles mad. Suddenly, the lights begin to dim. Knuckles tells Sonic that the lighting system is thousands of years old. It's not as reliable as it used to be. With this distraction, the pirates make a run for it. Are you nuts? You can't outrun Sonic the Hedgehog. However, Knuckles tells Sonic to let them go. They won't get far, he explains. He never told Sonic about the curse, and what happens when it begins to get dark. While the pirates are running back through the pyramid, Filch notices 3 glowing shapes following them. Plunder doesn't care at first, he just wants to get these beauties back to his ship. The glowing shapes continue to grow larger in size. Filch really thinks Plunder should look. He thinks they're ghosts. Plunder turns around and realises that they are being followed by 3 terrifying ghosts. These ghosts are the curse of the Pyramid of Sandopolis that Knuckles mentioned. Terrified beyond reason, The pirates drop their loot and escape, barely making it outside before the door closes behind them. They make it out with their lives, however have no treasure to show for their troubles. Plunder states that they can't tell the rest of his new crew waiting on the ship that they ran away from a couple of ghosts, so he decides to greatly exaggerate this situation to his crew. Captain Plunder and his mystic cave pirates then soon leaves the floating island. Meanwhile, back inside the pyramid, Knuckles brings Sonic to a seal on the wall. If it's smashed, sand will pour in from outside, which is just what Knuckles wants. Knuckles punches the seal and sand begins to pour in. This sand will make the pyramid sink back under the desert, but hopefully permanently this time, keeping the treasure safe from people like Captain Plunder. But since Sonic and Knuckles are trapped in here, won't they? Not to worry, Knuckles had read the ancient texts, of which tells of a secret exit. Of course, you can't always rely on those ancient texts. Knuckles was right, and the secret exit opens. Sonic and Knuckles quickly escape into the tunnels before the sand covers it. While escaping, Sonic wonders what became of Captain Plunder. Meanwhile, over in the launch base zone, Dr. Robotnik is getting overexcited.
Finally, the glorious moment has come. At last, the repairs to my all-powerful Death Egg are complete.
The months of labour and delays are finally over. Robotnik's ultimate weapon of mass destruction has finished its final repairs. Grimer confirms they only require one more thing. A source of infinite energy to power the Death Egg, the Master Emerald. Robotnik had decided some time ago that the Master Emerald would be the Death Egg's power source. He encountered first-hand how powerful the Chaos Emeralds are, and the Master Emerald is the most powerful of them all. Robotnik had learned from the Death Egg's first flight, there would be no need for concern with a power failure this time. Of course, Robotnik had to buy his time. He couldn't simply take the Master Emerald at an earlier point, otherwise the floating island would fall out of the sky, along with his damaged Death Egg. But with the Death Egg's repairs complete, now is the time to retrieve the Master Emerald. Robotnik was overly cautious. He wouldn't just send any old Badnik to retrieve it, no, he was going to send a Badnik that would guarantee the retrieval.
The time has come, my Badnik. Bring me the Master Emerald, and if Knuckles should get in your way, destroy him!
The Badnik obeys and then leaves the Death Egg. Its destination? The Emerald Chamber. Meanwhile, below the surface of the floating island, Sonic and Knuckles finally make their way out of the network of tunnels that they entered from within the Lost Pyramid of Sandopolis. They arrive at the Lava Reef Zone and access the Magma Chamber. They are right below the launch base zone. The Death Egg must be really close to their location. Closer than you think, buddy. Sonic and Knuckles look up and are shocked to see the Death Egg right above them. Robotnik has the Death Egg sitting right on top of the volcano. Knuckles is furious. He will pay for this vile deed. Suddenly, Sonic catches something coming out of the Death Egg. It's a legion of Egg Robo Badniks heading straight for Sonic and Knuckles. The Egg Robo is a new line of Badniks that Robotnik has created exclusively to guard the Death Egg. The Egg Robos attack. One of them starts to talk with a very familiar voice. Knuckles recognises it as Robotnik.
How perceptive of you, Knuckles! The eyes in these Badniks are also cameras. Back in my control room I can see everything, and the next thing I'm going to see is your destruction!
Sonic begins to destroy some of the Egg Robos, but Knuckles tells him to hold it. They don't have time to smash all of the Badniks separately. Knuckles has a faster way. Sonic of course doubts Knuckles. No one is faster than him. Knuckles tells Sonic to watch and learn, Big Mouth, and then Knuckles proceeds to punch a hole in the rock wall, melting all the Egg Robos in a flood of boiling lava. Knuckles begins to run off. Sonic questions him, saying the Death Egg is in the other direction. Are you scared? No. Knuckles has just had a nasty thought, and tells Sonic to follow him. They make their way to the Hidden Palace. In ancient times, the royal family ruled the floating island from here. They find the door forced off its hinges, and unfortunately realise it leads to the Emerald Chamber. The Master Emerald is gone! Sonic jokes about Knuckles making a habit of always losing these emeralds, but Sonic doesn't understand the seriousness of this situation. Without the Master Emerald, the floating island will crash back down to Mobius in a few hours. Sonic notices just how big the Chaos Emeralds are now. Knuckles explains that this is how they're meant to look. When Sonic had them, they had become drained of most of their power. Okay Knuckles, it looks like Robotnik has the Master Emerald, but what does he need it for? Back in the Death Egg, Robotnik is more excited than ever. In fact, he's so happy about the Death Egg's finished repairs that he breaks down in tears of joy. Nothing can go wrong this time. He claims that once the Master Emerald is installed, his Death Egg will be unstoppable.
I'll make those Emerald Hill folks suffer like never before. I'll grind Sonic into...
Grimer interrupts, stating that the Emerald has not yet arrived. Robotnik brushes this off as a minor detail. Robotnik is 100% certain that his Badnik will be successful. Even now knowing that Sonic is also on the floating island will make no difference, because Sonic will find himself facing the one Badnik he can never hope to defeat. Back underground, Sonic and Knuckles notice a glow in the cavern and go to investigate. They see a figure which appears to be standing on the Master Emerald, but once they get closer, to Sonic's horror, he knows exactly who it is. It's Metallix, the Metal Sonic, and he's absorbing the power of the Master Emerald. Metallix is back. He reveals that his mission is to retrieve the Master Emerald. This makes no sense to Sonic. That scrap heap, he calls it, is supposed to be dead. Metallix then grabs the Master Emerald and flies off towards a teleporter. Metallix informs Sonic and Knuckles to follow me if you dare. Metallix activates the teleporter and teleports out along with the Master Emerald. Sonic and Knuckles follow. Seconds later they arrive in the Sky Sanctuary Zone, but before they can get their bearings, Metallix has powered up with the energy of the Master Emerald and charges towards them. Metallix punches Knuckles, knocking him immediately unconscious. Metallix reveals he has the ability to absorb energy directly from the Master Emerald. With this incredible power-up, he has essentially become invincible. Metallix now turns his attention to Sonic. Metallix reveals that he will have his revenge for the death of his brother. Metallix powers up a huge blast and fires it at Sonic. Sonic just about managed to avoid the blast, but Metallix quickly charges towards Sonic and punches him into a wall. Metallix confirms that the Metallix Sonic destroyed was only one of an elite Brotherhood of Badniks. Sonic had originally thought that the first Metallix was erased from time and never constructed, but we learn now that that is clearly not the case. Sonic manages to quickly recover and launch his own attack on Metallix. Sonic runs around Metallix at sonic speed, stating that he'll just take care of Metallix just like he did his brother. But Metallix punches Sonic again in the jaw, claiming that Sonic's speed means nothing to him. Metallix's central processor is next generation technology. He is much more than Sonic's equal. However, Metallix's incredible power comes at a cost. Fighting at such intense levels drains his power rapidly. Metallix is now only operating at 15% power. He must return to the Master Emerald for recharging. Except Sonic gets there first. Metallix's blow had knocked him clean across to the Master Emerald. Now it's Sonic's turn to absorb the Master Emerald's power. Lightning bolts shoot towards the sky as a blinding yellow light engulfs the area. Sonic has transformed into the insane Super Sonic. Super Sonic immediately hits Metallix with a devastating super spin attack, resulting in a 20% systems failure for Metallix. The cute blue hedgehog is gone. Now you're up against Super Sonic, and it ain't gonna be pretty. Super Sonic then punches Metallix's head clean off, ending the battle with this devastating blow. Meanwhile, in the Death Egg, Grimer breaks the news to Robotnik that they've lost contact with Metallix.
What do you mean, Grimer, you snivelling incompetent? I should never have allowed Metallix to battle that accursed hedgehog. I should have made him bring the Master Emerald straight to me.
Robotnik demands that Grimer do something. Without the Master Emerald, they can never hope to launch the Death Egg. Robotnik is in luck. Grimer confirms that the Master Emerald has already been placed on the teleporter device that's linked to the teleporter in the Death Egg. Knuckles finally wakes up and notices Metallix's head flying right over him. Knuckles then sees Super Sonic ripping Metallix's body apart. Knuckles has never seen Sonic in this form before and is slightly confused by what he sees. However, Knuckles doesn't have long to be confused as Super Sonic turns his attention to him. Super Sonic charges towards Knuckles and begins pummeling him into the ground. Luckily, as Super Sonic does so, the Emerald power starts to wear off, and he reverts back to normal Sonic again before Knuckles suffers serious harm. Once Sonic regains his senses, he is shocked to see Knuckles looking worse for wear in front of him and asks him if he's okay. Knuckles simply replies with, "Sure." Sonic apologises, saying he can't control himself when he's Super Sonic, but Knuckles doesn't care and states that the Master Emerald that Metallix placed on the teleporter is gone. Without the Master Emerald's power, the Sky Sanctuary Zone is falling apart. They've got to try to activate the teleporter. It's the only way back to the floating island before it's too late. Suddenly, a great thunderous noise can be heard in the distance. Knuckles wonders if it's thunder. Sonic replies that that's no storm, buddy. Whatever it is, it's big, and it's coming straight for us. Sonic doesn't like the look of this one bit. The thunderous noise grows closer and closer until, emerging from the clouds, the Death Egg. Robotnik has finally launched his ultimate weapon. This is no simulation. This time it's the real deal. After months of repairs, setbacks and delays, the day has finally come. Knuckles asks how do they fight something like that? But the Death Egg isn't Sonic and Knuckles' only problem. The ground is falling apart under their feet. The Sky Sanctuary Zone has almost completely fallen apart. Meanwhile, in the Death Egg's control room, Robotnik is at the controls flying his masterpiece.
I've done it! Nothing can stop me now!
Grimer gives a status report that all systems check out A-OK. Incredible, the entire power requirement of the Death Egg supplied by one emerald.
And with its power, the floating island will soon crash onto Mobius. My revenge on the treacherous Knuckles will be complete. I'm taking us down to Mobius tomorrow. The Emerald Hill Zone will be no more. In its place will be a new zone. I think I'll call it the Utterly and Completely Destroyed Zone.
Just then, Robotnik notices Sonic and Knuckles on a monitor and sees their predicament. Robotnik gloats that they're running out of places to go as Sonic and Knuckles run up a spiral column while the ground continues to crumble beneath them. Sonic and Knuckles reach the top of the spiral column, which is now all that remains of the Sky Sanctuary Zone.
It looks like I've been saved the trouble of having to destroy you, my little friends.
It's as if the Death Egg itself is looking down upon Sonic and Knuckles as it hovers directly above them. Knuckles tells Sonic to grab hold quickly. At the last minute, they leap off the top of the pillar. Sonic is now sitting on Knuckles and holding onto his dreads. Knuckles has never tried carrying someone while gliding, so hang on. Sonic tells him just to stay clear of turbulence.
Fools! You can't stop me now! Still, just to be on the safe side.
Robotnik makes it anything but easy for our heroes and unleashes an army of egg robos that pour out of the Death Egg. The egg robos fire lasers in every direction. They're sitting ducks right now. Sonic stands up on Knuckles' back. This hedgehog is nobody's easy target. Sonic leaps off Knuckles and uses his super spin attack to destroy the egg robos and ricochets himself towards the Death Egg. If that isn't a window Sonic's heading for, he's going to be a hedgehog pizza. Luckily, it was a window, and Sonic smashes right through it, breaking inside the Death Egg. Sonic's on his own though, as Knuckles can't gain altitude to reach him. Knuckles decides to head back towards the floating island. He has an idea. Sonic begins to search the Death Egg. He'd never admit it to Knuckles, but Sonic really wished he was with him right now. He has a feeling that he may need his help. Sonic decides that he may as well face Robotnik and get this over with. The only problem is, how does he find him in this place? Sonic looks at the enormous core of the Death Egg and is shocked at the massive scale of just how big this flying fortress actually is. Suddenly, Sonic is attacked by Spike Bonker Badniks, the Death Egg's security system. Sonic fights the Badniks, knowing that his hopeful surprise visit to Robotnik has been ruined. Robotnik is now aware of Sonic's presence. Sonic thinks the name Spike Bonkers is ridiculous, as are the Badniks themselves. Sonic continues his fight, though more and more Spike Bonkers continue to flood in to attack Sonic. He wonders if there is no limit to their numbers. Robotnik certainly didn't hold back on security. Meanwhile, Knuckles has returned to the floating island. Knuckles sits in an ancient chamber with piles of ancient scrolls and texts for reference. Knuckles hopes that he's understood these texts correctly. He activates technology that had not been used for eons, and to his amazement, it all still works. Slowly at first, the floating island begins to move, then suddenly begins to pick up speed as it moves towards the Death Egg. "Watch out, Robotnik," calls Knuckles. "I'm coming for you." Fully powered by the stolen Master Emerald, the Death Egg flies in the sky, looking down upon Mobius. Inside, Sonic has been brought before Robotnik by the Spike Bonkers security forces.
You were a fool to try to attack me here on my Death Egg, Sonic. Now you are my prisoner.
Sonic insists he just lost his way and these tin heads helped find you, that's all.
Very funny, rodent. Still, I'm rather pleased that you're here, so I can show you just what my Death Egg is capable of. Grimer, lock the targeting computers onto the Emerald Hill Zone and power up the disintegrator array.
Grimer obeys and inputs the order into the control panel. Sonic notices the Master Emerald, all while being closely watched by the Spike Bonkers Badniks. Locked on target. Disintegrator will be ready to fire in 10 seconds. Robotnik intends to extract his ultimate revenge on Sonic by obliterating the Emerald Hill Zone. He's going to kill them all, just like in the simulation. The Emerald Hill folk come out of their houses and look into the sky and see the Death Egg looking down upon them, completely unaware of what's about to happen. Sonic has got to stop Robotnik, but there are far too many Badniks to destroy. Disintegrator ready to fire.
Then fire, you idiot! Fire!
He tries his best, but Sonic can't get to the controls in time. He's fouled. Suddenly, a blast rocks the entire Death Egg, knocking Grimer off his feet. The Death Egg has taken some minor damage as some debris falls down in the control room. Robotnik asks Grimer what's happened. Grimer replies that they appear to be under attack.
It can't be! There's nothing on Mobius that can possibly pose a threat to the Death Egg!
Grimer looks out the window and informs his master that he better take a look at this. Robotnik sees the entire floating island moving towards them and firing enormous energy bursts at them. It's Knuckles. He said he had an idea. I'm impressed, a pleased Sonic states. Robotnik is furious.
Grimer, turn the disintegrators on the floating island, and on my command, fire!
The Death Egg's disintegrator rays fire a ferocious, powerful blast onto the floating island. Deep inside the floating island, Knuckles feels the shockwaves of Robotnik's assault. Knuckles hates to attack with Sonic aboard the Death Egg, but the power of the floating island is Planet Mobius's only hope. But without the Master Emerald, it's going to take time to build up the power for another attack. Knuckles just hopes he's going to live long enough to try it. The Death Egg fires again at the floating island, causing incredible damage. Robotnik is finished playing around. He's going to destroy the floating island and then the Emerald Hill Zone. Robotnik shouts, "You're all finished!" However, Sonic, who had now defeated all of the Spike Bonkers, takes advantage of Robotnik's distraction and steals the Master Emerald from the power core. Robotnik immediately summons a legion of egg robos.
Get him! Without that emerald, the Death Egg has no power source!
If you want the emerald, you'll have to go through me. Suddenly, they are hit again by the floating island's weapons. This time, the blast causes severe damage. The Death Egg rolls to the side and the impact forces Sonic and the emerald out of a shattered window, followed by the egg robos. Robotnik watches in despair as he sees the Master Emerald fall out of the Death Egg. The Death Egg, when powered by the Master Emerald, makes it a nigh-on invincible weapon. However, this would prove to be a fatal flaw too, as Robotnik solely intended for the Master Emerald to be the only power source for the Death Egg. There was no emergency or backup generators installed on the Death Egg. Robotnik figured he'd have no need for them, as the Master Emerald's power source is infinite. But as Sonic has now removed the Master Emerald from the power core, the Death Egg is now completely defenseless and crippled. The floating island hits again, causing catastrophic damage. From outside, Sonic can see the damage. It looks like it's all over for the Death Egg now. Unfortunately, Sonic has other problems. The egg robos are still firing at him, and if that wasn't bad enough, he is free falling back down to Mobius. It's a long way down, and there won't be a soft landing. The ultimate conclusion to Sonic and Knuckles vs Robotnik and the Death Egg is now. It's all over for the Death Egg. Robbed of its power source, the Master Emerald, Robotnik's deadly device is being torn apart by energy blasts from the floating island, which is being piloted by Knuckles. Sonic would be a lot more impressed by this if he wasn't at this moment falling to certain death, while also trying to avoid being fired upon by the remaining egg robos. One of the egg robos manages to grab the Master Emerald. Sonic's got to stop it getting back to Robotnik. There is still a chance Robotnik could get the Death Egg back under control if he gets the emerald back. While fighting another egg robo in mid-air, Sonic decides to borrow his gun and shoots the egg robo who's holding the Master Emerald. It works, and Sonic connects with the gun, destroying the egg robo and also knocking the trajectory of the emerald so that it lands on the floating island. Another egg robo claims Sonic won't live to enjoy this victory. It's still a long way down. Sonic had forgotten about that while he continues to fall past the edge of the floating island. But he has his own plan and leaps on top of one of the attacking egg robos. Meanwhile, on board the stricken Death Egg, Robotnik desperately tries to get control back of his once ultimate weapon. The controls are no longer responding, and debris continues to fall down around him. It's over. The Death Egg is finished. There is no saving it this time. Grimer pleads with Robotnik to escape while there's still time. Robotnik finally and reluctantly agrees to leave.
Alright, Grimer, we'll go. But I shall have my revenge. The whole of the Emerald Hill Zone is going to suffer like never before.
Robotnik has been completely consumed by hatred for the Emerald Hill Zone and its residents. Sonic zooms towards the floating island, riding atop a jetpack that he took from an egg robo. Sonic states that egg robo really didn't want to lend him his jetpack. His loss. Sonic happily watches as the Death Egg falls out of the sky, breaking into pieces even before it hits the ground. A massive fire leaves a trail of smoke as it continues to fall. Sonic jokingly remarks that a fallen Death Egg is time to make a wish. Sonic finds the Master Emerald close by, which landed safely in a bush. Sonic picks up the emerald. He's got to get it back to the Emerald Chamber. The floating island can't stay in the sky for much longer, and Sonic dreads to think what would happen if it crash landed on Mobius. Suddenly, Sonic is attacked by Robotnik, who is in a massive robotic suit of armour.
I just knew you'd survive that fall somehow, Spikeball. Now stand aside. I want that Master Emerald.
Robotnik, don't you ever give up. Robotnik wants the Master Emerald. He may not have the Death Egg anymore, but imagine what damage he could still cause with an emerald with unlimited power, and he plans to squash Sonic to get it. Sonic strikes Robotnik's mech, but Robotnik violently hits back.
First, I'm going to squash you like the insect you are. Then I'm going to take care of your precious Emerald Hill Zone permanently.
But Sonic won't let that happen. Sonic smashes into the mech with his spin attack, savagely striking the robot again and again, severing an arm and punching numerous holes through its torso. Sonic has had enough of Robotnik and his threats. He's not going to let him do any more damage today.
I've never seen him like this before. Never so savage.
Sonic forces Robotnik back further and further until Robotnik topples over the edge of the floating island. Sonic is momentarily shocked at what he's done. He didn't mean to push Robotnik over. Looks like Robotnik's luck is holding out as usual. Those damaged jets should take him down safely, though I wouldn't bet on a soft landing. With the battle over, Knuckles appears, just when Sonic doesn't need him. Knuckles insists that they get the Master Emerald back to the Emerald Chamber immediately. However, for once, Sonic isn't too hasty. After all, he was the one that recovered the Emerald from Robotnik, and he'll be happy to give it to Knuckles in return for a little favour. 3 days later, off the coast of the Emerald Hill Zone, in the pouring rain, the Emerald Hill folk have loaded themselves and everything they own onto as many boats as they could find. They're sailing out to the floating island, evacuating the Emerald Hill Zone completely. They wonder if they will ever see their homes again, but while Robotnik is in power and so hell-bent on destroying them, it is no longer safe for them to live here. Sonic vows that one day the Emerald Hill folk will return. They may have been driven out, but they'll be back. Count on it. Sonic's agreement he had made with Knuckles in return for the Master Emerald was for the entire Emerald Hill folk to live on the floating island in secret, away from Robotnik's wrath. Knuckles reluctantly agreed, however stated that his condition for this agreement was for the Emerald Hill folk to keep in the Mushroom Hill Zone. As long as they keep to that zone, everything should work out fine. Sonic gives his word that they will. With the last boat now across, Sonic and the Freedom Fighters bid farewell to Knuckles. The floating island rises into the sky once again, and now that it is on full emerald power, they should be safe from any attack. That's the theory anyway. Elsewhere in a hospital, it's been a few days since Robotnik fell from the floating island. The damaged jet boosts from his mech had saved him, but it was still a heavy landing back on Mobius. Robotnik's head was hit hard when he landed and had to be bandaged. He had suffered a heavy concussion, bruised tendons and a chipped tooth. Robotnik had been in a comatose state after crash landing and had been completely oblivious as to what Sonic had done to the Emerald Hill Zone. Sonic had moved the Emerald Hill folk so quickly that even none of Robotnik's forces had caught wind of it either. Robotnik is now awake, and with Grimer at his bedside, Robotnik states that he tried going easy on those Emerald Hill worms. He tried to be a just ruler.
But now that's all over. From now on, it's no more Mr. Niceneck.
One thing's for certain, when Robotnik finds out that the Emerald Hill Zone has been completely evacuated, he will be more ruthless and determined to punish those responsible than ever before. Robotnik's ultimate weapon, the Death Egg, had been destroyed. Sonic had caused a massive blow to Robotnik, yet Robotnik is still the dictator and ruler of Planet Mobius. Just what would the tyrant have in store for the planet going forward? Robotnik, still recuperating in the hospital, orders Grimer that he is green-lighting his new base of operations, and wants construction to begin immediately. Robotnik's new base is to be built in the heart of his evil empire, the Metropolis Zone. No more Death Eggs or any flying fortress of the type. Robotnik had wasted far too much time and resources on these megastructures. They were now a liability to him, and above anything, Robotnik learns from his mistakes. Robotnik's new fortress would be the tallest skyscraper in the Metropolis Zone, and as with the Death Egg, it would be shaped in Robotnik's image, showcasing again the narcissistic side to the dictator. Grimer leaves the hospital and begins planning the construction of what would become Citadel Robotnik. This would be a round-the-clock job. Robotnik expected this fortress built as soon as possible. For now, he would run his empire from his hospital bed. Some time had passed, and high in the sky on the floating island we find Knuckles the Echidna in the Emerald Chamber, who is very happy to have the Master Emerald back in his possession, as well as the floating island finally being rid of Dr. Robotnik. For the first time in centuries, all the emeralds are fully powered up, which means Knuckles can easily maintain a protective field around the island. So if old Egg Breath ever shows up here again, he'll be in for a surprise. Knuckles leaves the Emerald Chamber to check in on his new residents to the floating island, the Emerald Hill Folk. The Emerald Hill Folk are settling into their new home in the Mushroom Hill Zone. Knuckles comments that they appear to be making the most of it. Knuckles just hopes that they keep to themselves and don't bother him. Knuckles then goes to observe some of the damage on the floating island, caused by the Death Egg. A massive crater. Hard to believe that it was caused by just one blast from Robotnik's Death Egg. Suddenly, Knuckles notices an artifact half buried in the rubble of the crater. It turns out to be a large stone ring with ancient writing on it. Knuckles tries to translate the writing. He thinks it says something about a gateway to a dream country. Suddenly, the ancient ring springs to life and starts to hum and glow. Knuckles has no time to react and he is sucked through it and disappears. Knuckles emerges in a strange dimension full of geometrical shapes and bizarre properties. Knuckles realises that the ring didn't mean Dream Country, but rather Nightmare Country, his people's name for the Special Zone, and now Knuckles is trapped here. Suddenly, Knuckles is interrupted by a voice behind him. The voice tells Knuckles to put all thoughts of escape behind him, and refers to Knuckles as a villain. It's the Omniviewer, a sentient energy field. Robotnik had enslaved the Omniviewer when he lived in the Special Zone in the Egg Fortress. With the Omniviewer's powers, Robotnik was able to trap Sonic while he took over Mobius. But when Robotnik abandoned his fortress and left the Special Zone for the Launch Base Zone, Omni regained his independence. Omni claims to know all about Knuckles' alliance with Robotnik. Omni believes he is still working with him. Knuckles tries to explain that Omni's information is totally out of date. Words are of no interest to the Omniviewer. Knuckles' fate is already decided. The Omniviewer then teleports in Chaotix, Guardians of the Special Zone. Planet Mobius. Metropolis Zone City has a new landmark. Citadel Robotnik has finished construction and is now fully operational. The tyrant's leering face looks down on the city, a constant reminder of his domination over all of Planet Mobius. Based in the centre of the Metropolis Zone, Citadel Robotnik will serve as Robotnik's capital building and will allow the Doctor to keep a much closer eye on his people than had been possible from his earlier bases in the Special Zone and the Launch Base Zone. Robotnik maintains an office in the Citadel, with Receptionik acting as his secretary and personal assistant. He also has a laboratory in the basement, of which Grimer currently resides, currently creating new and deadly machines. With Receptionik taking over some of Grimer's duties of a personal assistant, Grimer would be able to spend much more time in the laboratory. Robotnik's first order of business in his new Citadel? Revenge. He orders 2 of his top decorated generals, Rust and Bucket, to perform a complete raid on the Emerald Hill Zone. Robotnik wants the entire Emerald Hill folk enslaved and sent to be processed at one of his feared processing plants.
I'll make the Emerald Hill folks suffer like never before. I'll make them all pay for what happened to me.
The 2 generals then leave Citadel Robotnik, and with a platoon of troopers, make their way to the Emerald Hill Zone. The Special Zone. When Dr Robotnik moved his base of operations to the Metropolis Zone, most people thought that his old egg fortress was left deserted. They were wrong. Suddenly, 2 Metallix fly out of the egg fortress and speed through the special zone. They have a positive fix on a target and intend to effect capture. Meanwhile, in another part of the special zone, Knuckles has just met the mysterious group known as Chaotix. Under the instruction of the Omni Viewer, Chaotix, consisting of Mighty the Armadillo, Espio the Chameleon, Charmy B, Knack the Weasel, and team leader Vector the Crocodile, believe that Knuckles is still working for Robotnik. Knuckles again attempts to explain the truth, but to no avail. Vector directs his teammate Mighty to soften him up a bit. A fight now breaks out between Knuckles and Chaotix. Knuckles realises there's no point trying to reason with Chaotix anymore. They are obviously all crazy. Knuckles manages to get the upper hand until he is ambushed by Espio, who is hiding thanks to his ability to blend into any background. Espio tries to pin Knuckles down until Knack can finish him off, but Knuckles is able to get free and knock them both aside in one sweep. Finally, Vector steps in, attempting to catch Knuckles between his powerful jaws. However, Knuckles is able to dodge the attack, then deliver an uppercut to Vector's chin, causing him to bite his own tongue. Suddenly, the Omni Viewer reappears and tells Chaotix to stop the fight. Omni has been checking out Knuckles' story and finds out the truth. Knuckles was being duped by Robotnik. Knuckles reconfirms that when he found out, he immediately turned on Robotnik. Just then, Charmy notices a couple of dark spots on Omni's screen, and Mighty agrees. Omni brushes this off as impossible. Nothing can get into his personal workspace without his permission. But it's true. Knuckles confirms that it appears to be 2 figures, but what's worse, they look sort of familiar to him. The figures then come into full view. It's Metallix, but now there are 2 of him. These are the same Metallix that left the Egg Fortress earlier. Just when Chaotix had accepted that Knuckles was on their side, 2 Metallix appeared on the Omni Viewer's screen. Omni pleads for someone to please help him. Vector tries his absolute best to help his friend, but it's no good. The Metallix have locked them out, and even the all-powerful Omni Viewer can't override it. The Metallix then transfer Omni's program onto a small handheld device, then vanish, leaving only an empty frame hanging in space. The Omni Viewer is gone. Looks like the Metallix got what they came for. Knuckles explains to Chaotix that he met a Metallix before in the Sky Sanctuary Zone, just one of them, and it fought himself and Sonic to a standstill. Vector doesn't care how strong they are, they've got to stop them. Knack immediately accuses Knuckles of being involved. Surely it's no coincidence that Knuckles turned up shortly before the Metallix did. Maybe he's still working for Robotnik. Espio, however, explains that Omni vouched for Knuckles, and Omni wouldn't lie. Knuckles is Robotnik's sworn enemy now. Knack says he still doesn't trust him. Knuckles asks Vector where he thinks the Metallix would take the Omni Viewer. Vector says the Metallix would most likely take Omni to Robotnik's abandoned Egg Fortress. That must be it. Knuckles takes charge and he and Chaotix make their way to the Egg Fortress. Meanwhile, the 2 Metallix deliver the Omni Viewer to their leader, the Emperor Metallix. The Egg Fortress was simply too valuable an asset for Robotnik to just throw away. So when Robotnik left the special zone for the launch base zone, the Egg Fortress was left to run on automatic, creating an army of Metallix Badniks, with the purpose of creating the ultimate Sonic form Badnik. After all, if Sonic struggled so much against the first Metallix and the Mark II, then imagine how he'd fare against the ultimate Metal Sonic Metallix. Not to mention supported by an army of Metallix. That is Robotnik's plans and vision for the Egg Fortress, and hopefully in time, the fate of Sonic the Hedgehog. And thus, the Emperor Metallix. Although the original Metallix had been built by Robotnik and Grimer, the Emperor was built by the Metallix themselves. The Emperor is a giant red and gold Metallix that leads and commands the other Metallix. Unlike the other Metallix who have abilities modelled after Sonic, the Emperor is permanently hardwired into a high-tech throne. The Emperor has a much higher intelligence compared to the other Metallix, and appears as if he is almost self-aware. The Omni viewer demands to know what's going on, and says they're making a big mistake and they'll be sorry. The Metallix ignore Omni as he continues to demand an answer. In response, the Emperor disables Omni's audio link, then proceeds to the second stage of their plan. At that very moment, outside the Egg Fortress, Knuckles and Chaotix have arrived. Knuckles fears it won't be easy to get through the hull, but Mighty just pushes him aside. Waiting's for wimps! And smashes a huge hole with a single punch. Mighty is very pleased with his handiwork, but the others aren't impressed. They wanted to break in quietly, and now the alarms have been triggered. Knuckles comments that it looks like they're going to have to do this the hard way. Meanwhile, back at Citadel Robotnik, Generals Rust and Bucket arrive back at the Citadel. Dr. Robotnik immediately summons them to his office with the hope of good news.
Well, fools, report! Are the people of the Emerald Hill Zone enslaved yet?
However, the generals explain that there was a problem.
Problem? What do you mean, problem?
They reveal that the entire zone is deserted, and that they took no slaves. Robotnik becomes furious.
It's that cursed hedgehog! Somehow he's hidden the Emerald Hill folk, taken them right under the noses of you two simpletons! That makes me mad!
With his own bare hands, Robotnik destroys his two generals. The receptionist then receives an incoming call from the doctor's office.
Receptionist! Call the caretaker department and tell them to bring a couple of large bin bags!
This was completely absurd to Robotnik. How could Sonic have hidden the entire zone in such a quick time frame? He couldn't have hidden everyone.
That's it!
He pondered. Surely there were some residents who were away from the Emerald Hill Zone when Sonic emptied the zone. Robotnik sends out an immediate order to his minions. Robotnik wants a background check done on all Mobians across the planet. If they are indeed a resident of the Emerald Hill Zone, he will find them. They will not escape. In the Special Zone, Knuckles and Chaotix begin their search for the Omni Viewer in Robotnik's old base, the Egg Fortress. Unbeknown to them, the Emperor Metallix is fully aware of their intrusion and their attempt to rescue Omni. The Emperor tells the helpless Omni that his would-be rescuers' efforts are doomed to failure. He then sends one of the Metallix to deal with them. Elsewhere, Knuckles and Chaotix roam the halls of the Egg Fortress. Espio and Mighty nearly come to blows after Espio blames Mighty for tripping the alarms. Knuckles is able to break them up. Charmy then returns from a quick recon mission, saying one of the Metallix is heading straight for them. Vector commands everyone to get in the ventilation shaft, despite Mighty commenting on it being a cliché. There's barely enough space for everyone, and Knack accidentally kicks the grate, revealing the team's presence to Metallix. Knack quickly runs away while the others wonder if Metallix will demand they surrender. Wrong. Metallix has no interest in surrender. His mission is to destroy, and fires his death ray directly at them. Chaotix try to fight back, but are easily defeated by Metallix, who proceeds to fire another death ray above them, causing the ceiling to collapse down on top of them, burying them in rubble. Metallix confirms that 4 subjects are disabled, however his records indicate that there was 5 authorised targets. Knuckles then emerges and points out to Metallix that there was actually 6 of them. Metallix recognises Knuckles as Robotnik's former ally and connects him with the destruction of the Death Egg. Knuckles means business, he isn't messing around. He confirms Metallix's information as correct and tells Metallix to remember his name, as it's the last thing he's ever going to hear. Knuckles is about to go one-on-one against the deadly Metallix. Dr. Robotnik's plan had worked. His troopers had recovered 35 residents of the Emerald Hill Zone who were not home at the time of when Sonic cleared the zone. At last, some revenge, he thought. It may not be the entire zone, but it's a start. They were to be sent to be immediately processed at the Badnik processing plant in Metropolis. On the outskirts of the city, Bob Beakey's travelling circus attempts to get inside, claiming to be booked to perform for Dr Robotnik himself. The troopers, however, will not let them in. Penguin leader Bob Beakey steps out to speak with the trooper, but when he removes his top hat and coat, he is revealed to be Sonic. Sonic quickly destroys the troopers, even tricking one into shooting another. The Freedom Fighters, now back in their usual clothes, locate the Badnik processing plant where the 35 residents of the Emerald Hill folk are located. Sonic has found out about Robotnik's orders of seizing the remaining Emerald Hill folk from the Kinterbor computer. He's not going to let Robotnik get his way. Sonic is determined to save them. Inside the jail, the prisoners are being led away to be turned into Badniks. The prisoners have given up all hope and are about to accept their fate, but one of the prisoners can't take it anymore. It's like lambs to the slaughter, he shouts, and makes a run for it. He's got to get away. Another prisoner shouts at him to stop. He'll never make it. The lizard overseer agrees with the Mobiun and catches the runaway with ease using his whip. The lizard overseer is the one assigned to lead the 35 Emerald Hill folk to be turned into Badniks. The overseer is a brutal and sadistic minion of Robotnik who relishes in punishing prisoners. Before the overseer can punish the poor Mobiun who tried to escape, the alarm sounds. He spots 5 old-style Badniks on ground level carrying a large metal box and orders them to stay where they are. Their cover has been blown. The Freedom Fighters jump out of their Badnik disguise, ready for action. Sonic is attempting to rescue 35 of the Emerald Hill folk from Robotnik's processing plant in the Metropolis Zone. Things are not going that well. They have now been detected by the lizard overseer. The overseer immediately commands the troopers to get them. A battle now takes place between the Freedom Fighters and the troopers. The troopers prove to be no match for the excellent coordination of the Freedom Fighters and are destroyed. Sonic makes a path for Porker and Towels to take their canister through a side door to set things up. The prisoners start to notice what's going on. It's Sonic! They believe they are all saved. However, the Overseer claims the place is still crawling with guards. Sonic will never make it up here. Sonic immediately proves false to his claims and runs to face off against the Overseer. After a comment about the lizard's bad breath, Sonic ties him up with his own whip. Sonic checks to see if anyone had been turned into Badniks, of which one of the Mobiun replies with no. Sonic then quickly hurries the rest of the Emerald Hill folk into the side room where Towels is waiting. They wonder how they'll escape, but Sonic tells them to trust him and ushers them inside. Amy and Johnny hold off reinforcements before it's time for everyone to go. Once they are all inside, they shut the door behind them. The lizard overseer, now untied, returns and laughs at their attempts. That's just a small broom cupboard. But wait, how could they all fit in there? He kicks the door open to find just Sonic and a star post. Sonic has transported everyone else to another star post miles away. Sonic remained as he needs to take the star post away. It's far too valuable to leave behind. There are barely any star posts left on Mobius since Robotnik destroyed most of them. The Overseer claims that it's Sonic's bad luck then, as he'll be able to deal with Sonic himself. He raises his whip once more. Sonic isn't worried though, and grabs the whip once again. Sonic quickly defeats the Overseer and packs away the star post before more trooper reinforcements arrive. Meanwhile, the Emerald Hill folk reappear on the floating island. They're safe now, and will be able to rejoin their friends and family already living here. Tails hopes that Sonic made it out okay. Of course he did. Sonic bursts out of the window while riding on the Starpost canister, which is fitted with rockets. Sonic is pleased with today's success, but he knows there is still some of the Emerald Hill folk out there, being hunted by Robotnik's forces, not to mention all the other countless enslaved Mobians. Sonic states that he will never rest until every one of them is free. Later that day, the bad news is brought to Robotnik. The Overseer reports the breakout by video link. Robotnik is unusually calm about this predicament.
35 rescued, you say? Most regrettable. Still, it's only a matter of time. I'll find out where the Emerald Hill folk are hiding, and then I will have my revenge.
Chaotix have been buried under tons of rubble by the deadly Metallix. Now Knuckles faces him alone. Metallix sets his sights on Knuckles, his final target. Knuckles calls Metallix a murderer. He came to rescue the Omni-Viewer, and now Chaotix have been eliminated, he decides to complete the mission alone. Unfortunately, this will be no easy task for Knuckles. Metallix is one of the strongest opponents there is. As fast as Sonic, Metallix avoids Knuckles' punches, then tries to blast Knuckles with his powerful Death Ray. Knuckles just about missed the beam. He then goes straight back to trying to punch Metallix. Knuckles may have the strength advantage, but all that power is no good if he can't hit Metallix. Metallix quickly jumps behind Knuckles, catching the Echidna off guard, and this time hitting Knuckles with his lethal Death Ray. Knuckles collapses, and Metallix then goes to investigate the body to confirm termination. Just then, Knuckles leaps to his feet holding a girder. He tells Metallix to peekaboo before immediately hurling the girder straight at Metallix. In that split second, Metallix is unable to dodge and the girder goes straight into his body, impaling him. Metallix is defeated. The battle is over, but then suddenly Knack reappears. Knack had fled the scene earlier, and he is very impressed that Knuckles was able to defeat Metallix. Knack must have been watching, but why didn't he help Knuckles during the fight? Doesn't matter, they need to check on what became of Chaotix. They investigate the area where the ceiling collapsed on Chaotix. Suddenly, the rubble moves. Chaotix are still alive. Mighty saved them all with his incredible strength. Knuckles explains for them not to worry as he has dealt with Metallix, but their reunion is cut short as Metallix is back on his feet. Heavily damaged, and with a massive hole where his chest once was, and crackling with electricity, Metallix is prepared to fight once again. Chaotix and Knuckles, however, make a run for it, as Knack says he has managed to find out where the Omni-Viewer is being held captive. The heavily damaged Metallix is unable to keep up with them, as he limps on, falling further and further behind. Knack leads them to a door, telling them to move quickly, they don't have much time. Once they all enter, Knuckles and Chaotix are shocked. Knack has brought them all into the Lion's Den. He has brought them all straight to the Emperor Metallix. They are quickly surrounded by 4 more Metallix. Knack goes and stands beside the Emperor. Knack has betrayed his fellow comrades in Chaotix. Knack expresses for them all not to worry. He got a good price for selling them out. The Emperor agrees. Do not be concerned, Weasel. You will get what you deserve. Knuckles demands to know why Knack has betrayed them. Why would you do this to us, Knack? Knack simply replies with money. What else? It was because of Knack that the Brotherhood of Metallix was able to capture the Omni-Viewer. Knack gave the Emperor the Omni-Viewer's access codes, enabling him to break into his systems. Knack also tricked his companions into walking into a trap. He expects to be well paid. Unfortunately for Knack, however, the Emperor has no further use for him. The Emperor orders he be destroyed along with the others. It turns out, however, that Knack expected some treachery, so he brought along a little insurance, a disruptor gun, which he had shrunk to a tiny size in his hat. All Knack needs is a second to wait for it to grow to full size. Though a mere second is all Metallix needs. A Metallix blasts Knack from behind with its Death Ray, seemingly eliminating him. Knuckles leaps for the disruptor gun. Knuckles doesn't know exactly what it is, but the Metallixes don't seem to like the look of it, and that's enough for Knuckles to risk making a leap for it. Knuckles dodges blasts from multiple Metallix until he can figure out how to use it. At last, Knuckles thinks he's got it. He fires the disruptor gun. The blast rocks the entire room. The Metallix fall to the ground as the Emperor outputs alert warnings. All systems shutting down. A single blast has shut down all the Metallix in the Egg Fortress. Knack clearly wasn't taking any chances when he sided with the Metallix. Espio checks on Knack, who luckily did not take the full blast and managed to survive. Vector retrieves the Omniviewer, who claims to be fully operational, though there is some damage to his system directory. Their mission complete, Knuckles and Chaotix go home. A short time later, a strange glow appears over the floating island. The Omniviewer has transported Knuckles back to the floating island. Incredible! Instant transportation to anywhere in the galaxy. I can see why the Metallix were so keen to get their hands on you, Omniviewer. Knuckles asks if he's sure the Metallix didn't damage him in any way. Omni explains that he doesn't remember much about what happened, but he seems to be in working order. Knuckles still has a bad feeling about all this. The Metallix are meant to serve Dr. Robotnik, but it felt like they were working for themselves. At that very moment, back at the Egg Fortress, a backup system activates and all the Metallix come back online. The Emperor's plan has succeeded. Their enemies believe them to be destroyed. They can now continue with their plans without further disturbance. The Metallix now have their own copy of the Omniviewer's program, now sporting an angry red face. This is why they captured the Omniviewer, to create their own copy of him for themselves. Dozens more Metallix now stand before the Emperor. Time and space are now theirs to control. They can travel anywhere in any time period. Soon, the Emperor says, the Brotherhood of Metallix will rule supreme. A few weeks later, in the abandoned Emerald Hill Zone, we find a couple of individuals walking around. It's Dr. Robotnik himself, along with Grimer.
I knew the reports were true, but I had to check for myself. You understand, don't you, Grimer?
Grimer agrees with his master.
This zone used to be thriving with activity. Its residents rush in this way and that, especially when I'd attack them with Badniks. But then Sonic had to go and spoil everything by leading them away to a secret location.
Grimer reassures his master that they still have plenty of other zones to bring chaos and disorder to.
You're right, Grimer. Time I stopped feeling sorry for myself and did something destructive.
The tyrant then leaves the Emerald Hill Zone and makes his way back to the Metropolis Zone. Later that day, the Stone Tower Zone, where residents have made their homes in the unusually high rock formations. A place largely ignored by Robotnik. He prefers to pollute greener zones, but he will ignore it no longer. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake. Is it an earthquake? No, it's a gigantic dinosaur-sized Badnik. A monitor flies through the zone. On it appears Robotnik.
Greetings, happy residents of the Stone Tower Zone. Today you have the honor of meeting my newest creation, Mechanic.
Luckily, for the Stone Tower Zone residents, they have some familiar visitors, Sonic and company. They had heard a rumour about something big going down. This is certainly no normal Badnik. Sonic tries to super spin attack Mechanic's ankle, only to bounce harmlessly away. The three freedom fighters are swatted aside by Mechanic's massive towel. Sonic manages to get everyone to a safe distance again. Sonic states that Tails would have been a massive help on this mission, but it can't be helped. Tails is currently in the Nameless Zone with Knuckles dealing with his own problems. But help is on the way from another friend of Sonic, Shortfuse the Cybernik. He fires on Mechanic with his arm lasers, but can't even make a scratch. Shortfuse and Sonic agree to work together, just as long as Sonic gets top billing of course. Amy distracts Mechanic, firing an arrow in the space between its armour. Shortfuse flies Sonic up to Mechanic's head height. However, Sonic doesn't have the chance to perform more than a single ineffective spin attack, because Mechanic blasts Shortfuse out of the air with its powerful fire breath, then grabs Sonic in its metal hand. It looks like Sonic will be getting the same treatment, except Sonic doesn't have protective armour to save him. Mechanic has a firm grip around Sonic. On the ground, Amy and Johnny usher the civilians to safety and then seek out Shortfuse, whose crash landing has created a small crater in the rocky ground. A little bit dazed from the fall, but thankfully Shortfuse is okay. Shortfuse has got to move quick. Mechanic is about to barbecue Sonic. Just in the nick of time, Shortfuse blasts Mechanic's hand, freeing Sonic. Amy is impressed, though Sonic claims he could have figured a way out, but thought he'd give the Cybernik something to do. Shortfuse doesn't take this well, and says that Sonic would be a fried hedgehog if he hadn't intervened. But Sonic isn't really listening. "Yeah, okay, later," Sonic replies. Sonic is more concerned about how they're going to stop Mechanic. Amy mentions that she fired a bolt between his armour earlier, but otherwise he's invincible. Suddenly Sonic gets an idea. Mechanic may be invincible on the outside, but maybe not the inside. Sonic tells Shortfuse to follow him. He is going to need his help. "Nice to be appreciated," replies the Cybernik. Sonic tells Shortfuse to concentrate his blaster fire on one area of Mechanic's leg. Shortfuse is able to weaken the armour enough so that Sonic can break a hole with his spin attack. Mechanic notices the damage caused to him. Sonic climbs inside and tells Shortfuse to keep Mechanic busy while he takes care of things from inside. "Gee, I get all the easy jobs," the Cybernik sarcastically comments. Inside the huge robot, Sonic starts pulling out wires and says that Robotnik's work looks impressive from the outside, but it's shoddy inside. Mechanic begins to react to the damage caused to him from the inside, and begins to shake, and then starts to fall apart. He's falling to pieces. Amy and Johnny quickly move out of the way of the collapsing, destroyed Badnik. Sonic emerges once the dust clears. Sonic had used his super speed to cause vibrations inside the giant Badnik, literally shaking Mechanic apart. Sonic is pleased with his work. "No matter how big they are, Badniks always get bad vibes when I'm around." Sonic acknowledges that Shortfuse helped too when the Cybernik interrupts. Shortfuse takes off. It's time for him to leave, but replies that it was good working with you, Sonic. He and Sonic worked well together. Sonic thanks him and comments that a certain old egg butt must be hopping mad by now. Sure enough, in Citadel Robotnik, the news is broke to the evil dictator. Robotnik is literally jumping with rage.
"That hedgehog and that renegade Badnik destroyed my Mechanic! Do you know how much that giant robot cost, Grimer?"
But Grimer replies that most of the cost came from the taxpayers' money. Robotnik ignores Grimer's response.
"Perhaps it's time I changed my tactics, Grimer. Took some of the strain off my shoulders. Perhaps it's time to begin work on Project Brutus."
Project Brutus. This project was to create a second-in-command to Dr Robotnik. This project had been in the pipelines for some time, but had always been delayed by other priorities at the time, such as the Death Egg's construction, Metallix, and Citadel Robotnik. But now was the time to begin work on Robotnik's long-awaited second-in-command. The candidate for this had already been chosen by Robotnik, the trooper called Brutus. Brutus had served in the SBS, the Special Badnik Service, for some time now, and always achieved impressive results on his missions, enslaving and torturing many Mobians in the process. It was these results and methods that garnered Robotnik's attention.
"He will be perfect for the role."
Brutus would now be stationed in Grimer's laboratory and shut down. He was about to undertake reconstructions and modifications to become the ultimate trooper. But these would be no simple upgrades. Oh no, this was going to be game-changing. Robotnik wasn't going to cut any corners this time around. Robotnik also had another demand for Project Brutus. The trooper having his original computer brain wasn't enough. He wanted Brutus to have a copy of his own brainwaves too. He wanted Brutus to be as rotten and as evil as himself. It was only fitting. After all, he would soon be the second in command. Brutus needed to make an impression on Mobius. Grimer got to work immediately. These upgrades would take some time, and in a very rare moment, Robotnik would be patient with the development. He wanted Brutus to be perfect. It's been 1 month since Sonic defeated Mechanic. The Freedom Fighters have arrived at the outskirts of the Metropolis Zone. They are searching for a new Badnik that has been detected by the Kinterbor computer. Porker activates the security field around their travelling circus, of which the Freedom Fighters still use to travel Mobius in disguise in, since Robotnik destroyed their secret base. The Kinterbor computer is still crammed inside a cramped laptop, though he still insists he is still state-of-the-art. Sonic tells everyone to keep watch. There's no telling what kind of deadly Badnik Robotnik has come up with this time. Suddenly, a new ridiculous-looking and obviously incompetent Badnik called Mr. Blobnik appears. Mr. Blobnik carries a yellow umbrella and a floral-patterned bubble pipe. This is the new deadly Badnik Robotnik has created? I don't believe it! Robotnik's finally flipped, comments Sonic. Mr. Blobnik insists that he has been designed to defeat Sonic, but he's so slow that he can't even touch him. Mr. Blobnik complains at Sonic to keep still. It's not fair. Sonic is quite happy dealing with this Badnik single-handed and lets his friends sit back and watch. Meanwhile, in Citadel Robotnik, at the centre of Metropolis Zone, Robotnik and Grimer discuss their latest plan.
This ridiculous Mr. Blobnik better work, Grimer, or I'll have your head.
Despite the absurdity of Mr. Blobnik, Grimer is certain that it cannot fail. Suddenly, a red screen materialises in mid-air in front of them. It's the pirated Omni Viewer. A Metallix steps through the viewing surface and grabs Grimer. The Metallix comments that the Brotherhood of Metallix have need of him. Metallix then drags Grimer back through it. Grimer shouts for his master to help. Robotnik demands Metallix to stop.
Metallix, stop! I command you! I am your master, you fool! Come back!
But it's too late. Metallix refuses and then disappears along with Grimer.
What's going on? The Metallix project is meant to be busy developing a Badnik version of Sonic. If they are no longer under my control, they might be capable of anything.
Back in Metropolis, Mr. Blobnik reveals that his secret weapon, his umbrella, will blast Sonic into... but then realises he forgot to put the batteries in. As he fumbles with the 2 red batteries, Sonic decides he has had enough, and that Blobnik's time is now up. At this same point in time in the Special Zone, Robotnik's old base, the Egg Fortress. Now it belongs to the Brotherhood of Metallix. Grimer is brought before the Emperor Metallix. This is meant to be an automated factory designed to produce the ultimate Metal Sonic. What happened? Questions Grimer. The Emperor responds that Grimer designed them too well. Their purpose has changed. Nervously, Grimer asks what is the Emperor's new purpose, not that he has to tell him if he doesn't want to. The Emperor tells Grimer to observe the main viewer. Grimer sees the Miracle Planet. He mentions that Dr. Robotnik once thought that he could use it as an infinite energy source for the original Metallix. That is correct, replies the Emperor, and now the Brotherhood of Metallix require that power for our own purposes, and you, Grimer, will help us to get it. Realizing he has no choice at all in the matter, Grimer agrees to help him. Meanwhile, it looks like it's all over for Mr. Blobnik. Sonic spins around Mr. Blobnik at super speed, and then suddenly the Badnik explodes in a stream of bubbles. As Amy helps the young bear that was trapped inside the odd machine, Porker and Johnny look for Sonic. only to find that Sonic is now trapped inside an impenetrable bubble that seems to be floating away. Mr. Blobnik's head detaches from the wreckage, laughing at the freedom fighters for underestimating him due to his foolish appearance. It was a ruse all along. Mr. Blobnik has defeated Sonic. Blobnik's head grabs onto Sonic's bubble and takes him away as his prisoner, leaving Sonic very embarrassed. Evening falls in the Metropolis Zone, and the imprisoned Sonic is brought before Robotnik. At last, Robotnik has Sonic at his mercy. Sonic expects Robotnik to torture him. However, the circumstances are far from happy for Robotnik. Though it pains him to say so, Robotnik plans to let Sonic go. Sonic doesn't believe a word Robotnik is saying. This has got to be some sort of trick.
No trick, Sonic. We must combine our forces. There is now an enemy so dangerous that it threatens to destroy the both of us. And if we fail, the Brotherhood of Metallix will rule all of Mobius.
Robotnik has finally captured Sonic. But as soon as the Doctor has his most hated of enemy, he lets him go. Robotnik frees Sonic from his bubble prison and says he needs his help. They are both in great danger from the Brotherhood of Metallix. Sonic is very skeptical of Robotnik at first, but then remembers that the Metallix he fought in the Sky Sanctuary Zone mentioned a Brotherhood. Sonic asks just how many of these Metallix are there?
I wish I knew, but I do know that they've taken over my old base in the Special Zone. They're up to something. Not long ago they were here. They kidnapped Grimer.
Sonic interrupts Robotnik. He thinks the only reason he wants him to go to the Special Zone is to rescue his creepy sidekick. Dream on, lard bucket. Robotnik, however, is very serious.
Grimer created the Metallix program. If they have him, he might find a way to make them unstoppable.
Robotnik reveals that the Metallixes have sealed all entrances into the Special Zone, except for one, his star post, which only Sonic can use. Finally, Sonic realizes why Robotnik needs his help. Sonic agrees to go and check out Robotnik's story, but warns that he'll be back if he finds out it's a trick. Sonic arrives in the Special Zone. It's been quite some time since he was last here, but still states that he hates the place. Sonic heads directly for the Egg Fortress. Sonic enters the Egg Fortress through the hole that Mighty created previously. Sonic notes that it looks like he's not the first person to want to break into this place. Sonic finds crashed debris in several areas. There's been quite a fight in here. Unbeknown to Sonic, this was the aftermath of Knuckles and Chaotix's fight with Metallix. Otherwise, the place looks deserted. Moments later, and Sonic has checked about half of the fortress. Looks like whatever the Brotherhood of Metallix was up to here is finished. Just then, Sonic notices something from the ledge he is running on. It's Grimer, two Metallix, and the Emperor Metallix himself, who is now fixed into a mobile levitating throne. The other Metallix have already used the pirated Omni-Viewer to travel to the Miracle Planet. All that remains is them four. Even with victory seems certain to the Emperor, he still makes sure to have two Metallix to guard him. The Emperor demands that Grimer give him the Alpha device, which Grimer holds. Grimer hands it over. If you have lied and the device fails to function, the Brotherhood will punish you, Grimer. You will not be able to hide from us. A terrified Grimer promises that it will work. Sonic doesn't know exactly what's going on here or what that device was Grimer gave to the Emperor, but something tells him it would be a real big mistake to let him keep it. Just as the Emperor is about to leave, Sonic snatches the Alpha device from his hand. Tar muchly, I'll take that. The two Metallix guards immediately go on the attack, intending to recover the device. Sonic now goes head to head against two Metallix. The numbers start to catch up to Sonic, but Sonic manages to destroy one of the Metallix when it is accidentally struck by the other's death ray by moving it in harm's way. The other Metallix strikes Sonic, knocking him across the room and right next to the Alpha device. Realising that his attacker is about to strike again, Sonic grabs the Alpha device and with considerable force smacks Metallix with it, knocking his head clean off. Sonic has won. The two Metallix are destroyed. However, during the fight, the Emperor grabbed Grimer. The Emperor demands that Sonic hand over the device immediately or he will kill Grimer. Sonic finds this amusing. Why would he do anything to help his enemy, he asks. Because you are a weak creature of flesh. You do not have the merciless nature of a Metallix. Yep, I've got to admit, you've got me there. Realising he has no choice, Sonic hands back the Alpha device as ordered, and the Emperor releases Grimer. The Emperor then leaves through the pirated Omniviewer to the Miracle Planet, stating that when he returns, let all of Mobius beware. Grimer is overjoyed that Sonic saved him, though Sonic is quick to point out that we all make mistakes, creepoid. The overjoy is short-lived. Sonic wants to go after the Metallix, but Grimer states that it's too late. They're already on the Miracle Planet, and they have the Alpha device. The Brotherhood of Metallix have already won. The Miracle Planet appears over Mobius once a month. It stays for only 3 days before vanishing again. Nobody knows where. Today is the 3rd day of the Miracle Planet's orbit over Mobius. Sonic, Amy, Porker and Johnny walk up along the chain that connects Mobius to the Miracle Planet. Sonic and Grimer had escaped the Special Zone. Sonic had then immediately joined his fellow freedom fighters to make haste to the Miracle Planet. Sonic knew he didn't have much time. The Miracle Planet would soon fade away, and the Brotherhood of Metallix had to be stopped. Sonic gripes that the last time he was on the Miracle Planet he was stuck for a month. Worse than that though, he was stuck there with Amy. Amy comments just how romantic it was. "I should have left you there, Amy," Sonic replies. Porker is nervous when he sees how high up they are, but Johnny talks him through it. Suddenly, the freedom fighters get a notification alarm. Someone is trying to contact them on their portable computer. Sonic confirms that that will be Robotnik. He gave him access to our channel. Wait, what? The other freedom fighters are speechless. Sonic explains that he gave Robotnik access to their channel so they could collaborate to beat the Brotherhood of Metallix. It's a temporary truce at best. Porker answers the call, and as Sonic said, it's Robotnik.
Why did you send Grimer back to me? He could have been useful to you. No one knows more about the traitorous Brotherhood of Metallix than Grimer.
Sonic replies that his operation is top secret, and he doesn't want any of Robotnik's cronies snooping around. Still, for the first time ever, Sonic and Robotnik teaming up to deal with a greater evil. With all their history together, no one could have seen this coming, temporary or not. On the Miracle Planet, the Emperor unites all the other Metallix to channel energy into the Alpha device, so that he can reshape the planet and unlock its limitless power. One of the Metallix detects 4 life forms approaching. The Emperor sends a Metallix to destroy the intruders. Nothing must interrupt them at this critical stage. Sonic and the others reach the Miracle Planet. Johnny states that they've walked right into the middle of them, as they can see the Metallix in the distance. But Sonic tells him to cool it. He was stuck here for a month, remember? Sonic had time to look around. Sonic found this entrance into the underground cave system from his last visit. There's miles of tunnels down there, and that's where they will all head now. They arrive in the caves, but Sonic knows that the Brotherhood is bound to come after them eventually, but his knowledge of these caves will give them the edge. Amy comments though that the last time Sonic was down here, he was lost for 2 days. That's what Sonic wanted Amy to think. Amy then realises that Sonic was hiding for 2 days from her. Sonic just wanted a bit of peace and quiet. Suddenly, Johnny hears something heading their way. They all immediately go hide behind some rocks in the cave. It's a Metallix, but Sonic is disappointed that they've only sent one of them. Sonic is going to have to alter his plan. Though they are out of sight, Metallix, using thermal imagery, detects 4 life signs, 10 degrees west. Metallix then fires his death ray in their direction. Johnny is first on his feet. He attacks Metallix with his staff, but Metallix snatches it out of the air and easily breaks it apart. With the broken sharp end of the staff, Metallix is ready to kill Johnny by stabbing him with it, until Sonic hits him with a spin attack. Sonic tells Amy to ready her crossbow. Robotnik told Sonic that the neck is a Metallix's weak spot. While Metallix is dazed, Amy aims her crossbow and with expert precision puts a crossbow bolt straight through his neck, causing Metallix to power off and collapse. Amy questions, now what though? They'll never be able to take them all out like that. Relax, replies Sonic. He has a new plan, and what's more, it's brilliant. Meanwhile, the Emperor reveals that the Alpha device is fully charged. The destiny of the Brotherhood of Metallix begins now. He hurls it into the ground where it sprouts metal tendrils that begin to spread across the grass. At the Metropolis Zone in Citadel Robotnik, Robotnik eagerly awaits news of the situation unfolding on the Miracle Planet. On the Miracle Planet, the Emperor has set up the sinister Alpha device, which has already begun to transform all the greenery of the small world into metal, to be used as a limitless power source. A Metallix approaches the Emperor with the 3 freedom fighters as prisoners, Sonic, Amy and Johnny, and reports to the Emperor that he has succeeded in capturing Sonic and his accomplices. Sonic states that it's not over yet, they'll find a way to beat you, Emperor. But the Emperor replies that you are too late. Just like that fool Dr Robotnik who imagined we would be content to serve him and his petty schemes. The Emperor reveals that with the Miracle Planet as a power source, they will build more Metallix, and when they are ready, they will return to Mobius. Suddenly, the Emperor reveals that something is wrong. There was 4 life forms, not 3. He asks the Metallix what happened to the other, but the Metallix simply keeps replying with the same response. Emperor, I have succeeded in capturing Sonic and his accomplices, again and again. Sonic, not shackled as it had seemed, grabs hold of Johnny and Amy and runs away before the Emperor can react. Sonic calls for Porker to act now, and Porker, hiding a small distance away, pushes a button on his remote. The Metallix who brought Sonic, Amy and Johnny back to the Emperor explodes. All nearby Metallix are blown apart, including the Emperor Metallix. Sonic and company quickly reunite with Porker. Everyone says that Porker did a great job reprogramming the Metallix and rigging it to explode, with Amy even giving Porker a kiss. Amy explains that they may have defeated that Metallix in the caves, but only Porker could have rigged it to explode. Their troubles are not over yet though. The Alpha device is still changing the Miracle Planet to metal. Sonic wants to just yank it out of there, but Porker checks his device and confirms that he's picking up absolute massive energy readings. If this thing explodes, it's going to take the whole planet with it. The operating system is booby-trapped. If Porker closes down the wrong program, it will be game over for everyone. For several long minutes, Porker reprograms the device to discharge all its stored energy into the air, making it harmless. This will take time, however, but time is not what they have. Sonic notices that Mobius is starting to get faint. The Miracle Planet is about to fade away, and Sonic doesn't want to get stuck here again for another month. Sonic states he'll return next month to make sure everything went okay, and the 4 heroes start to walk down the chain back to Mobius. A short walk along the chain and Porker turns around and notices something very horrifying. It's the Emperor! Heavily damaged and losing power quickly, the Emperor has survived the explosion, but is now completely detached from his throne, which is his life support. The Emperor has dragged himself over to the Alpha device and reactivated it. The Emperor's final words are that the Brotherhood of Metallix cannot be defeated. It is our destiny to rule, before he collapses and powers down, this time seemingly for good. Porker realizes he has no choice but to run back to the Miracle Planet to stop the Alpha device. Amy notices Porker running back and shouts at him to come back. The Miracle Planet has nearly faded away. But Porker has to try. He's the only one who can stop the Alpha device. Sonic finally notices something going on, but in the brief moment Amy explained the situation, the Miracle Planet disappears. It's too late now. The Miracle Planet is gone, along with Porker Lewis. Amy hopes Porker isn't in any danger. She states that the Emperor did seem to finally collapse. Sonic worries though that perhaps they haven't seen the last of the Brotherhood of Metallix, but they won't know for sure until the Miracle Planet returns in 1 month's time. 2 weeks later, in Citadel Robotnik, we find our glorious leader throwing fruit at a picture of Sonic. His ultimate Metal Sonic plans failed, the Emerald Hill folks still in hiding, and Sonic and the Freedom Fighters proving to be a continued headache. Indeed, it is a frustrating time for Robotnik. Still, Robotnik claims that he'll get Sonic one day. Grimer then arrives, apologising for interrupting his master's high-power think session, but states that that day could be sooner than you think.
What do you mean, Grimer?
Grimer is referring to Project Brutus. It is almost complete. It just needs one vital ingredient only Robotnik can provide.
Excellent, Grimer. Take me to him.
Down in the laboratory, behold Brutus, the ultimate trooper.
Good work, Grimer. Quickly, bring me the brain scanner.
Using the brain scanner, Robotnik transfers his mind into Brutus.
Live, Brutus, live!
Brutus is now alive. Robotnik immediately appoints Brutus as his second in command, now titled as Commander Brutus. Commander Brutus, the ultimate trooper. Brutus's armour had been fully upgraded and was now constructed of the near-invincible and incredibly rare Mobiun metal Megatau, similar to that of Shortview's the Cybernik. In fact, due to the rarity of this metal, this was Robotnik's second only machine made by it so far. Brutus's armour was coloured gold. He wore a helmet resembling a crown to indicate superiority over the other troopers. For flair, he wore a red crimson cape. With Robotnik's personality and a computer brain, Brutus is confident he is fit to exterminate Sonic the Hedgehog. Robotnik laughs ecstatically. For the first time in months, Robotnik was happy. At last, some of the strain and responsibilities can be given to Brutus while he focuses on other things. At this same point in time, the Freedom Fighters arrive in the Pleasant Zone disguised as Bob Beakey's travelling circus. Sonic states that the zone looks pretty safe, guess there's no need for their disguises today, and asks Johnny to park the caravan. Sonic's going for a run so he can stretch his legs. The residents of the Pleasant Zone are thrilled to see the blue hero here. However, not every resident of this zone admires Sonic. Sonic is spotted by one of Robotnik's spies. The spy reports back to Citadel Robotnik with news of this sighting of Sonic. But before Receptionik can inform Robotnik, Commander Brutus, who was nearby and had heard the transmission, instructs Receptionik not to bother Robotnik with this information, and insists that he will deal with this problem personally. Receptionik, terrified by Brutus's presence, can only agree to this request. It's not long before a fearful ship darkens the skies of the Pleasant Zone. The residents make a run for it. Looks like trouble, claims Johnny. Sonic is pleased though, he could do with the workout. The ship contains Commander Brutus and an army of troopers. They demand the Hedgehog. Sonic immediately presents himself, shouting, "Who's asking for me?" Brutus departs the ship in an epic entrance, stating that I am. My name is Brutus, commander of the elite troop force of Mobius, second in command to the mighty Dr. Robotnik. Amy worries that this looks bad. She wished Tails and Porker were here to help them, but Tails is still busy in his home in the Nameless Zone, and Porker is of course trapped on the Miracle Planet. Brutus orders the troopers to attack. The Freedom Fighters hold their own against the troopers until Sonic goes up against Brutus. "We've braved worse battles before," claims Sonic, "but you've never faced me before, Spikeball," replies Brutus. Sonic mocks Brutus to throw his best shot, Buckethead, while charging towards him. Brutus then easily counters Sonic's attack with the flick of the wrist. A dazed Sonic hits the ground. "He sure is stronger than the other troopers," Sonic states. Brutus replies that that's correct. He is unbeatable. Sonic scoffs that no robot is unbeatable, but before Sonic can even finish his barter, Brutus orders the troopers to fire. Just in the nick of time, Sonic had grabbed Amy and Johnny, and using his super speed, gets them all out of the firing line in time. The three quickly hide behind a small cottage to plan their next move. Johnny wonders just who is this Brutus guy. Sonic has never met him before, but he sounds a bit like Robotnik. Amy questions if it actually is Robotnik, but Sonic squashes these claims, stating that old lard belly could never fit in armour that size. Sonic deduces that he must be programmed to think like Robotnik, making him one very dangerous dude. Back with Brutus, the troopers confirm they have lost to the Outlaws. Brutus brands them utterly useless. Brutus is no mere trooper, and he will find them. Brutus activates an infrared scan, another of his many abilities. He picks up Sonic's heat trail and tells the troopers to follow him. Meanwhile, in Citadel Robotnik, Robotnik calls the receptionist and asks for Brutus to be summoned to his office at once. However, the receptionist reveals that Brutus is already on a mission.
What? I gave him no orders!
Robotnik then runs out to receptionist, demanding to know where he is. Receptionist reveals that Brutus has gone to the Pleasant Zone as they had a tip-off that Sonic was there. Brutus decided to deal with it. Robotnik is furious.
I should be the first to know if Sonic has been sighted! Put me in contact with Brutus now!
Back in the Pleasant Zone, and Brutus has found Sonic and the others. No sweat, Sonic was getting bored hiding anyway. The Freedom Fighters face off against Brutus's troopers again. Sonic once again confronts Brutus. Brutus reminds Sonic that he'll find he's not so easy to destroy like the other troopers. Sonic remembers all too well their last encounter, so Sonic avoids attacking Brutus directly. Instead, Sonic runs around Brutus at super speed and grabs the Ultimate Trooper's cloak, sending him spinning into a building which crashes on top of him. It looks to be over. A worried trooper calls out for the commander. But from the rubble, Brutus emerges, completely unharmed. This was looking bad for Sonic. Brutus was far stronger than any of his previous opponents, even stronger than Metallix and Knuckles. Then suddenly, during the battle, Brutus receives a transmission from Robotnik, demanding a report. A trooper comments that Brutus had better respond, it sounds urgent. But Brutus refuses to respond. Things are starting to look even worse for Sonic and the Freedom Fighters, as Brutus's troopers surround them. A trooper then captures Amy, holding her hostage. Brutus then forces Sonic to surrender in fear of Amy's safety. Brutus is about to kill Sonic until he receives a second transmission from Robotnik, this time at such a high frequency that it shakes his circuits. Now forced to respond, he informs the Doctor that he has captured Sonic and the Outlaws and that he is about to execute them. Robotnik is very impressed, however he wants them alive, for now, and orders Brutus to bring them back to Citadel Robotnik at once. Brutus informs Sonic that he has won a slight reprieve. Robotnik wants you alive. Sonic replies that he knew Robotnik had a soft spot for him, but Brutus tells Sonic to hold his tongue and orders the troopers to put them all in chains. Sonic, Amy and Johnny are now all chained by the wrists and ankles, and all three are linked together, making escape impossible. Brutus has achieved what Robotnik never could. Brutus has defeated Sonic the Hedgehog. A sad day on Planet Mobius. Sonic, Amy and Johnny have been captured and chained together by the ultimate trooper, Commander Brutus. In the final act of humiliation, Brutus parades the defeated freedom fighters through the streets of the Pleasant Zone. Brutus has done this to show the Mobians that if Sonic can't defeat him, what chance do they have? The citizens start to lose hope for their future, although Sonic says not to write him off just yet. Brutus responds that Sonic's words are brave, but don't waste your breath, even you know when you're beat. Sonic gives Brutus a smirk response, calling him Fangface. The angered Brutus raises his hand ready to beat some respect into Sonic until Robotnik suddenly contacts Brutus again. Robotnik is starting to get impatient.
Where are the prisoners? I told you to bring them to me!
Brutus replies that he thought he'd make an example of them first and parade them in chains through the streets to glorify their defeat.
I expect an order to be obeyed. Bring them to Citadel Robotnik now! Over and out!
Brutus claims that Robotnik is simply jealous of his victory. A trooper tells Brutus to do as Robotnik says. He gets very nasty if you upset him. Brutus strikes the trooper, stating he's not the only one who gets nasty when upset. Brutus very clearly states to the trooper that no one is to do a thing unless he says so. Understand? The knockdown trooper nervously responds with "Yes, Commander." During this confusion, the striked trooper had dropped his gun. Sonic whispers at Amy to grab it. She grabs it and shoots Brutus with it, knocking him off his feet. The three of them, still shackled together, try to run for it. The troopers do not pursue. Instead, they offer to help their commander up from the floor. Brutus is furious and asks them why they're not going after them. That's because Brutus didn't tell them to, remembering back to his previous statement that no one is to do a thing unless he says so. This infuriates Brutus even further. Finally, he orders the troopers to capture the outlaws. The troopers squabble among themselves.
Doesn't he mean recapture? Shh! Don't make him even more angry!
The three freedom fighters have not gotten very far due to being shackled together. Amy tries to blast their chains with the gun she took, but they are followed so close by that they have no time. They try again to make a run for it. Johnny states that they can't outrun them like this for much longer. Sonic tells them to run for the bridge, maybe they can get the advantage on the other side. They run over the bridge and the troopers accidentally destroy it, making it impossible for the troopers to continue their pursuit. This is what Sonic had hoped for. Brutus finally catches up. Sonic states that there's no way now for Brutus to get to them. You've lost, Brutus. Brutus, however, informs the outlaw not to speak too soon. Remember, I'm no ordinary trooper. In surprise to everyone, Brutus suddenly begins to take flight. While flying upwards, Brutus informs Sonic that before he was programmed with superior brain power, he was serving in the SBS, the Special Badnik service. As you know, Sonic, the SBS are troopers with special abilities, and fortunately, I was fitted with an anti-gravity unit. In short, Brutus can fly. Brutus now flies over the gorge and is directly above the freedom fighters. There is nowhere to escape for Sonic anymore now. They try to make a run for it one last time, but are knocked to the floor when Sonic trips over a rock. Brutus has had enough of this charade. Unlike Robotnik, who wants Sonic captured to gloat for his own massive ego, Brutus can see just how much of a threat Sonic is, and just how problematic it will be in the future if Sonic escapes. Sonic is too much of a nuisance. Brutus is going to ignore Robotnik's command and kill Sonic right here, right now. Sonic is grounded and helpless. It can't end like this. He can't die here. Sonic refuses to let it end like this. Just then, Sonic's spikes begin to glow and point upwards. Yellow lightning begins to erupt in the area. Suddenly, a massive explosion engulfs Sonic. Brutus is blinded by the light.
What?
From the smoke and dust emerges Super Sonic. In a transformation of rage, Sonic has transformed into the uncontrollable Super Sonic. Super Sonic effortlessly snaps the chains and charges full force at the flying Brutus. Brutus comments that Sonic has lost his cool, and that could prove to be his biggest mistake. The real battle starts now. Brutus versus Super Sonic. Commander Brutus has pushed Sonic too far, and the heroic hedgehog has transformed into the berserk Super Sonic and is ready for a showdown. Johnny doesn't think Brutus stands a chance now, but Amy is worried that Super Sonic's mindless rage will cost him. Brutus himself is confident he can still win. Super Sonic charges towards Brutus. Brutus gloats at Super Sonic to come on then if you think you're tough enough. As Super Sonic nears the ultimate trooper, Brutus punches Super Sonic right in the jaw, knocking the hyperactive hedgehog back somewhat. This enrages Super Sonic even more, and he charges once again towards Brutus. Super Sonic is so fast that this time Brutus does not have the chance to react. Super Sonic crashes into Brutus with colossal force. The impact forces Brutus to the ground with such power that he smashes through several trees, destroying them as if they was nothing. Brutus is shocked. Impossible! He has the power to damage my armor now! Brutus flies up to the sky once again from the crater he has left in the ground following the impact. I will not be beaten by a hyperactive yellow hedgehog, he claims, and flies towards Amy and Johnny. In an attempt to make Super Sonic back off, Brutus grabs Amy, taking her hostage. Johnny tries to help, but he is shoved to the floor by Brutus, who calls Johnny a toothache. Brutus states that Sonic won't attack him while he has Amy captive, but in Sonic's super form, Sonic can be a danger to friends and foes alike. Super Sonic has no intention of stopping his charge. Super Sonic once again smashes into Brutus, almost killing Amy in the process. Brutus has realised his mistake, but it's too late. Super Sonic is right in his face. Brutus tries to defend himself, but Super Sonic rips his arm to the elbow right off. Super Sonic flies to the sky at super speed. Brutus states that does it. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Now missing an arm, Brutus flies towards his troopers, daring Super Sonic to follow him. Brutus orders all of the troopers to fire, but it's no good. Super Sonic is too fast and dodges every blaster with ease. Super Sonic then smashes through the troopers as if they were nothing. Brutus runs back to his ship. He isn't defeated yet. He orders the last remaining troopers to get the foam cannon operational now. Super Sonic follows Brutus to his ship. With the foam cannon now operational, Brutus fires at Super Sonic with a direct hit. The doom phone thickens in seconds. Super Sonic is trapped. Brutus has won. He orders the troopers to bring the prisoner inside to depart for Citadel Robotnik immediately. Brutus's victory is short-lived, however. The hard-as-rock doom phone cannot contain the yellow demon, and Super Sonic breaks free. The resulting explosive escape destroying the final remaining 2 troopers. With the last of his troopers destroyed, Brutus realises that retreat is now the best option. Brutus states that the hedgehog is tougher than he first thought. Heavily damaged, he will return to the Metropolis Zone and plan a new strategy to defeat him. His energy exhausted, Super Sonic transforms back into his more familiar form. As always, Sonic cannot remember anything that happened while he was Super. But it's clear he took care of quite a few troopers. Sonic meets up again with Johnny and Amy, who are glad Brutus is gone. Sonic has a feeling, however, that they'll see him again someday. He'll be back. In Citadel Robotnik, hours later, Robotnik is angry why Brutus hasn't arrived at his office yet. He ordered him there 20 minutes ago. Finally, Brutus arrives. Brutus apologises for his lateness. His bodywork repairs took longer than expected. Robotnik berates him for disobeying orders and failing his first mission.
Your first mission has failed, Brutus. I told you to bring Sonic to me when you captured him, and you disobeyed.
Brutus points out that since he is programmed with Robotnik's own brain patterns, Robotnik would have acted exactly the same way in the same circumstances.
Bah! Remember, you are just a robot, Brutus. Now get out and work on a new plan of attack.
Brutus leaves Robotnik's office, but secretly he continues to scheme. He has been programmed with both Robotnik's personality and his ambition. One day, he plans to take control and rule Planet Mobius for himself. 1 week later, and we find a familiar sight on Mobius. Troopers herd a chain of Mobian prisoners to move. They will soon have the honour of working as Badniks for the great Dr Robotnik. One of the female prisoners comments that this wasn't quite the career she had in mind. One of the troopers hears this remark and demands the prisoner be silent. You need some attitude adjustment. These troopers aren't messing around. The leader of this squadron of troopers has already killed 3 of the slaves, as seen by 3 Mobian heads crossed out on the barrel of his gun. As the trooper is about to strike the female prisoner, they are attacked. It must be Sonic and his outlaws, a trooper claims. Wrong. It's Shortfuse the Cybernik. Shortfuse destroys them all with little effort, even when one of them self-destructs, intending to take Shortfuse with it. The female prisoner, a green canary, asks why the troopers called Cybernik a traitor. He explains his backstory, that he was once Shorty the Squirrel until turned into Robotnik's ultimate Badnik, but that he retained his free will and now fights Robotnik's evil plans. He reveals that he is connected to the circuitry of his armour and hence trapped as the Cybernik for the rest of his life. The prisoner says she is an engineer and offers to help him. Shortfuse already knows who she is, even that her name is Techno, and this is why he freed her. He needs her help, not to get out of the armour, but to build a bomb to destroy Robotnik's factory in the chemical plant zone. Meanwhile, at Citadel Robotnik, Robotnik himself is furious that the Cybernik has interfered with his plans again.
Grimer, you're telling me that the Cybernik has interfered with my plans again?
Robotnik has become tired of Shortfuse's constant interference. It's time he was dealt with permanently. Robotnik ponders who is up for this job. Brutus is unfortunately on a mission at the moment, but Grimer has the perfect candidate in mind. Grimer suggests the shapeshifter Metamorphia. Robotnik agrees.
Of course, she's perfect for the task.
Metamorphia is extremely happy with this opportunity she has been given, and highly values Robotnik's praise. She promises to destroy the Cybernik utterly. After freeing the other prisoners, Techno the Canary leads Shortfuse the Cybernik to her secret underground workshop. She explains that she was once one of Robotnik's top engineers until he found out she was stealing materials for her own purposes. That's why she was going to be turned into a Badnik. She agrees to build a bomb for Shortfuse, and at the same time she'll make some improvements to his armour. After all, the special material it's made of is Megatal, a metal she in fact helped create. She reveals that producing the metal itself is easy enough for someone as smart as her. It's the components themselves to create Megatal that are incredibly scarce on Mobius. Luckily, she has a small supply of it in her lab. 3 days later, and a sighting of Shortfuse has been spotted. The information quickly gets to Robotnik. A trooper reveals that Shortfuse has been spotted in the chemical plant zone.
Ha! No doubt they are planning a surprise visit. Metamorphia, mission cyberkill is go!
Shortfuse, in shiny armour with new gloves, boots and shoulder pads, along with Techno, enter the chemical plant zone. Shortfuse destroys the defending Badniks, while Techno sets the bomb and timer. Detonation in 5 minutes. However, before they can escape, they are attacked by Metamorphia in the form of a great armoured warrior. Techno says to settle the fight quickly, because in just over 4 minutes, the entire plant is going to explode. Meanwhile, earlier on this same day, high in the sky of Planet Mobius, we find Knuckles the Echidna, who has completed a hard day's work in the floating island's Emerald Chamber. Knuckles wants a rest, but is prevented from doing so when the alarm system activates. There's a fluctuation in the island's force field, which could mean an intruder. Using a zoom tube, he travels in moments to the zone where the signal was detected, Megapolis City, once the capital of the Echidna civilization on the island, and now just a crumbling ruin. Knuckles finds a robot searching the rubble and calls out to ask what it is doing. The robot immediately opens fire. Knuckles attacks it directly to little effort. Knuckles can't help but feel the robot looks somewhat familiar to him. Knuckles then slams his fist into the ground, opening up a crevice for the robot to fall into. Knuckles wonders what the robot was searching for, but the answer soon presents itself. An old white-furred echidna with a gold medallion appears from the rubble. Knuckles is shocked by this. It can't be, but it's true. He says that he's one of the lost race of echidnas, and he is the first of Knuckles' people to return to the floating island. His name is Dr. Zakari. With the robot seemingly dealt with, Knuckles takes Dr. Zakari on a tour of the island, including the Emerald Chamber. Zakari is shocked by what he sees. So the legends are true, the Chaos Emeralds really exist. It's unbelievable, all that power contained in 7 ancient crystals. It's their energy that keeps the floating island in the sky. Without them, the whole place would come crashing down on the surface of Mobius, explains Knuckles. Knuckles is burning with questions for Zakari to answer. When do the other echidnas plan to return? Why was Knuckles left to guard the floating island? Zakari promises to answer them all, but first he is wary and needs to rest. He says he has been hiding from the robot for many days. Knuckles assures Zakari not to worry anymore, he dealt with the robot. Zakari is not so sure though. Zakari replies that the robot is virtually indestructible and is able to track him somehow. At that very moment, the robot climbs out of the chasm Knuckles earlier trapped it in. That night, Knuckles finds it impossible to sleep. He is sure that he recognised the design of the robot he had defeated earlier in the day. He checks through the island's ancient scrolls and finds that the robot was indeed one of the Guardian robots built by the people of the floating island. Just as he rushes to tell Zakari what he found, the robot itself smashes through the wall and attacks him. Zakari heard the noise and goes to investigate, but is horrified to see the robot. Knuckles shouts at Zakari to run, but the old echidna is frozen in fear. With a powerful blow, the robot strikes Knuckles, knocking him out for several moments. When Knuckles comes to, Zakari helps him to his feet. He says that the robot turned away from him at the last second. He went down there, the Emerald Chamber. They get there just in time to see the robot pull the Master Emerald from its position. What's it doing to it? Suddenly, the robot shatters the Master Emerald to pieces, destroying it indefinitely. Meanwhile, back down on Mobius, Shortfuse and Techno have successfully planted a bomb in the chemical plant zone. Everything was looking great until Metamorphia appeared before they could escape. Metamorphia is one of Robotnik's most loyal minions. After failing him 3 times before, she is determined to right her wrongs this time. Failure is not an option for her. Shortfuse attacks Metamorphia, but to no avail. She turns into gas to avoid him, then attacks with hands shaped into axes, only to have them shatter against his indestructible armour. Shortfuse then blasts her into the polluted water. Techno reminds Shortfuse that the bomb is about to blow. Metamorphia then reappears a moment later as a colossal sea monster. Shortfuse and Techno escape her tentacles, but she turns into a humanoid again and blasts Shortfuse, capturing Techno and flying away on metal wings. She leaves Shortfuse lying next to the bomb as it explodes, taking the chemical plant factory along with it. Shortfuse's armour remains intact, but he is pinned down by debris and twisted metal. He is dragged underwater and blacks out. With Techno as her prisoner, Metamorphia heads back to the Metropolis Zone. The pursuer of Dr. Zakari, a deadly robot, has completely destroyed the Master Emerald. Now it plans to absorb the power of the other Chaos Emeralds. Knuckles leaps to stop it, but the robot hits him with a direct hit with a powerful blast of chaos energy from its eye beam. A horrified Zakari runs over, calling out Knuckles' name several times. It's no good. No one can withstand a direct hit from the robot. He must be dead. And good riddance, he says. He thought they'd never get that pest off their backs. With Knuckles gone, Zakari reveals his true colours. He has been working with the robot all along. His plan had worked perfectly. Knuckles was so happy to find one of his own people that he never suspected Zakari might be evil, and led the old Echidna straight to the Chaos Emeralds. Unlimited power has been transferred into the robot. Zakari plans to seek out every one of Knuckles' lost people and take his revenge. But first, he'll destroy the people of Mobius and let the floating island crash onto the planet below as a monument of his genius. Climbing into a cockpit within the robot's head using a gold medallion as a key to open it. Zakari bursts out of the Emerald Chamber and flies away. Knuckles, however, is still very much alive and heard everything. Knuckles is furious at being used. He climbs out of the rubble. The real fight starts now. Hovering over Mobius, Zakari looks down. He plans to swoop down on the Mobians like an avenging angel of death while laughing maniacally. Using a zoom tube, Knuckles catches Zakari before he can fly clear of the island. Knuckles breaks one of the robot's arm wings, preventing Zakari from safely escaping. Zakari has underestimated Knuckles' strength, but not his intelligence. Now he'll make sure that Knuckles dies. However, the floating island's orbit has taken them straight into a mountain range. In a few moments it will crash, and then it'll be all over for the both of them. Dr. Zakari has revealed his true evil nature. Now he faces Knuckles for the final battle. His robotic armour fully charged with all the power of the Chaos Emeralds. Suddenly, a new danger threatens to destroy the floating island. The floating island is on a collision course with a mountain range, and without the Master Emerald there's no way of keeping the island in the air or avoiding them. Elsewhere on the floating island, the Emerald Hill folk continue to work on their new dwellings, blissfully unaware of the disaster to come. This is it! Brace yourself for impact! The floating island crashes into the mountaintop. Earthquakes rack the island. In the Mushroom Hill Zone, some of the homes of the Emerald Hill folk are toppled and destroyed. Fortunately, the island is not immediately destroyed. It comes to a brief rest, balancing on top of the mountain, until the power of the remaining Chaos Emeralds is exhausted, at which point it will fall. Zakari is furious that Knuckles has prevented him from flying away safely, thus condemning him to death, and attacks the young Echidna. Knuckles has had just about enough of Zakari. He's really starting to get on his nerves. Knuckles takes a sharp stone and hurls it with great force, separating the robot's head from the body. Without his advantage anymore, Zakari begs for mercy. He is an old Echidna, he whines, and his heart couldn't take it if Knuckles hit him. However, before Knuckles can do anything, another shockwave hits them, and the floor under Zakari gives way. Zakari and the immobilized body of the robot fall off the edge of the island, vanishing beneath the clouds. Zakari screams as he falls, presumably to his death. Knuckles knows that he could escape the island, gliding away before it crashes, but it is his home. He refuses to leave, and instead decides to prepare for death. Just then, he notices the head of the Guardian robot, which still crackles with green emerald energy. Struck by inspiration, he drags the giant head back to the Emerald Chamber, and to his joy, finds that it works just as well as the old Master Emerald did. The floating island once again rises off the mountaintop into the air. Knuckles has saved the floating island, along with the Emerald Hill folk. Knuckles blames himself for what happened. He was so excited to meet one of his lost people that he did not consider that Zachary could be evil. When his people do return, he will still be waiting, but next time he plans on asking a few more questions. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Metamorphia has captured Techno the Canary and brought her before Robotnik himself in his citadel. Metamorphia explains of how she captured Techno and how Shortfuse was destroyed with his own bomb. This immediately gets Robotnik's attention.
What bomb?
Metamorphia is forced to admit that the bomb destroyed Robotnik's factory in the chemical plant zone. Robotnik is now beyond furious. Meanwhile, in the chemical plant zone, trapped under twisted debris at the bottom of the sea, Shortfuse is still alive, but his oxygen supply is running out. He manages to get free by using his jet boosts. Shortfuse blames himself for Techno being captured. He's got to rescue her. Robotnik will think he's dead. Hope he likes surprises. Shortfuse then heads to Citadel Robotnik. In Grimer's lab in the Citadel, Metamorphia pleads with her beloved Robotnik. She thought he'd be happy that she destroyed Shortfuse.
And you let my factory be blown up! Do you know the cost of repairs? You have failed me too often. I withdraw your shape-shifting powers.
Metamorphia screams as her powers are taken away.
You will serve me better as a Badnik. Grimer, take her away to be processed.
Just then, a trooper arrives to say that Citadel Robotnik is under attack.
What? Who would dare?
Shortfuse has arrived for a showdown. Shortfuse is attacking Citadel Robotnik in order to free his friend Techno.
Curse him! Metamorphia told me he was dead. If only Brutus was here.
Shortfuse smashes into Robotnik's office, quickly destroying all the trooper defenders. Now only Shortfuse and Robotnik are left. Robotnik accepts his fate. He will never beg for mercy, nor is he scared of death. He shouts at the Cybernik to pull the trigger. However, they are interrupted by Metamorphia, who has Techno as a hostage. Robotnik gloats at this change of direction.
You wouldn't dare shoot me and risk Techno's life now, would you, Cybernik?
However, when Metamorphia foolishly reveals that she no longer has her shape-shifting powers, Techno floors her with a judo throw. There's no one to protect Robotnik now. Again, Robotnik challenges Shortfuse to shoot him.
Stop divering, Cybernik, and shoot!
But Shortfuse refuses, explaining that Robotnik will suffer more knowing that he created Shortfuse, and thus ultimately responsible for every defeat that Shortfuse hands him. At the top of his voice, Robotnik orders them to get out. Shortfuse and Techno leave, and Metamorphia comments that she could have gone after them if she still had her powers. But Robotnik isn't listening. Shortfuse and Techno return to Techno's underground workshop. Techno offers to let Shortfuse use the workshop as his secret base too, but he declines. He'll be more of a threat to Robotnik if he stays on the move, but he promises he'll be back. And Techno waves her friend goodbye. The next day in Citadel Robotnik, and the damage caused by Shortfuse has been cleared and repaired. With Brutus now back at the Citadel, any intruder would be foolish to try again what Shortfuse did. Still, it has been a very stressful time for the Dictator this last month, and the mystery of the Emerald Hill folk continues to elude him. Robotnik was becoming consumed by their secret whereabouts. Robotnik had eyes over the entire planet. How has he not found them yet? Grimer reassures his master not to worry. They will find them one day, and with the ultimate trooper at their side, they will make them all pay. And then Sonic and his miserable band of outlaws will be next. Then, Robotnik gets some very interesting news come his way. a Badnik patrol has found the body of an old white echidna, Dr. Zakari. Somehow, Dr. Zakari has survived the fall from the floating island. However, he is barely clinging onto life. Laying in a comatose state, Zakari has been horribly injured by the fall. Broken bones and a completely shattered right arm. His face is almost unrecognisable. Robotnik is very intrigued by this discovery. Robotnik thought Knuckles was the last of the echidnas. He orders the troopers who discovered Zakari to bring him to the medical bay in Citadel Robotnik immediately. It doesn't take long for Zakari to be brought to the Citadel. Zakari is immediately put on life support. Zakari's injuries are horrific. For him to survive, he is going to need cybernetic enhancements. Robotnik greenlights the procedure. This was too good of an opportunity to pass up.
Who knows what information this old echidna has? I cannot ignore this opportunity put before me.
Zakari was still completely comatose. Robotnik hopes that after he has been repaired, he will wake once again. Being so heavily damaged, however, these operations and upgrades will take time. The Never Lake, one of the greatest beauty spots on Planet Mobius. Before Dr. Robotnik came along, that is. Sonic is at Never Lake to witness the return of the Miracle Planet. It has been exactly 1 month since the Miracle Planet was last in orbit over Mobius, and the Brotherhood of Metallix was defeated. But more importantly, Porker Lewis was left trapped there. Sonic is here to welcome back his old friend. Someone is walking along the chain. Sonic keeps his guard up, but not to worry, that someone is Porker. Sonic happily reunites with his old friend. Everyone has been worried about him. The Metallixes were all destroyed, but Porker has been trapped for a whole month all alone. But Porker insists that he is unhurt. But his words are stilted, and his manner oddly impassive. The Miracle Planet isn't the only thing entering Mobius from another dimension today. Back down at Never Lake, the Omni Viewer transports the Chaotix crew all the way from the Special Zone, although the landing is a little hard. Unfortunately for them though, they are immediately spotted by a trooper patrol and attacked by 2 tank-like experimental units of the Special Badnik Service, the SBS. These SBS units proved to be quite a match for Chaotix, but they are eventually destroyed thanks to Chaotix's excellent coordinated teamwork. The 2 standard model troopers try to flee, but they are quickly destroyed by Sonic when he arrives on the scene with Porker in tow. Sonic introduces himself. It's a great honour for Vector to meet Sonic. Vector mentions that the Omni Viewer has spoken highly of the Hedgehog. Sonic and the Omni Viewer go back a long way after all. So what brings Chaotix here? Vector explains that they suspect the Miracle Planet is being used by the Brotherhood of Metallix to further one of their sinister schemes. But Sonic tells them to relax. He took care of the Metallixes permanently. Vector asks what Omni thinks. Omni detects an energy screen on the Miracle Planet's surface. Give him a second and he'll see if he can tune it out. Tuning it out, it is revealed that the usual green and blue appearance of the Miracle Planet was just an illusion. In fact, it has been completely cyberformed and now resembles a vast Metallix head. Espio sums it up perfectly. This looks bad. On the floating island, Knuckles is trekking through the desert to get to the Kohenu graveyard, the only place Knuckles has never visited on the floating island before. The only reason Knuckles is visiting the graveyard is to get a new emerald from the Emerald Mine to hold the power of the Master Emerald, which is currently being held in a robot's head after the original was destroyed. Meanwhile, back down on Mobius, the Miracle Planet has been transformed into a massive Metallix head. Sonic turns to his friend Porker. "You were on the Miracle Planet for a month. Didn't you notice any of this?" But Porker claims not to have known anything about this. In any case, it is clear that the Emperor Metallix was not destroyed like originally thought, and he's had a whole month to build new Metallixes. Sonic jumps into action and starts running up the chain. He tells Chaotix to not just stand there, they've got to stop the Brotherhood of Metallix before it's too late. Mighty tells Sonic to keep your spikes on, little guy. With Porker not far behind, they all start making their way along the chain. At the Metropolis Zone in Citadel Robotnik, Dr Robotnik is working on new plans of attack with Commander Brutus while still hunting the Emerald Hill folk. Robotnik is completely unaware of the Brotherhood of Metallix's return. Back at Neverlake, halfway along the chain, Vector powers down the Omni Viewer. After their last encounter with the Metallixes, they don't want them getting their hands on Omni again, but Vector states it's best to keep on standby just in case they need him. Mighty suggests that they really should have a plan before rushing to the Miracle Planet, but Sonic responds that plans are for wimps. Sonic suggests that Porker doesn't have to come with him, he did just spend a month here after all, but Sonic then notices that Porker has a scratch. It's nothing, Porker explains, just a slight injury caused when Sonic smashed those troopers. But Sonic wants a look. On closer inspection, Sonic notices that underneath the skin is all wires and metal. He's not Porker Lewis at all, he's a Metallix. A Porker Metallix. The Brotherhood of Metallix have sent him to destroy them all. The Metallix is more than a match for Sonic and the Chaotix crew combined, shrugging off their most powerful blows and sneaky maneuvers. Though this Metallix model is not as fast as the usual Sonic model, it does have increased strength, and given the circumstances of the area they are fighting on, the Metallix clearly has the advantage. However, just as Metallix is powering its death ray to finish them all, Sonic hits him with a spin attack, overloading the blaster. Moments before the Metallix is about to explode, Vector and Mighty use the power in their link rings to knock it clear of the chain. The Metallix then blows up at a safe distance. The plan worked, but Mighty states that it took all of them to destroy just one Metallix, and they're about to face a planet full of them. Sonic replies that if you're scared you can always go back, making Espio respond with, "You know, I think I liked Knuckles better." "Knuckles? Nice kid, I taught him everything he knows," replies Sonic. They all soon arrive on the machine-ridden Miracle Planet. Sonic warns them to be ready for anything. The planet itself is oddly quiet, but they soon find the real Porker Lewis tied up. Porker looks very much worse for wear. He warns Sonic that they are running out of time, they'll be back soon and then it will be too late. Suddenly, the Emperor Metallix and his brothers emerge through their pirated Omni Viewer, stating that it is already too late. Sonic vows to defeat him just like last time. But the Emperor scoffs at this bravado. The Emperor states that they have already won. Sonic responds with, "How do you figure that?" The Emperor explains that they have travelled back in time using their Omni Viewer and changed history. Really? So what have you changed? With a gesture, the Emperor points to the planet in the sky above them, which has been converted entirely to ghastly machines and pits of flames. The whole of Mobius now belongs to the Brotherhood of Metallix. The Brotherhood of Metallix have succeeded in completing their master plan. They have travelled back into Mobius's past and changed history. Mobius is no more. The planet has been cyberformed into Planet Metallix. Sonic calls them monsters for what they have done. Vector initiates Code D, the escape plan. He powers up the Omni Viewer. It's time they weren't here. Sonic wants to stay and fight, however, but Vector tells Sonic it's suicide if he stays and fights them right here. Vector eventually gets through to Sonic and they all leap into the Omni Viewer and escape. A Metallix asks the Emperor if he should pursue the targets, but the Emperor says that will not be necessary. The flesh creatures have nowhere left to run. Moments later on Planet Mobius, now Planet Metallix, Sonic wants to find some survivors, but when he sees the sheer industrial horror of what the Metallixes have created, it seems as though there might not be any survivors. Impossible! It can't be! Everyone is gone! Knuckles, the floating island, Amy, Tails, the Emerald Hill folk, all gone. Life under Robotnik's regime was bad enough, but this is on a whole nother level of horror. Sonic and Chaotix are then spotted by a group of Metallixes. One of the Metallix in this group is the Mark II model that Sonic fought in the Sky Sanctuary Zone, and another is a new model with a triangular blaster on its chest. This one appears to have a position of authority. Sonic is so shocked and angry by what's happened to his beloved planet that he wants to stay and fight them all. But again, Vector talks some sense into the blue hedgehog and they run away as they are all clearly outnumbered. Charmy accidentally leads them all into a dead end. Espio calls Charmy an idiot. Looks like Sonic's going to get that fight after all. Mighty and Espio take a bet on who can take out the most Metallixes before they go down. Before they can fight, however, a cowled figure appears out of a sewer and guides them all under the streets. Given the circumstances, they have no choice but follow the hooded figure. Underground, another cowled figure named Rob takes the hero's image with a camera, despite Sonic's objections. Hey, no photos, I'm not looking my best. The Metallixes enter the sewer system where they quickly find the fugitives in a small room. Remain still and your final moments will be less painful, a Metallix demands. However, as they all gather to apprehend the targets, they notice some odd equipment on the ceiling crackling with energy. Before the Metallix can evacuate, there is a huge explosion and they are all destroyed. Further down the tunnels, the cowled figure explains that Rob's camera made a hologram of the 6 heroes. They set it up so that the Metallixes would all stop in one place and be caught by the bomb. The figure says that they are members of the Underground, the last living people on Mobius. The leader of this underground movement appears to know Sonic too. It appears they have met before. In fact, he thought Sonic was dead. But just who is he? Sonic is very curious and asks who the figure is. The figure removes his cowl and introduces himself as Dr. Ovi Kintabor, Sonic's old friend, the man who turned into Dr. Robotnik. The Brotherhood of Metallix have travelled back in time and changed history. Now they rule Planet Mobius, renamed Planet Mobius. The very few remainders of the rightful population are forced to hide beneath the planet's surface. And you thought life under Robotnik was bad. The leader of this small band of survivors is none other than Kintabor. Except Kintabor shouldn't even exist. He should have been changed into the brutal dictator Dr. Robotnik. Sonic asks his old friend if he's ever heard of the name of Dr. Robotnik, but Kintabor replies with no. He'd remember a name as stupid as that. But Sonic explains that Robotnik is you, Kintabor, or at least that's who you were supposed to change into before the Metallixes altered history. Kintabor asks why Sonic hasn't been affected by this changing of the past. Vector reckons that it was because they were on the Miracle Planet when the Metallixes changed history. They were somehow isolated from the effect. Sonic doesn't care about any of this technical stuff. All he knows is that Mobius has been altered back in the past somewhere, and they've got to do something to fix it. Vector has an idea, and asks the Omniviewer to boot up. Fortunately, the Omniviewer has the ability to track anybody who travels in time, since it leaves a chronotron trail in the timelines. Vector's plan is to track this trail to where it ends, and find out exactly what the Brotherhood of Metallix have changed. For the Omniviewer, it's as simple as following a piece of string. Sonic is all for this plan. It's time for them to go into the past and stop the Brotherhood of Metallix. Before they go, Kintabor gives Sonic a prototype anti-Metallix device. Does it work? Kintabor responds that he's not sure. No one has been close enough to find out. Sonic says goodbye to his old friend. It's a shame their reunion was not under better circumstances. They all step into the Omniviewer's energy field and then hurtle back into the past. However, they are suddenly and unexpectedly ejected from the energy field. There are 3 Metallix waiting and guarding the timelines. Foolish creatures of flesh, did you truly believe the Brotherhood of Metallix would leave the timelines unguarded? One of the Metallix states. Sonic and Chaotix now engage in battle against the Metallix. Vector strategizes a plan of attack, but Sonic can't wait around for Vector all day and starts an attack on a Metallix on his own, while Chaotix deal with the other 2. While the Metallix states that resistance is futile, Sonic slaps Kinterbor's anti-Metallix device on his head. Metallix suddenly begins to malfunction, identifying the other Metallixes as new enemies, and destroys one of them with its death ray. While the Metallix continues to malfunction, the other remaining Metallix tries to restrain his malfunctioning brother. As Sonic and Chaotix prepare to leave, Sonic notices something in the hand of the destroyed Metallix. It's a rotten egg, and Sonic gets the feeling it should mean something to him. Sonic takes it with him. They continue to travel back in time, though the Omni viewer is disgusted by the stench of the rotten egg that Sonic brought. They finally arrive at the end of where the time trail ends. This is the point where the Brotherhood of Metallix were. Sonic and Chaotix hear voices down the corridor from where they have arrived. They decide to keep out of sight. When they find the origin of the voices, one of them belongs to a younger Kinterbor. Charmy doesn't recognise the other weirdo though, a brown and spiky hedgehog. Sonic does though. Sonic responds that weirdo Charmy is me. Sonic wasn't always blue. In the days before Dr Robotnik, he looked like this. That's about to change. Having travelled back in time to save Mobius from the Brotherhood of Metallix, Sonic, Porker and Chaotix have arrived at the secret underground lab of Dr. Ovi Kinterbor, just in time to witness the explosion of the kinetic gyroscope, transforming a brown spiky hedgehog, Sonic's past self, into the cool blue and streamlined hero he was destined to be. Sonic is watching his own origin happen before him. Sonic wonders how the Metallixes changed history, and what the significance of the rotten egg that he took from one of them is. Sonic then realises the awful truth. Sonic now knows how the Metallixes changed history, and knows how to put things back. Sonic goes to the lab's refrigerator, which is exactly where he remembers it. It is completely empty, so Sonic replaces the rotten egg on the shelf. The Chaotix crew are confused. How is this going to help? So you're trying to tell me we've travelled back to the past just so you can put a rotten egg in Dr. Kinterbor's fridge? Asks Mighty. That's about it, Mighty, replies Sonic. Sonic asks the Omni viewer to take them forward in time to see the results of what Sonic has done. They arrive back in Kinterbor's lab and take cover once again. They all hide until the past versions of Sonic and Kinterbor try to find some food, and they find only the rotten egg. As Kinterbor walks off with the rotten egg, the future version of Sonic, who's making absolutely sure, yanks up the cables under Kinterbor's feet, tripping him and sending him flying into the retro-orbital chaos compressor, which explodes. The Metallixes travelled into the past and removed that egg from Kinterbor's fridge. To put things back to how they were, they had to replace it. But what's so special about that egg? It was that rotten egg which combined with the explosion to turn Dr. Ovi Kinterbor into Dr. Evil Robotnik, which means that the person responsible for creating the most vicious dictator on Mobius is Sonic himself. Sonic feels terrible. He states that this is the worst day of his life. But Porker insists that Sonic had no choice but to do this. Somehow, Robotnik is the key to destroying the Brotherhood of Metallix. With the past now corrected, it's time for Sonic to head home. The Omni viewer hurtles down the timelines to the present. Just to play it safe though, Omni wants to take a look at Mobius from a safe distance, just in case. Sonic's plan had worked. There are now no traces of the Metallixes anywhere on the planet. But it still looks like they're in control of the Miracle Planet. Sonic knows there's only one more destination they have to head to next. At Citadel Robotnik, which is once again the heart of Dr. Robotnik's evil empire on Planet Mobius, inside the Citadel we find a furious Robotnik.
I don't want excuses. Find that hedgehog or you'll pay dearly.
Robotnik wants to know where Sonic has gone, only for Sonic himself to appear in his office by means of the Omni viewer. Sonic has some unfinished business with Robotnik, and Sonic's really mad. Even Charmy states that Sonic's really cross this time. The brutal dictator and the blue hero go face to face, now. Sonic and friends have returned from a time-traveling mission to the past, having learned that the key to defeating the Brotherhood of Metallix is none other than Dr Robotnik. Sonic and co have travelled to Citadel Robotnik to tell Robotnik the ordeal they have all gone through, with the Metallix taking over Mobius to Kinterbor not turning into the vicious dictator. Sonic wants to find out what Robotnik knows, which is so important that the Metallixes erased him from history. Robotnik, however, claims this whole story is ridiculous.
That is the most ridiculous story I have ever heard.
Sonic is starting to lose his patience even more so. He tries again to get through to Robotnik. You must know something they're afraid of. Porker wonders how the Metallixes were able to exist in a world in which Robotnik never existed, since he built them in the first place. Grimer then steps in. He thinks he might be able to explain that. The thing is, you see, it was Grimer who created the Metallix Badniks. They are his design.
Helped by my genius, Grimer, you snivelling clod.
Indeed, Robotnik designed the self-destruct program. Once Sonic hears this, he immediately snaps. Sonic is now furious. Sonic now knows that Robotnik deceived him. Robotnik sent Sonic after the Metallixes a month ago. He risked his life when Robotnik could have destroyed them by a remote control. Robotnik confirms this.
Yes, that's right, Hedgehog. It was a golden opportunity. I had hoped they would destroy you and then I could activate the self-destruct program.
Sonic's had enough. He grabs Robotnik's collar and goes to punch him. The dictator tries to push him off. Charmy B, who isn't paying attention in the slightest, notices storm clouds gathering outside the window. Looks like we're in for quite a storm, yes sirree, Bob, he states. Porker realises that the Metallixes could not remove the program, so they try to make it never exist in the first place. Sonic, still with his hand around Robotnik's collar, starts to cool down after hearing Porker's analysis. He tells Robotnik that this would be a real good time to run the self-destruct program before the Metallixes can do any more harm.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Still at the window, scatterbrained Charmy continues to talk about storm clouds. Just look at the size of that cloud, we're in for a real downpour. Finally, someone takes notice to Charmy. Mighty asks him, what are you drivelling on about? Charmy tells them all to look at the storm cloud. To shut the bee up, Sonic and Chaotix go look out the window. SBO states that doesn't look like any cloud he's seen before. What's more, the cloud appears to be heading directly towards them. Sonic finally sees the seriousness of this situation. That's no cloud at all heading towards them. Blotting out the sun, Metallixes, thousands of them. It is the entire Brotherhood of Metallix, led by the Emperor himself, heading straight for them. The Metallixes smash into Citadel Robotnik through the walls. With the Metallix timeline destroyed, resulting in their control over Mobius taken from them, the Brotherhood of Metallix plan to eradicate their one and only weakness, destroying anyone who gets in their way. A huge battle erupts within the Citadel. Sonic and Chaotix try to hold off the Metallix, but this is a losing battle. There are thousands of them. It is impossible to defeat them all conventionally. Porker hides behind Robotnik's desk, saying he can't take any more of this. Robotnik frantically searches for the self-destruct remote. He finds it, but is too slow to activate it. The Emperor grabs Robotnik and hoists him up in the air, removing the device from his hand. Too slow, you fat fool, the Emperor tells him.
No, I am your master!
To think, this small device could destroy the entire Brotherhood of Metallix. The Emperor plans to first crush the device, then Robotnik's neck. This is it. Sonic's got to step in or it's all over. He's got to be fast, but fast is what Sonic does best. As the casing cracks, Sonic speeds through, snatching the remote and pressing the button, deactivating all the Metallixes at once. The Emperor shouts that he cannot be stopped now, but it's too late, as he crashes to the ground, shutting down this time permanently. Robotnik, who was in the Emperor's hand, falls to the ground, taking a slight bump. Sonic asks Robotnik if that's it. We've won? A dazed Robotnik assures Sonic that they've won.
You activated the self-destruct sequence! Of course you've won! What did you expect?
Sonic confesses the feeling that it is slightly anticlimactic. Vector, however, tells Sonic not to knock it. They're all still alive. Barely, as Mighty helps Espio off the floor. Sonic tries to explain to Robotnik that this was close. Real close. The Brotherhood of Metallix nearly destroyed all life on Mobius, including yourself. But then Sonic realises he's wasting his time trying to get through to Robotnik. He rounds up with Chaotix and Porker and at last heads home via the Omni viewer. In perhaps the first time in his life, Robotnik actually agrees with Sonic.
Sonic's right! The Brotherhood of Metallix nearly killed us all!
But Grimer, however, believes the idea is still a good one. They just need a new design. A Badnik based on Sonic proved to be too unstable. Grimer presents his new blueprints for Robotnik's inspection. A Knuckles Metallix. 1 week later. With the Brotherhood of Metallix now a fading memory, life went back to normal on Planet Mobius. Well, as normal as it possibly can, living under Robotnik's rule. On the floating island, Knuckles has succeeded in acquiring a new emerald for the Emerald Chamber. It has taken him days to cut the raw gem into shape. After once again dealing with the robot head's emerald blasts, as it activated itself again, even without a body, Knuckles was able to successfully transfer the emerald energy within the robot's head to the new emerald, creating a brand new Master Emerald. Meanwhile, down on Mobius, we find a group of Mobians running for their lives. Commander Brutus leads a raid on the River City Zone to capture its residents. Although they capture a large number of citizens, Brutus orders that they are split into 2 groups. A trooper questions this order, and Brutus, whose right arm has now been turned into a powerful blaster, completely obliterates the trooper. Never question my orders. Brutus asks the other troopers if they have any further questions, of which they all reply with nope. They prefer to obey orders. Most of the prisoners are sent in a shuttle to a destination of Brutus's choosing, while the others remain with him. These remaining prisoners will come to the Metropolis Zone with Brutus to be processed, much to the delight of the Mobians. Later, in Citadel Robotnik, Robotnik himself is very pleased at Brutus's success, although he expected Brutus to have captured more. After all, Brutus has a copy of Robotnik's brainwaves. Brutus replies that he's still new to this. Next time he'll capture more, he promises.
Making you my second in command was an act of sheer brilliance. You now have the power to crush all who stand in your way.
Yes, Doctor, Brutus says with a pointed look at his master, and I intend to do just that. A few hours later, Brutus arrives in Grimer's laboratory to pick up some devices that he wanted Grimer to create. Portable brain scanners. Now, when he captures one of the freedom fighters, he will be able to absorb a copy of their brainwaves and learn all their secrets. Secrets? Grimer asks. Where does Sonic hide? Where are the Emerald Hill folk? These devices will help him to find out. Grimer is impressed and commends this as a fiendish plan worthy of even Dr Robotnik. Must I always live in the shadow of Robotnik? Brutus mutters to himself. Grimer turns back to his desk, only for Brutus to hit him with a stun blast, knocking Grimer out cold. While Grimer is unconscious, Brutus uses the new brain scanners to absorb a copy of Grimer's brainwaves. Now Brutus can build his own army of Badniks. Badniks that are only loyal to him. With his computer brain, along with Robotnik's brain patterns, and now Grimer's, Brutus is now by far the most intelligent creature on the entire planet. The ultimate trooper, Commander Brutus, has successfully used his new portable brain scanners to copy Grimer's brainwaves, allowing him to now be able to build his own Badniks. When the unconscious Grimer wakes up, Brutus claims he simply fainted from stress of the job. Brutus tells Grimer to sit and rest, as he now has business to attend to. Grimer wishes him good luck and hopes the mind scanners work. Grimer is completely oblivious to what Brutus has done. Shortly, in a troop ship, Brutus and a cohort of troopers fly to a secret location Brutus disclosed to them. They arrive in the Misery Zone, once home to a race of evil monsters, but now it is devoid of all life. Brutus has now in fact set up a secret base right here in the Misery Zone for himself. He built it in and out of missions for Robotnik, and this is where the prisoners he has been collecting are being held. Brutus goes and checks in on his, quote, guests. The Mobian prisoners have no idea why they are being kept here. One of them asks Brutus, does Robotnik know about? Before being cut off by Brutus telling him to be silent. I did not capture you for Robotnik, I captured you for my own plans. The Mobians cheer with joy. They believe they're not going to be turned into Badniks. Hooray for Commander Brutus, one of them cheers. However, their joy is short-lived. Brutus informs them that they are going to be his Badniks, not Robotniks. With all the equipment and setup required in his new secret base, Brutus begins processing the prisoners, turning them into his Badniks. Meanwhile, back in Grimer's lab, Robotnik is frantically searching for Brutus, asking Grimer if he's seen him. Grimer confirms he has, and tells Robotnik that he'd business to attend to with the portable brain scanners.
What? Why would Brutus want a portable brain scanner?
You mean you didn't know about it? Oh dear, replies Grimer. A few hours later, back in the Misery Zone, Brutus is informed that one of Sonic's allies has been spotted in the Cotton Factory Zone. Excellent. Capture him and use the mind scanners to find out Sonic's secrets. Are the Badniks ready yet? Brutus asks. The trooper replies with yes. I present your personal army. It's time to go hunting. The Cotton Factory Zone, where Johnny Lightfoot is investigating reports of slave labour. One of the residents tells Johnny that Robotnik uses their wool to make himself egg cozies and socks, and pays them nothing. The Mobian asks Johnny if he can get Sonic to help, but Johnny is confident he can sort this problem out, hoping for a chance to have an adventure of his own. He gets much more than he bargained for, however, when a vast legion of Badniks appear in the sky. The troop ship releasing them demands his surrender. Completely outnumbered, Johnny is attacked by an army of Badniks created by Commander Brutus. The Rabbit Freedom Fighter puts up a brave fight, but it's clear he is vastly outnumbered. High above the action, Brutus observes the battle from his ship. The Rabbit fights well, but he'll soon be tired. He cannot defeat an army of Badniks, Brutus states. Johnny can't keep this up for much longer, but suddenly he gets an idea. He has come to free the local citizens from Robotnik's factory, so perhaps he can use the Badniks to his advantage. Johnny starts to run towards the factory, with the Badniks in hot pursuit. Brutus starts to sing his own version of Run Rabbit Run, while watching the Freedom Fighter dash towards the factory. A trooper comments that he didn't know Brutus could sing. Brutus responds that it's obviously a human trait he picked up from Robotnik. Johnny leads the Badniks through the factory. The Badniks' inaccurate blasts destroy the buildings which explode, taking the new Badniks with them. The locals are free. Johnny has won, and all without Sonic. Not bad, eh? Unfortunately for Johnny, however, his troubles are far from over. Brutus grabs Johnny by surprise. Johnny is now face to face with the most powerful villain on the planet. Johnny remembers all too well how easily Brutus defeated Sonic last time. Johnny is smart enough to know fighting Brutus like this is suicide. Brutus forces his portable mind scanners on Johnny and absorbs a copy of his brainwaves. It is done. Brutus now shares the same knowledge as Johnny Lightfoot. Brutus confirms this by telling the rabbit he knows all his secrets. Brutus now knows that Johnny, Sonic and the other freedom fighters disguise themselves as Bob Beakey's travelling circus. Johnny mocks Brutus, stating big deal, and offers him a free ticket to a show. Brutus questions this mockery, informing Johnny that his fight is over. Remember, Rabbit, I now know where the Emerald Hill folk have been hiding this past year, states Brutus. Storm clouds have gathered over the area and thunderous lightning bolts shoot around Brutus as Johnny falls to the ground, defeated. Brutus orders the troopers to gather his forces. They leave to attack the floating island immediately. Target, Mushroom Valley, and nothing, not even Knuckles, will be able to stop him. The orders have been given. Brutus prepares an invasion force on the floating island. Johnny wants to know how Brutus figured it out, seeing as he never told him. While striking a totally radical pose, Brutus explains that he used his portable mind scanners to absorb a copy of the rabbit's brain pattern. Brutus now knows secrets even Robotnik isn't aware of, which makes him the most powerful individual on the planet. Meanwhile, at Citadel Robotnik, the other most powerful individual on the planet is far from happy. Dr. Robotnik is now convinced that Brutus is up to something.
Brutus is up to something, I can sense it!
Feeling very confident in himself, Brutus explains his diabolical plan to Johnny. Brutus plans to turn on Robotnik, but tells Lightfoot not to get his hopes up. Brutus doesn't plan on being a hero. He will attack the floating island first, wipe out the Emerald Hill folk. People will fear him. They will lose respect for Robotnik, and Brutus will be the new ruler of Mobius. Johnny gets the feeling that won't be a good thing for any of us. His crew ready, Brutus sets a course for the floating island. However, just as Brutus is about to brief his troopers about their next move, he is suddenly overcome with the emotion that this is all wrong. A trooper asks the commander if he's okay. What is it? With a taunt at the bucket-headed creeps, Brutus destroys them with his arm blaster and immediately wonders why he did that. The troopers state that the commander has gone mad and they attempt to relieve him of duty, but Brutus blasts the rest of them too. What is he doing? It must be the effect of the mind scanner. When Brutus absorbed Johnny's memories, he also absorbed the freedom fighter's personality. Brutus immediately runs back to his trooper ship. He wipes out all traces of Johnny's thoughts, then crushes the mind scanner in his hand. It's too dangerous to use again. Brutus departs the ship. However, Johnny is in hiding, and Brutus assumes the outlaw has fled. No matter, there will be other battles, he states. Unfortunately for Brutus, however, all of his troopers are destroyed, by his own hand nonetheless, and he no longer remembers where the Emerald Hill folk are hiding, as well as all the other freedom fighter secrets. Plan defeated, Brutus leaves the zone and returns to his hidden base in the Misery Zone. Brutus has now fully cut ties with Robotnik. He will not be returning to the Metropolis Zone, not yet at least. All further communication between himself and Robotnik is over. Brutus has now gone rogue. It is time to make new plans, Brutus states. He will build new Badniks, increase his secret army, dominate Mobius, and Robotnik will become nothing but a memory. A week later, and Johnny is reunited with the other freedom fighters. In a circus wagon on the edge of the Metropolis Zone, Sonic is hit with some very upsetting news. Porker Lewis has resigned from the freedom fighters and returns his trademark black jacket. What are you talking about, Lewis? We're battling against Robotnik for the survival of Planet Mobius. This isn't some sort of game, Sonic replies. Being held captive by the Brotherhood of Metallix for a month was too much for Porker, and he has had a nervous breakdown. Sonic doesn't know how to react. He is shocked and doesn't want Porker to leave, but his first response is to become angry, calling Porker soft. The other freedom fighters quickly come to Porker's defense and try to comfort him, but he breaks down in tears. Sonic storms out of the trailer. He heads out to find the Chaotix crew. At least he can rely on them. However, the Chaotix crew are also leaving. They just got word that Knack the Weasel has escaped from prison in the Special Zone. The Omni viewer instantly transports them to the floating island, as one of the inmates said Knack had a map of the Sandopolis Zone. Chaotix leaves and they don't even consider asking Sonic for help. Suddenly, Sonic is struck in the head by a patrol of troopers. He is concussed and unable to escape. Amy and Johnny are also caught when they rush out to see what the problem is. The trooper demands they put down their weapons or he'll put a bullet right between Sonic's eyes. Amy and Johnny both surrender. Sonic tries to fight back, but he is so concussed his vision is blurred. Sonic gets hit again. Porker has to act quickly. He takes some wires from a light fitting and applies them to a puddle of water outside, electrocuting and disabling the troopers who are all standing in it. Sonic is very impressed and tells Porker so. The next morning, Sonic bids farewell to Porker, who is going to live with the Emerald Hill folk in the Mushroom Hill Zone. Sonic attempts to apologise for what he said before, but Porker tells Sonic to forget it. Besides, he is soft, and Sonic wouldn't have it any other way. Sonic waves his good friend goodbye as the tornado flies off in the distance. Almost a week later, midnight in the Metropolis Zone. At the heart of Robotnik's evil empire, Sonic, Amy and Johnny are planning a little sabotage on Robotnik. Amy does question whether it's wise for them to be so close to the heart of Robotnik's empire, but Sonic reassures her that now is the perfect time to do this. Word on the streets is that Commander Brutus has gone AWOL, and Robotnik can't cope with the reduced manpower, so it's too good of an opportunity to pass up. Suddenly they are spotted by a Badnik patrol. Sonic seems confident until he is caught unexpectedly from behind by a trooper, who smacks him right on the head. The dazed Sonic, along with Johnny, are then captured. Only Amy manages to escape. The troopers ignore her, stating that they still have 2 captives that Dr Robotnik will be very pleased with. Nearby, in Citadel Robotnik, an extremely stressed Robotnik continues to air his frustration over the disappearance of Brutus.
Bah! Still no word from Brutus! Have you no idea where he is, Grimer?
Grimer replies with no. However, Grimer informs his master that perhaps they don't need Brutus to achieve the victory you've always dreamed of. Look! For Robotnik, it is finally a joy to behold. Sonic the Hedgehog is now Robotnik's prisoner.
You're losing your touch, fools! Allowing yourselves to be captured so easily.
Johnny points out that maybe that was their plan all along, fathead. Just then, the intruder alarm goes off in the info center. Sonic tells Robotnik it was nice chatting to him, but now they're out of here. Johnny suggests to maybe offer them tea and biscuits next time. Robotnik orders the troopers to stop them, but Sonic easily destroys them. Sonic's plan had worked perfectly so far. Allow himself and Johnny to be captured to create a diversion while Amy breaks into the info center. Meanwhile, Amy herself has just accessed valuable information from Robotnik's new weapons plans in the info center. All she's got to do is delete the entire files, which will cause the big guy one major setback. However, just as Amy is about to press delete, she is apprehended by a trooper. Robotnik is informed of Amy's capture.
Ha! Looks like your plan failed, Spikeball.
No one said it was going to be easy, Conehead, replies Sonic. Sonic and Johnny try to escape Robotnik's office, but Robotnik activates his security protocol, and lethal lasers stop the freedom fighters from escaping. No biggie for Sonic, he'll just make his escape a more traditional way. Sonic and Johnny now make their escape through the ventilation system. Johnny worries though, what if Robotnik follows them? Someone his size? Fat chance, replies Sonic. Meanwhile, back in the info centre, a captive Amy tries to reach for her crossbow, but the trooper holding her makes it difficult. Amy finally reaches it and fires, but she misses the troopers. The trooper gloats that she missed. That's because she wasn't aiming for them. She was aiming at the delete button on the computer. A direct hit, wiping all the data that was on it. The computer then explodes. Sonic and Johnny emerge from the vents, destroying the troopers. Job done. It's time they weren't here. As the info centre goes up in flames, the three heroes escape the Citadel. The damage they have caused to the Citadel can be seen from a mile away. The sabotage to Robotnik's mainframe, however, is much more of a headache for the dictator. Their plan had worked, but now Robotnik will be even more determined to destroy them, but at least they gave him one major headache. Inside the Citadel, Robotnik is livid.
This is unacceptable! Someone has got to pay!
Robotnik demands that security be tightened around the Citadel. This cannot happen again. The Miracle Planet has rematerialized over Mobius. It has been 1 month since the Brotherhood of Metallix was defeated. The Miracle Planet, however, still bears the scars of the Metallix. Sonic, Amy and Johnny are on the deserted Miracle Planet's surface with a portable version of the Kinterbor computer. They intend to reprogram the Alpha device, the technology that cyberformed the Miracle Planet in the first place, to make it reverse the process and turn it back to its original green landscape. However, when they find it, they learn that the Alpha device has now grown to the size of a small tall building, and Johnny has to climb up the side in order to find a connection for the feedback cable. Sonic is bored, when suddenly he spots a shadow among the machinery. Dashing between giant machines and climbing over cables, he finds the source of the shadow. A rust-coloured Metallix. The Metallix is shocked to see Sonic and tries to make a run for it. Sonic isn't about to let a Metallix escape, it must be the last one left from the Brotherhood. Sonic comes to blows with the Metallix, but the Metallix repeatedly tries to tell Sonic that it doesn't want to fight, it's just trying to defend itself. At last, the truth is revealed. The Metallix takes his head off, revealing that he isn't a Metallix at all, but a green Mobiun bird. The Mobiun explains that he was captured by the Brotherhood of Metallix for experimentation. He escaped his cell but couldn't get off the planet, so designed himself as a Metallix from parts he stole from their assembly line. This is the first time the Miracle Planet has appeared over Mobius since the Metallixes left. And he was heading back to the chain when he saw figures in the distance. He thought the Metallixes had returned, so ran for his disguise. The four head back to the chain and down to Mobius. It'll take a month before the Alpha device will put everything back to normal. Then finally, the Miracle Planet can return to its former glory. 2 weeks later, and it's a rainy day on the floating island. Porker Lewis has now settled into his new life in the Mushroom Hill Zone. Knuckles has paid him a visit, with hopes that he can help him with something. Knuckles has come asking for help in rebuilding the Emerald Chamber. To Knuckles' dismay, however, the ancient technology he has brought with him is beyond Porker's understanding. Turns out, the robot head had caused more damage to the Emerald Chamber than Knuckles had first thought. Knuckles is concerned that unless he can fix the force field in particular, the Emerald Hill folk might be in danger if Robotnik ever came looking for them, despite Porker's comment that Robotnik doesn't even know where they are. It's still certainly a serious situation. The floating island is currently defenceless. It's a relief that Brutus forgot the information of where the Emerald Hill folk are hiding. As Knuckles and Porker walk outside, a young child runs up to tell them that a ship has landed on the island to the east of the village. Knuckles assumes it is Robotnik and runs to check it out. Porker stays behind, his adventuring days are over. However, when Knuckles gets there, it's not Robotnik at all. Knuckles finds Captain Plunder. A few days later, and Dr. Robotnik has finally had some good news. Though the location of the Emerald Hill folk continues to elude him, he has managed to capture the final 4 remaining residents of the Emerald Hill folk who were still on Mobius. The unfortunate Mobians have been sent to the Metropolis Zone's high security prison. This is the place Robotnik keeps his political prisoners before they are turned into Badniks. Luckily for the imprisoned Emerald Hill folk, Sonic has caught wind of this, and he's not going to let the vicious ruler have his way with them. He saved the previous Emerald Hill folk from being processed before when he busted them out of prison, and he'll do it again, he says. As nighttime falls, the prisoners are spotted outside their cells by a trooper. "How did you get out your cells?" the trooper shouts at them. Nearby, a familiar figure awaits. Ready to strike, it's Sonic. Sonic destroys the trooper guards and leads the 4 Emerald Hill folk to the outer wall. The Mobians are grateful to be rescued, of course, but how does Sonic expect them to get over the prison wall? One of them asks. You think Sonic hasn't thought of that? Tails then arrives on the scene. Tails is going to carry each of them over the wall in no time at all. At last, every one of the Emerald Hill folk have been saved. Meanwhile, in the monitor room in Citadel Robotnik, Robotnik fumes that not a single one of his millions of spy cameras have located Sonic or the missing Emerald Hill folk.
Where is that stinking hedgehog? I have millions of spy cameras on Mobius. One of them must have picked up a sighting of him. And where are those ungrateful Emerald Hill folk? One day I'll find them, then...
Grimer then arrives.
Grimer! Wait there, you snivelling fool! I'll be right down!
Robotnik is so angry that Grimer has failed to find Sonic, as Robotnik ordered him to do so, that Robotnik strangles Grimer to make him work better. When Grimer then chokes out that they have found Sonic, Robotnik's attitude changes immediately, but he continues to strangle Grimer for several more seconds before dropping him and heading to the hangar of his latest invention, a giant spider-shaped war machine. Robotnik has been briefed on Sonic's breakout of the Emerald Hill folk prisoners. He's not going to let his minions foul this for him like last time. Robotnik is going to deal with this personally. Meanwhile, Sonic, Tails and the captives have reached the edge of the Metropolis Zone, where Sonic earlier parked his circus caravan. They set up a star post, the last one in existence after Robotnik destroyed the others, to transport the captives to the floating island, where the other Emerald Hill folk are waiting. Sonic activates it with his super speed, but before they can jump through the energy field, Robotnik shows up in his massive spider machine, causing massive destruction and calling Sonic out to a fight. Robotnik turns his machine to the left.
There you are, Sonic! You can't hide from me, you snivelling wretch!
Robotnik has spotted them. Sonic shouts at Tails to get the Emerald Hill folk out of sight and stay back. Robotnik is mine. Tails quickly conceals the Emerald Hill folk and the caravan, hoping that Robotnik didn't notice, otherwise he'll discover that Sonic travels around Mobius in disguise as Bob Beakey's travelling circus. Sonic is confident in his ability to destroy the tin can, he calls it, until his attacks do no damage and he is caught in the machine's front legs.
Overconfident blue buffoon! Now you will pay for all the humiliations, all the times you ruined my plans!
Sonic demands to know how Robotnik found them. Robotnik agrees to tell him, since in moments he will be destroyed, he states. From a distance, Tails watches in horror. He's got to do something to save Sonic, but he's too late. Sonic is smashed against a wall with such force that he must surely be dead. Robotnik has done it. He has finally killed Sonic the Hedgehog. Knuckles has been dragged into an adventure he didn't even want to be in. Captain Plunder has promised Knuckles that he has a chest full of ancient plans of the floating island, and he'll happily give them to the Echidna Guardian. They'll be just the thing he needs to help him repair the technical systems on the floating island. All Knuckles needs to do is help the pirate find the flying ghost ship of Tantaragor. Can Knuckles really trust this pirate? Plunder reassures him that his words are truthful. Plunder mentions that it was from this chest that he got the map to the lost pyramid of Sandopolis, which Plunder exposed just before the Death Egg's launch. Slightly hesitant, due to Plunder's track record, Knuckles goes along with Plunder's request. However, what Knuckles wasn't bargaining for was being dragged into the conflict between Plunder and the powerful monsters known as the Tantaragor. In a turn of events, Knuckles goes back and forth between the Tantaragor ship to rescue the slaves the Tantaragor have captured, to finally ending up in Pirate Town in Scourge Bay, the home of all pirates on Mobius. After many arguments and fights with the deceiving Plunder and the Tantaragor being dealt with, Knuckles is finally awarded the trunk containing the floating island's documents by the pirate queen Zorabelle. Knuckles leaves the pirate town with the chest, however he now has a serious problem. He is trapped on Mobius with no way to get back to the floating island. It can't be helped. There is nothing more he can do here. Knuckles will have to venture across Mobius until he can find the means of getting back home. If only he had a way of contacting Chaotix. Knuckles just hopes that Porker and the Emerald Hill folk will be alright without him for the time being. Meanwhile, back in the Metropolis Zone, Robotnik laughs at the presumed death of Sonic. Tails flies over to the hole in the wall where Sonic was thrown into. He calls out to Sonic. It's no good. Nothing could have survived that. However, suddenly, an angry voice from the hole shouts at Tails to stand back, you fool. Super Sonic is back. The stress caused Sonic to transform into Super Sonic, and he survived Robotnik's attack. Super Sonic is now completely out of control and very dangerous. Super Sonic smashes through the thick hull of Robotnik's machine. Robotnik is completely unaware that Super Sonic is right behind him. Robotnik wonders where Super Sonic went until he realises the horrifying truth as Super Sonic tells him to look behind you, walrus face.
Oh no!
Robotnik has no time to react as Super Sonic punches him right out through the windscreen. Robotnik hits the ground hard as he bounces several times. Super Sonic then explodes the entire machine with ease from inside. However, when the dust clears, Robotnik seems to have escaped. Where did that fat fool go? Come out, Robotnik, I want to incinerate you, shouts the demonic hedgehog. Robotnik is nowhere to be seen. However, Super Sonic notices one of the captive Emerald Hill folk, the pig, who has wandered out of hiding, wondering what's going on. Since Robotnik seems to have escaped, Super Sonic is going to kill the pig instead. Super Sonic charges towards the helpless Mobiun, who has a look of absolute horror in his face. Tails tries to get through to his friend. Sonic, the Emerald Hill folk are our friends! But it's no good. Super Sonic dives into the terrified Mobiun, smashing him into the ground, leaving nothing but a smoking crater. The other 3 Emerald Hill folk are shocked. Tails tries to explain that it's not Sonic's fault. He's totally out of control when he's Super. Moments later, Sonic, who has now returned to his normal blue form, climbs out of the hole. He can't remember anything that happened to him while he was Super, but Tails says that he killed one of the Emerald Hill folk. In a panic, Sonic demands to know which one. Tails informs him that it was the pig, but what difference does that make? Sonic then relaxes when he finds this out. Sonic, you've killed an innocent bystander, shouts Tails. However, Sonic explains that just before he turned Super, Robotnik revealed that the pig was a Badnik and was carrying a homing device. Sonic must have remembered this even when he turned Super. Either that or it was complete luck. Luckily, they destroyed the device before taking it to the floating island. If they had transported everyone to the floating island, Robotnik would have found out where the rest of the Emerald Hill folk are hiding. Sonic doesn't even like to think about what could have happened. Now that the mission is accomplished, they can send the 3 remaining captives through the Star Post to be reunited with their people at last. Finally, all the Emerald Hill folk from Mobius are now safely hidden on the floating island. Robotnik's infiltration scheme had almost worked, but now it is back to the drawing board for the dictator. his hatred and determination to find them growing day by day. 1 month later, in Citadel Robotnik, we find a familiar sight. Dr. Robotnik seethes with rage at Sonic's continued resistance to his rule.
I want Sonic found! I have Planet Mobius completely under my control. How can that cursed hedgehog elude me? And what's worse, how can he have hidden the entire population of the Emerald Hill Zone?
Suddenly, Grimer informs his master that they are receiving a call on Robotnik's own private video link number.
Then put them through, you snivelling idiot!
It turns out to be Sonic himself.
How did you get this number?
Sonic replies to the evil dictator that he knows he can't keep secrets from him. Robotnik wants to immediately know what Sonic wants. He is a busy dictator after all. Well, you won't be for much longer. Your plans have come to nothing. Your Death Egg was destroyed, your Metallix project flopped, and even your own second in command has left you. Face it, Robotnik, your days are numbered. Sonic then hangs up. Robotnik dismisses Sonic's words, but soon learns of a disturbance in Sector Alpha 34. A protest has erupted at the site of Robotnik's new statue. A huge crowd has gathered at the base of the statue. Many are carrying signs bearing slogans like "Down with Robotnik" and "Robotnik must go." Some of the protesters are hurling bricks at the giant figure. One of the protesters has even scoured the statue and is smearing Robotnik's bald head with white paint. This was all new to Robotnik. He was used to Sonic and his band of freedom fighters resisting his rule, but not the regular folk of Mobius. Many people on Mobius have grown sick and tired of living under Robotnik's regime. It's been several years now since he took power. Not everyone has the courage to speak up, of course, out of fear of punishment, but still, small uprisings were starting to happen across the planet, and this was one of the largest ones yet. This is completely unacceptable to Robotnik. They've got to be stopped. Robotnik isn't going to hold back at these protesters at his new statue, so he orders the SBS to be sent in. The troopers soon arrive to disperse the protest. "Remove that citizen from our leader's nose," the leader of this squadron orders. An SBS trooper shoots at the protester and almost hits him. He loses his balance and falls off the statue. Luckily for him though, Tails is nearby to catch him. And where Tails is, you'll also find Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic and Tails are going to have to deal with the SBS squadron quickly. They can't risk anyone getting hurt. Sonic then aggressively destroys the SBS troopers with little effort, making sure the battle is over quickly. One of the protesters then runs over to Sonic and Tails, telling everyone to take cover. He sets some explosives. The protester detonates the explosives around the statue's feet, causing the entire statue to topple over and smash on the ground. The protesters thank Sonic for what he's done. They would never have been able to take care of the SBS. "Hey, that's what I'm here for," replies Sonic. Robotnik's losing his hold over the people of Mobius. Sonic can feel it. Sonic then tells the protesters to head home. If he knows Robotnik, he's already sending another SBS squad here, so let's not push our luck. Back in Citadel Robotnik, Grimer happily tells Robotnik that the protest is over and that the statue will be replaced within a week. But Robotnik isn't comforted, he's furious.
The statue is irrelevant, Grimer. The point is my subjects dared to attack it. The statue was a symbol of my power.
Robotnik viciously chokes Grimer. The people no longer fear Robotnik, but he plans to change that. Soon, they will tremble at the very mention of the name Dr. Robotnik. He promises it. A few days later, in Metropolis City, things have gone from bad to worse for the citizens. Robotnik has implemented his harsh new regime following the protests at his statue last week. Troopers now kick down doors of innocent Mobian families and begin to arrest them. This particular family has the father arrested. The mother pleads with the troopers to stop. He hasn't done anything wrong, she says. But the trooper tells the upset woman that everyone is guilty of something, citizen. This horrendous act was happening across the entire city. Innocent families and their children were being torn apart. Robotnik didn't care if you were man, woman or child. The order was for any citizen. Everyone is guilty. The helpless Mobians he imprisoned were sent to one of the awful conditioned section houses, which are in the poorer parts of the town. The prisoners wait here, some being tortured by Robotnik's minions who controlled this district before being taken to the feared processing plants. The brooding figure of Dr. Robotnik watches over the city from Citadel Robotnik. If the people think he's gone soft, then he'll give them a reason to fear the very mention of his name. The residents had better get used to it. This new regime wasn't going to end anytime soon. Robotnik made sure that what was happening to the residents of the Metropolis Zone was televised on news all day, so that all Mobians across the planet would think twice about protesting or saying ill about their glorious leader. This tactic of fear was a perfect way to keep the residents of Mobius in check. Anyone found to be affiliated with Sonic the Hedgehog or his band of outlaws would suffer the most severe of punishments. Next, Robotnik increased the taxes across the planet, giving many of the people of Mobius barely enough money to buy food. Robotnik tried to justify this as payment for increased security for the residents of Mobius by increased trooper and Badnik production. Robotnik put out a 2 million money reward for the capture of Sonic the Hedgehog, dead or alive, and a 1 million money reward for Knuckles, also dead or alive. With times so tough for the people, Robotnik hoped that someone would be tempted by these rewards. Indeed, it is dark times for the people of Mobius. These are the darkest yet since Robotnik took power. 3 months later, we find Knuckles the Echidna rowing across the Mobian Channel. Knuckles is still attempting to return to the floating island with the chest full of ancient documents he obtained from Captain Plunder. However, Knuckles is having anything but an easy time trying to find the means to return home. This has been an exhausting quest for Knuckles, dragging this heavy chest around wherever he goes, and there doesn't appear to be any end in sight yet. It's just been himself and the chest for so long now that Knuckles even catches himself talking to the chest, and mentions that he has been spending too much time on his own. Knuckles has clearly become used to company since Robotnik discovered the floating island, since before then he lived his whole life alone. Elsewhere on the planet, Sonic has sent Tails to investigate rumours of a new Badnik in the aquatic ruin zone. Unfortunately, the Badnik, which calls itself a spider moth, manages to get the drop on him, spraying his Tails with sticky gunk from its web shooter. With his Tails tied together, Tails can't fly, and he hits the ground with a great crash. The Badnik informs Tails that it was created by Commander Brutus, the soon-to-be ruler of Mobius. That's not good news at all for the Fox. Tails realises that Brutus is planning a revolution and hopes Sonic and the others aren't in danger. No matter how hard Tails tries to fly, his Tails won't propel. Using a vine, he tries to bend the palm tree back so that he can swat the Badnik out of the air, only to be hurled into the air himself. Still unable to fly, he shoots straight for the Badnik, smashing it, but can't stop himself from landing in the aquatic ruins' deep lake. And with his Tails tied, he can't swim fast enough to escape the Masher Badnik that bears down on him. Twisting out of the way, he catches the webbing in the Masher's teeth, freeing his Tails. Free at last, Tails is now able to fly. He immediately sets off for the Metropolis Zone to warn Sonic and the others about Brutus's revolution. They could all be in big trouble. It wasn't just the aquatic ruin zone that new Badniks were appearing. All across the planet, Brutus's new Badniks were popping up. It's clear that Brutus is about to make his move. Evening. On that same day, Dr. Robotnik has unleashed a Badnik attack on the citizens of the Metropolis Zone. Why would Robotnik do this? It's just a reminder to the citizens of who's in charge. The Badniks blast at the helpless Mobians on the street. One of them says it's time he moved to a safer zone, but another states that there are no safe areas on Mobius. Fortunately for them, Sonic, Amy and Johnny are here to help. There's never a dull moment in this zone, Amy comments. That's the way Sonic likes it though. He gets bored without a daily workout. Sonic and company then start defeating the Badniks. Johnny is certain they'll be able to handle this, but Amy informs the Rabbit Freedom Fighter not to get too confident. They are still outnumbered. Suddenly, however, the Badniks start getting destroyed by something that's not Sonic and the other Freedom Fighters. A new wave of Badniks have arrived, and they also seem intent on destroying Robotnik's Badniks. These Badniks look nothing like Robotniks. They are much more imposing and powerful looking, and destroy Robotnik's Badniks with ease. Are they on our side, Amy wonders? Sonic doesn't think so. However, Johnny recognises this type of Badniks. He's seen it before. They've been created by Commander Brutus. Sonic's initial playful tone immediately changes to seriousness when he hears this. The new Badniks have now defeated all of Robotnik's Badniks, and now they're coming for Sonic, Amy and Johnny. Sonic's not going to wait around to be shot at. Let's get 'em, he shouts. The new Badniks may be stronger, quicker and have more deadly attacks, but they are still Badniks, and Sonic can still beat them. As Sonic defeats one of the Badniks, a great mothership darkens the area over the Freedom Fighters. This looks like big trouble. Sonic's expression says it all. The mothership lands and from it departs Commander Brutus himself. Brutus has finally returned to the Metropolis Zone. After months of planning, this is the day of revolution, the day Brutus conquers Mobius, and he refuses to be stopped by two hedgehogs and a skinny rabbit. The Freedom Fighters realise the severity of this situation. Sonic comments that old Eggbreath isn't going to be too happy about this. And sure enough, a mile away in Citadel Robotnik, Robotnik is furious. Watching everything transpire from one of his cameras, he calls Brutus a traitorous robot. Robotnik shouts at Grimer to prepare the troops. This means war. Back with Brutus, Sonic comments that if he thought life would be better if Brutus ruled Mobius, he'd help him defeat Robotnik. But Sonic gets the feeling it'll be 10 times worse if Brutus ruled Mobius. Only 10 times worse, the Ultimate Trooper responds. Brutus intends to increase pollution levels to kill all non-robotic life forms. Sonic's had enough and charges towards Brutus, but his spin attack bounces harmlessly off Brutus's armour and Sonic hits the ground. Brutus calls Sonic a fool and asks him has he forgotten that he can only damage him when he's supersonic? Sonic is so desperate to defeat Brutus and says that it would be worth turning into Supersonic to beat him, despite the fact that Supersonic is an uncontrollable berserker. Brutus isn't going to give Sonic the opportunity to transform, however. He informs Sonic that he has upgraded his blaster to now match Sonic's speed. Before Sonic has a chance to recover, Brutus hits him with his blaster, knocking him unconscious. The fight is finished. Amy and Johnny don't stand a chance against Brutus and they are both captured. They are now Brutus's prisoners. Brutus has defeated Sonic once again. Now no one can stop him. A few hours earlier, and Tails is on his way to the Metropolis Zone to assist Sonic. But as he passes through the Casino Night Zone, he notices several Mobians being chased by Commander Brutus's troopers. Brutus has given the order worldwide for all non-robotic life forms to be exterminated. Tails defeats the troopers, although one of the Mobians he rescued says he'd prefer to have been saved by Sonic. But I guess Tails will do. Tails agrees to help out defending the Casino Night Zone from Brutus's troopers, but he is spotted by Fleabite the bounty hunter. Tails had foiled Fleabite's plans not too long ago, and now the bounty hunter plots revenge on him. Fleabite catches Tails in a net. He believes that Brutus will give him a reward for Tails, but he is surprised when Brutus's troopers arrest him too, and he's then thrown in jail with Tails. The order is for all non-robotic lifeforms to be captured for execution, both good and bad. No exceptions. Tails and Fleabite talk in the cell. Fleabite reveals that he can pick locks with his robotic claw, but doesn't think to use it on the cell door until Tails points out that it would be a good idea. They escape and together they take down the troopers. As the troopers chase Fleabite, Tails pours syrup under their feet and sends them crashing into a giant pinball machine. No sooner are the pursuers defeated, Fleabite turns on Tails, trying to net him again. However, Tails won't be caught the same way twice, and captures Fleabite in his own net. The people thank Tails for helping them, and ask him to stay to help them from any more of Brutus's trooper attacks. Tails was supposed to join Sonic in the battle against Brutus, but according to Sonic, the safety of the citizens comes first. Tails will guard this zone for the duration. Tails is sure Sonic can cope without him for a few days. If only Tails knew. Sonic needs all the help he can get at the moment. Back in present time, war rages in the skies above Citadel Robotnik. Commander Brutus orders his own Badniks to attack those created by his former master, Dr Robotnik. The sky is ablaze with fire, with explosions happening all over the city. Flying in the sky, Brutus leads the war, ordering all of Robotnik's Badniks to be destroyed. It's an incredibly dangerous place to be for the residents right now, as they try to run for cover from the continual falling debris around them. Meanwhile, a mile away from the battle site, Sonic is recovering from his encounter with Brutus. Sonic is angry and immediately wants a rematch with the Ultimate Trooper. Suddenly though, Sonic spots another Badnik approaching him. Not to worry though, this one isn't a foe, it's Shortfuse the Cybernik. Sonic is pleased to see a familiar face. Shortfuse had heard that Robotnik was having problems with another one of his creations. That guy sure knows how to make enemies. Yeah, but unlike Shortfuse, Brutus is no good guy. Sonic explains that Brutus has kidnapped Amy and Johnny. They've got to save them. Sonic and Shortfuse team up. They'll have a better chance of success as a team. Sonic leads on as Shortfuse is right behind him as they head straight for Brutus. Inside Citadel Robotnik, an extremely worried Grimer asks his master how he can be so calm. Their Badniks are losing.
Stop snivelling, Grimer. I have a way to deal with Brutus.
Suddenly, Brutus and his turncoat troopers burst into Robotnik's office. Your days as ruler of Mobius are over, Robotnik. This is a takeover, Brutus states.
You've been a naughty boy, Brutus. When I programmed you with a copy of my brain patterns, I half expected you to try something like this, so naturally I prepared for this moment.
From his pocket, Robotnik pulls out a small remote. It's a self-destruct device, similar to the one that defeated the Brotherhood of Metallix. This is why Robotnik is so calm. Robotnik is done with Brutus and presses the button. It will trigger a self-destruct implant in Brutus's brain.
Die, traitor!
But to Robotnik's despair, nothing happens. It doesn't work.
It worked against the Brotherhood of Metallix, but not against you!
Brutus had been observing the final battle against the Brotherhood of Metallix, and just how they was defeated. Brutus learnt about the self-destruct implant that was also present in himself. Brutus knew Robotnik would try something like this, and therefore Brutus had the implant deactivated weeks ago. Now Brutus orders his troopers to kill Robotnik. With nothing left to say, Robotnik accepts his fate. The ruler of Mobius never begs for mercy. Suddenly, Sonic and Shortfuse burst in through the window. Brutus orders his troopers to forget Robotnik for now, kill the outlaws instead. Sonic and Shortfuse then start to battle Brutus's troopers in Robotnik's office.
You just saved my life, Spikeball, but don't expect gratitude.
Sonic replies that his timing can be bad for once, Lardbelly. While Sonic deals with the troopers, Shortfuse faces off against Brutus. Shortfuse warns the Super Trooper that he may look tough, but Shortfuse's armour is made of Megatal, the strongest metal on Mobius. "Well, I've got news for you, Cybernik," says Brutus. "So is mine." And with a single blow, Brutus pummels Shortfuse through the floor. Even the ultimate Badnik, Shortfuse the Cybernik, is no match for Brutus's power. Sonic begins to charge towards Brutus once again before he can finish off Shortfuse. But Brutus immediately aims his blaster at Sonic. "Remember, I can match your speed, Spikeball." Brutus demands Sonic not to try a super spin attack, or he'll never see his friends alive again. Sonic agrees but wants to see Amy and Johnny right now. Brutus complies. A trooper then informs Brutus that Robotnik and Grimer have escaped in the confusion. Brutus will track them down later. For now, he calls to his ship to send down the new recruits. Brutus directs Sonic to look out the window. Sonic warns Brutus to not try any tricks. He wants to see his friends now. "Then look outside, Spikeball." Sonic looks and is horrified by what he sees. Amy and Johnny are now Badniks. "Behold, Spikeball, your former friends Amy and Johnny are now evil Badniks loyal to me," states Brutus. Things keep getting worse and worse for Sonic. As if dealing with the self-proclaimed invincible trooper wasn't bad enough, now his former friends are his enemies. This is not good. The Badnik Johnny shouts, "Die, outlaw!" Sonic's gotta move fast. The Badnik Johnny's not messing around. Badnik Johnny blasts at Sonic and he falls off the balcony. The Badnik Amy, however, catches him. Sonic knew Amy wouldn't let him down. Big mistake. Badnik Amy throws Sonic right through a "Robotnik is watching you" billboard, crashing Sonic onto a roof of a nearby building. Sonic realises that Badnik Amy and Badnik Johnny mean business, but how can he fight his friends? Meanwhile, observing the action from Citadel Robotnik, Commander Brutus is confident his new Badniks will take care of the hideous hedgehog. It's time he tracked down Robotnik and destroyed him. It's time to end this. Shortfuse pulls himself out of the hole after he had been beaten by Brutus and smashed into the floor. Shortfuse states he won't let Brutus rule the planet, even if he is stronger than him. Brutus turns to face Shortfuse. "Cybernik, there is no if about it. No one is stronger than Commander Brutus." And he throws Shortfuse off the Citadel's balcony as if he was nothing. Meanwhile, Johnny continues to blast at Sonic, shouting at him to die. Sonic states that Johnny's conversations have become a bit limited since he became a Badnik. Shortfuse crashes down next to Sonic. Sonic's glad he could use the help. Shortfuse just needs a moment to pull himself together. He's still reeling from Brutus's beatdown. There's no time to spare though, and Sonic tells him to move it. Sonic tries to hit Johnny with a super spin attack, but he misses. Sonic is holding back because they are his friends, but if he doesn't get his act together, they'll finish him off instead. The Badnik Johnny then shoots at Shortfuse. Shortfuse gets mad, he refuses to get picked on, and blasts the Badnik, destroying it and freeing Johnny. Sonic catches Johnny, and they regroup with Shortfuse. However, the Badnik Amy still remains, and she immediately attacks them with her rapid-fire crossbow bolts. Meanwhile, beneath Citadel Robotnik, Grimer and Robotnik make their way to the armory. Grimer advises against his master to use the experimental war armor. It's still untested, but Robotnik tells him to be silent.
"This may be the only way of stopping that traitor Brutus."
Close behind, Brutus follows Robotnik and Grimer's trail using his infrared vision. "You can't hide from me, Robotnik, you old has-been," shouts Brutus. Suddenly, Brutus is knocked to the floor with a powerful punch right to his jaw.
Enough of your insults, you second-rate upstart!
Robotnik is now wearing the war armor.
It's time I taught you who's the boss around here!
Brutus is ready. Sonic, Short Fuse, and even Supersonic all failed to truly defeat Commander Brutus. Now it is up to Dr Robotnik himself to finally put an end to the Ultimate Trooper. The stakes could not be any higher. The winner of this fight will determine who will be the ruler of Planet Mobius. There can only be one. The real battle is about to begin. On the roof of a building near Citadel Robotnik, the Badnik Amy isn't taking prisoners. She fires a barrage of crossbow bolts from her wrist-mounted launchers straight at Sonic. Sonic's got to do something fast. Sonic dashes out of the way at super speed, sucking the crossbow bolts into his slipstream and sending them straight back at Badnik Amy. They destroy the Badnik armor, freeing Amy, who falls to the floor. Sonic goes to check if she's okay. Amy thanks Sonic with a big kiss while calling him handsome. Sonic jokingly thinks that he might have preferred her as a mad murderer. The Freedom Fighters then descend to the streets of the Metropolis Zone. Johnny is happy that everyone is finally reunited. "No time for small talk, Johnny," replies Sonic. "It's time for them to get out of here before Brutus shows his ugly mug." Suddenly, Brutus smashes up through the concrete floor in front of them. Robotnik, who's right behind him, crawls out of the hole that Brutus just made. The Freedom Fighters notice that the two tyrants are engaging in an epic showdown. Sonic instructs everyone to hang back. "Both of them are enemies. Whose side do we take?" asks Johnny. "Neither," replies Sonic, who hopes they'll wipe each other out. Robotnik and Brutus now battle through the streets of the Metropolis Zone, with the fate of Mobius hanging in the balance. They both exchange thunderous, powerful blows to each other.
You dare to challenge my power! I created you!
"Your time is over, Robotnik. I rule Mobius now." The sound waves from their punches can be felt throughout the city. Even from as far as a mile away, it sounds like thunder. Nearby windows shatter as a result of these impactful blows. It appears that Robotnik is getting the upper hand and is overpowering Brutus. However, it was just a ploy. Brutus was holding back while he charged his blaster to full power. Brutus hits Robotnik with a direct full power blast, knocking Robotnik back several feet and causing him to crash to the ground. From this day forward, Brutus dubs himself Emperor Brutus. Robotnik's armor is now shattered and cracked and begins falling off. Brutus demands Robotnik admit defeat. He brags that he has a copy of Robotnik's mind and that he is Robotnik's equal.
That may have been the case at the time I programmed you, Brutus.
Brutus begins walking over to Robotnik, ready to inflict the final blow. Robotnik looks defeated and defenseless. However, when Brutus stands over him, Robotnik has a surprise.
But since then, I've acquired a few new tricks up my sleeve.
Shooting from the barrels on his wrist, Robotnik douses Brutus head to toe with liquid nitrogen. Brutus has no time to react as he realizes he is being frozen. Within a mere moment, Brutus is now motionless. It is a pity that Brutus inherited Robotnik's ambition, considering how much they could have accomplished together, says Robotnik.
But at the end of the day, all robots that fail me deserve to be scrapped.
And with a massive punch, he shatters Brutus's frozen body. Grimer crawls out of the hole that was previously made by Brutus. Robotnik is holding Brutus's head. Robotnik comments that isn't it amazing how fragile metal becomes at such cold temperatures, even the near-invincible Megatau. Brutus is dead. The revolution is over. Amy is very happy that Brutus is finally no more. though Shortfuse wished he had been the one to take him down. Too bad Lardbelly's still around, comments Sonic. You can't win 'em all, and with this situation, it's better the devil you know. The sun is already starting to rise. It's been a very long night. The freedom fighters then finally head home. A few days later, Robotnik sends out a worldwide broadcast across Planet Mobius. Residents, freedom fighters, and even Badniks watch the announcement from the ruler of the planet.
Citizens of Mobius, heed my words. The so-called revolution is over. I am still your master. Over this last year, I have been foolish enough to share my power with another. I have now rectified that mistake. Commander Brutus is no longer with us. Using my genius, I have gained access to his frequencies and taken control of any Badniks who are loyal to him. However, there are still outlaws who dare to defy me. Any citizen caught helping these criminals will be punished. The recent battle has been a learning experience. You have all learned to fear me even more, for you know I am invincible. And I have learned to never trust anyone with my responsibilities. I will rule this planet. Mobius is mine forever.
Next to a monitor, Sonic watches the broadcast. Never say forever, Bone Dome. We finished this journey similar to how we started it. Robotnik is the ruler of Mobius. The threat of the Brotherhood of Metallix and Commander Brutus is over. What does the future hold for Planet Mobius? Will Robotnik's reign ever come to an end, or is the planet doomed to live under the ruthless tyrant's regime, as he puts it, forever? Citadel Robotnik. Situated in the centre of the Metropolis Zone is the heart and capital of Robotnik's evil empire, and his residents. The Citadel resembles his power and control over the planet, and is a constant reminder to the people of Mobius that he is always watching. Within his personal office we find the Tyrant. This is where Robotnik rules the planet and makes all the important decisions that will impact the people of Mobius. Whether Robotnik is approving the construction of a new weapon of mass destruction, or placing the order for mass arrests in any zone, you can be sure that it is rarely a quiet time for the dictator. Every night at 6 o'clock, every family in every zone gathers around their TV to watch Dr. Robotnik's daily broadcast. No one wants to, but it's the law. It's hard to believe, but life currently under Robotnik's regime is the hardest it's ever been for the people of Mobius. With rumours of the dictator going soft, and protests at his recently erected statue, Robotnik promised that he was going to show every Mobian on the planet reason to fear the very mention of the name Dr. Robotnik. With Robotnik raising the taxes to astronomical levels, for many people going forward, just being able to put food on the table can seem like a near impossible task. Robotnik's forces had grown substantially in recent months, thanks to the many random arrests he was ordering across the zones for residents to be processed into Badniks, as well as taking control of Commander Brutus's Badniks and troopers. Robotnik's SBS production, Special Badnik Service, had also increased exponentially. However, Robotnik's desire for power and control appears to have no limit. Ruling Mobius simply isn't enough for the Tyrant, and Robotnik has ordered that his power base continues to be built up. Robotnik has future ambitions for conquering other worlds. With Robotnik's power seemingly absolute, and fear being put back into the minds of the people of Mobius, one would think that Robotnik would be happy. However, this is far from the truth. Robotnik is furious. Still, the Tyrant or any of his minions have been able to locate the Emerald Hill folk. who, unbeknown to Robotnik, have been living in secrecy in the Mushroom Hill Zone on the floating island since the destruction of the Death Egg. And to top it off, Sonic and the Freedom Fighters continue to resist him, causing the Doctor nothing but headaches and setbacks. His minions will have to be punished for these failures. Grimer tries to calm his master down, and goes on to explain that it's only a matter of time before Sonic and the others are captured, and the Emerald Hill folk are located. Then think of all the ways you'll be able to extract revenge on them. The Emerald Hill folk from the Emerald Hill Zone is Sonic's home zone, and was to be the first target of the Death Egg. After Sonic and Knuckles destroyed it, Robotnik wanted revenge on the entire population of the zone. Robotnik has held a personal vendetta against the Emerald Hill folk since then. It's as if he blames them for the destruction of the Death Egg. Wiping them all out now will be his ultimate revenge and justification, and what better way to get back at Sonic? It's become very frustrating and personal for Robotnik. He rules the entire planet, so how is it possible Sonic could hide the entire zone from him? Just thinking of this keeps Robotnik awake at night. Grimer then goes on to confirm that construction is coming along nicely for the new Cybernik that Robotnik recently greenlit. This time he would make sure that the chosen candidate for his new Super Badnik would be 100% loyal to him.
And what of the echidna we salvaged?
Robotnik is asking about Dr. Zakari, who was located by a trooper patrol after he fell from the floating island several months ago. Zakari was found with horrific injuries and he is still in a comatized state, but Grimer tells his master that his life signs have now stabilized and he hopes that the old echidna will awaken any day now. Halfway across the planet we find Knuckles the Echidna, who is still traversing the planet, attempting to return to the floating island with a chest full of ancient documents he obtained from Captain Plunder. This has been an exhausting quest so far for Knuckles, and there appears to be no end in sight yet. If only there was a means he could come across to fly to the floating island. Knuckles sure wishes he had a spare Egomatic which he had used to get back home a previous time. Knuckles just hopes that Porker and the Emerald Hill folk are doing alright on the floating island. For now, they will have to last a bit longer without him. Meanwhile, at another part of the planet, Tails passes through the Grim Zone. Tails remembers the time when this zone was all fields. Now Dr. Robotnik has polluted it with his factories. Suddenly, Tails is attacked by a fast-flying Badnik. The Badnik shoots at Tails with blasts in its hands. The Badnik wants revenge for Tails and his friends for making it what it is. Whoever that Badnik is inside the armour knows Tails. It must be an old enemy. But who? Tails points out that it was Robotnik that turned it into a Badnik. The Badnik insists that Robotnik only put it into the armour to make it more efficient and powerful enough to destroy outlaws like Tails. Escaping the Badnik, Tails tricks it into shooting at a giant Chimley, which topples on top of the Badnik, revealing that within the armour is Metamorphia, an old foe who has given the Freedom Fighters many troubles in the past. Metamorphia starts crying because once again she has failed Robotnik. She used to think that Robotnik was wonderful and adored his every move, but after her last failure he took away her shape-shifting powers and turned her into a Badnik as punishment. Finally realising that Robotnik is cruel and evil, Metamorphia decides that she now hates him and that she will never work for him again. Suddenly, despite not having her shape-shifting powers anymore, she transforms one final time into a sweet bear. With her appearance now completely changed, Robotnik will never be able to track her down, and she is free to start a new life. With Tails' blessing, Metamorphia leaves for the final time. 1 week later, and it's a typical day on Planet Mobius. The Freedom Fighters have just destroyed a group of buzz bombers. It's no problem at all for the heroes, and once the majority of the Badniks are destroyed, the 2 remaining buzz bombers attempt to flee. Sonic easily catches and smashes them, only to land in a swamp where he immediately begins to sink. Before Tails can try to lift him out, a blue blur zooms across the swamp, plucking up Sonic and placing him safely on the bank. Sonic's rescuer is an elderly blue hedgehog with white whiskers on his chin and half-moon spectacles, who leans against a tree while he catches his breath. He claims to be Sonic from 50 years in the future. Naturally, Sonic is immediately suspicious, claiming that he is working for Robotnik, but the others aren't so sure. He looks like Sonic, sounds like Sonic, and as Amy points out, he's just as sure of himself. Besides, points out the old Sonic, if he was working for Robotnik, he wouldn't have pulled Sonic out of the swamp. Old Sonic says he's travelled back in time to warn Sonic. Unless the freedom fighters change their methods, something they do in the future will doom the citizens of the planet, leading to an even more nightmarish dystopia in which floating egg fortresses bombard the planet from the skies. Sonic being Sonic doesn't believe a word of the story, which is just what old Sonic would have said when he was Sonic's age. But they know time travel is possible from Sonic's battle against the original Metallix on the Miracle Planet. But that's still no guarantee that the dude is telling the truth. Sonic knows who can sort this out. He runs off wondering if, as he puts it, the phony can keep up with him. "I may be older, pal," says old Sonic as he easily keeps pace, "but I'm still Sonic the Hedgehog." Sonic takes them to a doctor in the chemical plant zone. Sonic once saved the doctor's life, and now he feels he owes Sonic, so Sonic is willing to trust him. The doctor takes cell samples from both Sonic and old Sonic, and when the test results come through, they're identical. Without a doubt, they are both the same Sonic. This is Sonic from the future. The DNA patterns from the cell samples are identical. This indeed is Sonic's future self. Sonic still doesn't believe it. This has got to be a trick. Sonic reckons it's Metamorphia. She has done something like this before, but Tails confirms to Sonic that Metamorphia lost her shapeshifting powers and has started a new life. Old Sonic tells young Sonic to face facts. He's the real deal, so button it and listen to his story. Sonic reluctantly agrees. At least it should be a good laugh, he states. Old Sonic explains that it all started when he was younger. Dr Robotnik unleashed a weapon which drilled up into the streets of the Candlewick Green Zone. Sonic led the freedom fighters to attack it, little realising that the machine was armed. Tails, Amy, Johnny and Shortfuse were all incinerated in a single blast. Only Amy's sneakers remained. Sonic has just witnessed his closest friends killed right in front of him. Sonic collapses to the ground in shock and offered no resistance when the troopers arrived. One of the troopers informs Sonic that for you, Hedgehog, the war is over. With no one to stop him, Robotnik turned Mobius into an even worse place. What little hopes and freedom the Mobians once had now been stripped. The entire planet became a dystopia. Sonic blamed himself for what happened and became a prisoner of Robotnik for many years. The tyrant would often come and visit to gloat, his greatest victory ever, Sonic broken. Sonic eventually tried to escape, but all his efforts failed, except for the last one. By this point, Sonic was an old hedgehog. An angry Sonic interrupts old Sonic's story. He would never put his friends on the line like that. Old Sonic admits he made a mistake, and that now he's here to change history. When Amy wonders how he travelled back in time, he says that when he escaped, he ran faster than ever before. "I guess I broke the time barrier," old Sonic states. Sonic thinks the entire thing is rubbish, but his friends are convinced. They all agree to join old Sonic in an attempt to destroy the deadly drill weapon before it's completed, but Sonic refuses to go along with it, as he's certain the old guys are fake. Old Sonic leaves with Amy, Johnny and Tails, telling them to follow the hedgehog with the most experience. Later, however, in the caves beneath the Candlewick Zone, Amy starts to suspect that Sonic may have been right. Something about the mission feels wrong, although Tails and Johnny say to give old Sonic a chance, though Tails does say that old Sonic hasn't called him Pixel Brain yet. They reach a dead end. No problem for old Sonic, who breaks through with a super spin attack. Then, Old Sonic confirms to someone in the room they have just entered that outlaws have been delivered as promised, Master. It's Dr. Robotnik himself, waiting for them with a horde of troopers. Old Sonic has led them straight into an ambush. It's a trap. But if that is future Sonic, that means he's become a bad guy. Old Sonic confirms this and states to his team that you better believe it, dudes. I work for Robotnik now. The so-called future Sonic has sold out and lured Tails, Amy and Johnny into a trap within the caverns below the planet. Amy and Johnny protest that Sonic would never sell them out to Dr. Robotnik, but Old Sonic adamantly responds that he's seen how they all get killed in the future. He had to trick them to get them here. Old Sonic says that the only chance for peace is to follow Robotnik. Robotnik himself bursts into laughter. He's amazed that Old Sonic actually believes he's from the future. Old Sonic immediately questions Robotnik. What do you mean?
You're not Sonic from the future, you fool! You're a clone! I created you!
Robotnik explains that he took a cell sample from Sonic after capturing him and grew a duplicate in his laboratory. He planned to use the clone to attack and give Sonic a bad name, but something went wrong with the experiment and the clone aged too rapidly. Instead, Robotnik brainwashed the clone with a false memory so he'd think he was from a future that held no hope for the outlaws. Old Sonic is devastated to learn that he is a mere copy. Tails asks that they ran those tests, which proved he was Sonic though. But Old Sonic responds that they just proved what a good copy he is. But seeing as Old Sonic has a copy of Sonic's powers, he uses them to smash some of Robotnik's troopers and zooms out through the door. Robotnik orders that the doors be shut immediately. Old Sonic may have escaped, but Robotnik still has the remaining outlaws. Shortly, miles away on the outskirts of the chemical plant zone, the real Sonic wonders if he's done the right thing. Running at top speed, Old Sonic has finally caught up with Sonic, but the exertion has started to take its toll on his body. After explaining the full story, the two Sonics rush off to save their friends. They soon find them being led away by some troopers, but there is no sign of Robotnik. This should be an easy rescue, Sonic states. But just as Sonic has finished his sentence, Robotnik smashes through the ground in a battlecraft ready for a showdown. Old Sonic stays behind to deal with Robotnik while he instructs the real Sonic to save his friends. Sonic immediately begins to lay waste to the troopers and Badniks. Meanwhile, Old Sonic has trapped Robotnik in a cocoon of speed, violently ripping the battlecraft apart in revenge for the lies implanted in his brain. However, Old Sonic can't maintain the speed for long. He has aged too fast and he is too worn out. As the clone gasps for air, Robotnik manages to escape. The last of the Badnik crew have been destroyed, freeing the freedom fighters, though Amy notices there is no sign of Robotnik or Grimer. They are both now long gone. Sonic then immediately wonders where the clone is, before spotting him in the near distance. It doesn't look good. Old Sonic has collapsed to the ground, covered in wrinkles and too old to move. Sonic and the other freedom fighters gather around and try to help, but Old Sonic tells them no. It's too late for him now. Struggling to breathe, he apologizes for tricking them, but Sonic forgives him, telling the clone that he pulled through when they needed him, and that makes him okay in Sonic's book. Suddenly, Old Sonic breathes his last breath, and then transforms into pure energy which rises into the stars. Old Sonic has now become another casualty of Robotnik's regime. He may have been a fake, but he has given the freedom fighters hope for their real future, hope that one day Robotnik will be nothing but a bad memory. 2 weeks later. On the other side of the planet, Knuckles the Echidna, who is still dragging a huge chest full of ancient documents, continues his journey home. Knuckles now travels through a dark and creepy forest at night. It's very late and he's tired, but it looks as though he'll have to sleep out in the open again, until he notices a light in the distance. It's a village. It seems too good to be true, and there's even a tavern called the Green Man that's still open. However, when Knuckles walks through the door, the reception he receives is extremely frosty. Everyone is looking at him. However, when Knuckles asks for a room, the landlord, a brown feathered chicken, immediately becomes friendly, insisting that they have a room.
A room? Of course, I say of course we have a room for you, my lad.
The landlord offers Knuckles the very best room he has, and even offers some of their finest beer. Knuckles declines and heads off to bed, as he hasn't slept well in days.
Come with me, lad. My rooms are the most comfortable you'll find anywhere. You ask anyone, they'll tell you.
Once Knuckles and the landlord leave, a grey-furred goat tells the still scowling tavern patrons it's him. He's the one. That night, as he is dozing, Knuckles hears a screech outside his window. He bolts upright, but is relieved to see that it is just an owl. However, when he hears the scream again, he realises that it is not from an owl. Knuckles rushes to the window and sees a hideous parade on the streets below. The men from the tavern earlier, now all dressed in bizarre attires and carrying torches, and in the middle they are carrying a standing stone, to which a helpless sheep girl is tied and screaming for her life. Knuckles leaps out of the window and glides down, knocking out one of the guards and untying the girl. The grey-furred goat screams that Knuckles must not rescue the sacrifice, and the other villagers echo his cries. Knuckles knocks them all off their feet by slamming his fists into the ground, and he escapes with the sheep girl. The girl leads Knuckles to a small barn on the edge of the town, then explains that a few months ago all of the villagers joined a weird cult. Just yesterday, they decided that they needed a sacrifice to the moon goddess to guarantee a harvest for the new year. They decide to stay put, and Knuckles tells the girl to get some rest until morning, then he'll come up with some sort of plan. But the girl can clearly see that Knuckles is exhausted, and pleads with the echidna that he should get some rest instead. She'll take watch. Knuckles agrees, and makes the girl promise to wake him up in an hour. Not long after, Knuckles wakes up to find himself surrounded by the villagers, led by the goat he saw earlier. Knuckles demands to know where the girl is, and is shocked when she appears completely unharmed. In fact, she herself showed them where Knuckles was sleeping. The goat calls Knuckles the Red One, whose coming the legends foretold, and says that Knuckles will have the honour of being our new sacrifice. Knuckles' hands are tied, and he is led away, but he can't believe that these people seriously think sacrificing him will improve their crops. Until he is trapped inside a giant wicker cage and placed on top of a bonfire. Knuckles insists that they'll never get away with this. This is murder. But the goat assures Knuckles that they will. You forget, Robotnik rules Mobius. He doesn't care if we kill each other as long as we don't bother him. Knuckles has no choice but to accept this, as one of the villagers lights the bonfire. Knuckles is about to be burnt to death. Earlier that same day, high in the sky, Sonic is visiting Porker Lewis on the floating island. They are both in the Emerald Chamber, and Sonic is surprised to not find Knuckles present. Both Sonic and Porker are completely unaware of Knuckles' predicament. But Knuckles' absence is irrelevant to Sonic anyway. He's here to see how his old friend Porker is doing, since he left the Freedom Fighters and moved to live on the floating island. Porker tells Sonic that life is much better since he moved here, although he misses everyone, especially Amy. Sonic asks Porker not to mention her, because lately she's been driving him up the wall. As Sonic sits on the edge of the pit over which the Chaos Emeralds are suspended, a loud voice demands that the intruders identify themselves. Sonic is surprised more so when the rock crumbles beneath him and he falls into the Emerald Pit. The voice is from the robot's head, the same robot that Dr. Zakari used to attack the floating island, and that Knuckles used as a temporary Master Emerald. Now just ahead, and removed of all of Zakari's harmful programming, Knuckles had moved the robot's head in an alcove in the Emerald Chamber, where it frequently conversed with Porker. The robot head did not recognise Porker in the poor light, but Porker is frantic with worry. Porker knows that the emerald energy in the chamber is bound to affect Sonic. Porker quickly hides behind a pillar terrified and tells the robot to shut up. If they're lucky, Sonic won't notice them. Sure enough, the Sonic that rises out of the pit isn't the cool blue hedgehog that fell down. It's Super Sonic. More powerful and demonic than ever before, Super Sonic is consumed by hatred. He needs to find something to destroy, to kill, and the first name that comes to mind is Amy Rose. He blasts out of the Emerald Chamber at vast speeds, straight through the solid rock of the roof, leaving a terrified Porker behind. In the blink of an eye, Super Sonic has already travelled hundreds of miles. As he zooms through the sky, he smashes through an unlucky ship transporting new SBS troopers without even slowing down. On the surface of Mobius, beside the caravan of Bob Beakey's travelling circus, Amy is attempting to teach Tails to use a crossbow. Suddenly, Johnny runs out of the caravan. He's just had Porker on the communicator. But before he can explain Porker's message, it's already too late. Super Sonic has already arrived and is right on top of them. Super Sonic is here to kill Amy and anyone who gets in his way. Super Sonic shouts at Amy to prepare for her death while he dives towards her at top speed. Amy just manages to jump out of the way at the last second, while Super Sonic crashes headfirst into the circus caravan. The caravan explodes into flames and is now completely destroyed. Super Sonic quickly re-emerges unharmed. The three freedom fighters try to make a run for it, to find some cover, but Super Sonic is right behind their every move. Super Sonic shoots at them with his powerful eye beams and continues to dive at them, barely missing them. During his last dive, Super Sonic crashes into a massive rock face which collapses on top of him, but again, the demonic hedgehog rises unharmed. While Super Sonic gloats about his power, Amy comes up with an idea. They run to the tornado, which luckily is unharmed. Super Sonic follows them and sees the plane take off. Super Sonic is now bored of this cat and mouse game. He decides to finish this and uses his eye beams to blast the plane out of the sky. It bursts into flames and then crashes into the ground, utterly destroyed. No one could have survived. Having killed his closest friends, Super Sonic bursts into maniacal laughter. There appears to be no end to the sickening laughter of the horror that has just transpired here, until his power starts to fade and he turns back into Sonic. Sonic stares in complete horror at the burning remains of the caravan and plane. What have I done? Knuckles has been captured by a strange cult in a quiet village and is about to be burned alive inside a giant wicker cage. Knuckles turns to the young sheep who he saved from being sacrificed first, but soon betrayed him. He wants an explanation. She hesitates until Mesmer, the goat leader, tells her to speak. She claims that legends foretold that the Red One shall die by the villagers' hands, and if Knuckles does not die, then she will be sacrificed instead. Knuckles notices that Mesmer raises his staff whenever he speaks to the villagers and gets an idea. Knuckles pushes against the bars of the cage. Mesmer claims he has no chance of escaping, but Knuckles isn't trying to break the bars. He rolls the cage off the fire and down a hill where it lands in a river and smashes on the rocks, releasing Knuckles. The villagers hurry after him, and he knows he can't beat them all. Hopefully though, Knuckles won't have to. Jumping over the heads of the first wave, he glides straight for Mesmer and snatches the staff out of his hand. Using the staff, Knuckles realises that the villagers have all been in a hypnotic trance caused by the staff. Knuckles commands them all to wake up and be their true selves. The spell is now broken, and Knuckles tells the villagers to head back to their homes. All except Mesmer. Knuckles demands to know what Mesmer was up to in this little village. He grabs the goat by the collar. However, before he can answer, the friendly landlord of the local tavern, who Knuckles met earlier, steps out from behind a tree.
Perhaps you had better ask me, Knuckles.
Knuckles is confused. But you're just the landlord of the local tavern.
Oh, but I'm much more than that.
The landlord pulls off his mask and reveals he is really Dr. Robotnik. Knuckles can't believe it. The tyrannical tyrant, ruler of the planet, here in person, right in front of him. It has been some time since these two last met, and Knuckles sure hasn't forgotten their history together.
I believe you were asking what was going on here. Allow me to explain. Mr. Mesmer, my associate, is a very talented hypnotist. He was able to convince an entire village that they were followers of the ancient sun goddess.
But this was just a test to see if Mesmer's power could be used over the whole of Mobius. The entire planet would be under Robotnik's complete control. Knuckles insists it will never happen. It's just you and me now. Your guards aren't here to protect you, states Knuckles. Robotnik, however, is unconcerned by this lovable threat.
Just what do you plan to do to me, Knuckles? As ruler of this planet, you can't exactly send me to prison. I'm perfectly safe, unless... Do you plan to kill me?
Knuckles, knowing he cannot kill someone even as evil as Robotnik, has no choice but to walk away, with Robotnik's mocking laughter ringing in his ear. With the experiment now over, Robotnik soon departs back to the Metropolis Zone, while Knuckles continues his journey home, now once again back to dragging his huge chest. 1 week later, in one of the most notorious bars in the Metropolis Zone, a group of lowlifes laugh at how Sonic killed his own gang while he was super. A cloaked figure drinking a cola at the end of the bar suggests that the idea isn't very funny. One of the Mobians drinking angrily responds and pulls off the cloak and reveals that the figure is Sonic. Sonic had gone into hiding since the disaster a week ago. Unable to face anyone, he went completely incognito. Sonic doesn't want trouble, but Robotnik still has a reward out on him, and the thugs at the bar intend to collect it. Sonic backs away, saying he can't get upset or stressed, but it's already too late. His fur turns gold, his spines become twisted as he transforms once again into Super Sonic. With absolute ease, he destroys the bar. Meanwhile, nearby, the Freedom Fighters, who are not dead after all, have used the Kinterbor computer, who is still in a laptop, to track down Sonic by following the trail of emerald power he's absorbed. To their horror, they see Super Sonic burst out of the roof of the bar and then look down directly at them. Super Sonic is interested to know how they escaped the destruction of the tornado. And while Tails and Johnny struggle to take the tarp off the object they're carrying, Amy explains that they used the Kinterbor computer to fly the plane by remote control. They were never actually on board. Amy tries to plead to Sonic that they want to help him get back to normal, but Super Sonic calls them fools. Why would he want to go back into being the blue weakling, he states, for he is now the most powerful being on Planet Mobius. Super Sonic dive bombs at Amy, who just in time jumped out of the way, just as Tails pulls off the tarp to what they'd been carrying, revealing the gang's star post. Suddenly, an energy beam shoots out of the star post towards Super Sonic, dragging him back towards the post. He zooms around at such ferocious speeds, trying to break free, but the Kinterbor computer increases the power and Super Sonic is sucked straight into the star post. Moments later, Sonic, now he's original blue and slightly smoking, drops out of the star post and is caught by Tails. Kinterbor was able to use the star post's energy to remove all of the emerald radiation from Sonic. However, Kinterbor detects wacky readings from the star post that suggest that they may have actually sent the emerald power into the special zone. Super Sonic may still be alive. There's nothing they can do about that right now though. Crowds have started to gather, and Sonic is in no shape to fight off a trooper ambush. The Freedom Fighters make a quiet exit, For Sonic, this has all been a total nightmare. His friends risked their lives to help him. He thanks them all and states he owes them. This supersonic incident in the Metropolis Zone had gone unnoticed by Robotnik. He of course knew of the reports of Supersonic allegedly killing his friends. Most of Metropolis had heard these rumours, but he had no idea of what had just happened to Sonic. The few weeks prior, Robotnik was of course undercover as the tavern landlord, though was still receiving daily status reports from Grimer from Citadel Robotnik. Grimer had been overseeing things in his master's absence. Now back and large and in charge, it was time more than ever to put the squeeze on the freedom fighters. There had been little reports of protests again since the previous ones, but this wasn't reassurance enough for Robotnik. The people needed to be continually punished as Robotnik powers on with his ruthless regime. Robotnik began overseeing production of new massive Badnik and Trooper processing plants, which he of course plans to have built in green zones, completely destroying the environments and any creatures that may live there. This was all an attempt to continue strengthening his power base with future plans in mind. Robotnik also greenlit development funding into new Trooper technology, a new generation of Troopers to replace the old ones. These would be planned to be much stronger than the previous models, dubbed Ultimate Killing Machines. To compensate for the extra power they would need, Robotnik wanted these troopers to be powered partly by an organic battery, similar to Badniks. Grimer desperately tried to avoid any discussion or reports on the whereabouts of the Emerald Hill folk. This would only enrage the dictator. Instead, he happily confirmed that his new Cybernik was almost finished construction, but they still needed an organic battery. Robotnik had a potential candidate in mind, but the candidate mentioned still needed to prove his loyalty to him first. A few days later, Sonic arrives by means of the Omni-Viewer in the headquarters of the Chaotix crew in the Special Zone. Sonic has dire news. He explains the whole situation to Vector and the others in regards to what happened recently with Supersonic and that he could be here right now in the Special Zone. The entire zone could be in danger. Chaotix, however, are not that bothered. They're certain they can handle this Supersonic if he shows up. Sonic is outraged at their moronic attitude, but Vector points out that they're quite busy at the moment, but he'll go check Sonic's story out and asks the Omni-Viewer to take them all down to New Tech City on Planet Meridian. Sonic is confused that there is a whole planet in the Special Zone, until Charmy explains that the Special Zone is an entire universe. They have suns, moons, planets and everything. I guess you've only seen the weird bits, Charmy claims. Once they arrive in New Tech City, they are all immediately engulfed in a massive fight in the streets. Sonic doesn't understand what's going on here, or what this fight is even about. This all seems ridiculous to him. The police show up a moment later, and everyone runs away, heroes and villains alike. Sonic wonders why, and Vector admits that Chaotix have a little misunderstanding with the police. While the others dive into the Omni-Viewer and escape, Sonic is pulled by a cop and arrested. But frankly, after how this day has gone so far, he's beyond caring. During a trip to the Special Zone to hunt down Supersonic, Sonic has been arrested and locked in a prison cell. The officer in charge, Lieutenant Furor, questions Sonic on his association with the Chaotix crew, who are wanted by the police also. Sonic tries to explain his true purpose in New Tech City and the danger that Supersonic possesses to the whole world. The interrogation is then interrupted by another police officer, who says that someone has put up Sonic's bow. Furor recognises him as Lord Sidewinder. Furor states he ought to arrest him too, but Sidewinder calmly points out that no evidence ever linked him to that nuclear bomb. Sonic then leaves the police station with Sidewinder, with Furor calling after him not to leave town. Meanwhile, in Chaotix satellite headquarters, the crew discusses Sonic's imprisonment. Espio insists that they should have told Sonic they were wanted. Vector says that their immediate priority is rescuing Sonic. Unfortunately, the Omni viewer is unable to help. The police use an energy barrier around their stations, and Omni can't get through. On the outskirts of New Tech City stands the family residence of Lord Sidewinder. Sidewinder has brought Sonic to his residence, where he introduces the Hedgehog to his associates, Lightmare, Mr. Fry, and Biohazard. Sonic is deeply suspicious and demands to know what's going on. Sidewinder tells the impatient Hedgehog to look behind him then. It's Super Sonic! For the first time ever, Sonic and Super Sonic meet each other. So we meet at last, Super Sonic states. Sidewinder reveals the true reason he bowed out Sonic. Super Sonic had promised to join Sidewinder's group and help him take over Planet Meridian if Sidewinder brought him Sonic. Sonic insists that Sidewinder can't trust this creature. He is only bent on destruction. Super Sonic cheerfully agrees, and then immediately blows up Sidewinder's entire estate in an instant. When the smoke clears, everyone seems okay. Super Sonic explains he protected them all in an energy field because he wanted the pleasure of killing them each, personally. Sidewinder's minions immediately try to restrain Super Sonic, but are all easily defeated. Mr. Fry, who has now transformed thanks to his potion, is blasted by Super Sonic's eye beams, and Biohazard is thrown aside like a ragdoll. Even Sonic is no match. His super spin attacks are like tickles to Super Sonic. Super Sonic knocks Sonic off his feet with an eye beam, and he's only just getting warmed up. Super Sonic was part of Sonic for years. Sonic turned into him in his worst moments, but now Super Sonic exists as a separate entity, and now he plans to destroy, starting with Sonic. Sonic and Super Sonic have finally met. Super Sonic says he intends to kill Sonic to prevent the two of them from ever being remerged again. Before he can do this, however, Chaotix arrive in the Omni viewer. Lord Sidewinder immediately orders his gang to attack the Chaotix crew, as this is too good of an opportunity to destroy them, he states. While Chaotix now engage in an all-out fight among Sidewinder's minions, the battle rages on between Sonic and Super Sonic. Sonic uses his super speed to avoid Super Sonic's devastating eye beams, but he cannot dodge forever, and one mistake and he'll be doomed. While avoiding Super Sonic's attacks, Sonic tells Omni he has an idea. As the fight continues, Sonic and Omni get into position, and Sonic puts his plan into action. Sonic hits Super Sonic with a super spin attack at his full strength. The spin attack is so strong that both Sonic and Super Sonic are knocked into Omni's energy field. Sonic quickly pulls himself out and tells Omni to teleport Super Sonic to a far-off dimension. This was Sonic's plan. However, Omni refuses. Super Sonic is our problem, he states. He'll destroy anyone or anything around him. Super Sonic begins to make his exit out of Omni. But suddenly, Omni falls silent. Within the energy field, Super Sonic has stopped moving as if he is frozen in time. Sidewinder's gang managed to escape while this was going on. Chaotix and Sonic return with the immobile Omni viewer back to their secret headquarters. Vector explains that Omni can control time as well as space. Omni managed to trap Super Sonic inside himself by stopping time itself, effectively turning himself into the perfect prison, but a prison that traps Omni just as much as it does Super Sonic. They all owe the Omni viewer a great deal for this sacrifice. A week later, the ditzy Charmy is still trying to understand what's happened to the Omni viewer when he notices that Super Sonic's hands have changed position. He wonders whether he should tell Vector, but decides not to. After all, he'll only shout at him again. It probably doesn't matter anyway, Charmy mutters to himself. 2 weeks later. On Planet Meridian in the Special Zone, Sonic sits on a rooftop above New Tech City. Sonic is troubled as he now finds himself trapped in the Special Zone without any ways of getting back to Mobius. With the Omni-Viewer out of commission and no star posts to use, he doesn't know any other way to travel between dimensions. He can't even contact his friends. He can only hope that Tails and the gang are doing okay without him, and that Robotnik won't notice he's gone. Suddenly, Sonic hears someone screaming and runs down the side of the building. Sonic finds a red-haired girl at gunpoint by a man in a trench coat. He fires, but to her great surprise, she is unhurt. Sonic snatched the bullet out of thin air. The robber, angered by Sonic's appearance, throws off his trench coat to reveal himself as Mr. Shifter, the deadly shapeshifter made of radioactive meta-clay from the Black Zone. The two engage in battle, and Sonic is surprised by how tough this Mr. Shifter is. Sonic eventually is able to grab Shifter's wrist and vibrates his body at Sonic speed. The vibrations have stretched Shifter's body long and thin. Shifter is horrified as Sonic ties his body to a lamppost, grabs his head and stretches him all across the street. Sonic is impressed at how far he stretched. With the villain defeated, Sonic realises that the girl he saved has disappeared. She couldn't even be bothered to thank him. At that instant, in Citadel Robotnik in the Metropolis Zone, the red-haired girl that Sonic rescued arrives by teleporter. Robotnik himself greets her.
So, Agent X-19, you have finally returned. Well, my spy, what news do you bring me from the Special Zone?
She says that Robotnik's suspicions were correct. The Special Zone's forces are too powerful for an invasion right now. At least until Robotnik has consolidated his power base on Mobius. Then, an invasion would be for certain a success. But she does have something of interest to report. Agent X-19 tells Robotnik that he'll never believe who she bumped into while she was in New Tech City. On Mobius, the Freedom Fighters, who have now moved into Techno's secret underground laboratory since Supersonic destroyed their caravan, still have absolutely no idea of what has happened to Sonic or Supersonic. Tails expresses concern, but Amy is confident that Sonic is alright, and that one day soon he'll return. They just have to be a bit more patient and hold the fort until then. The next day in Citadel Robotnik, we find a very familiar sight. Dr. Robotnik is furious. Robotnik is enraged that Sonic is now trapped in the Special Zone. Grimer doesn't understand though. He'd have thought his master would be pleased that Sonic is no longer on Mobius.
I am pleased, but also angry because I wasn't the one who got rid of him.
Though the people of Mobius are unaware of the details of Sonic's predicament, rumours of his disappearance have travelled like wildfire across the globe the last few weeks. But all the people know is that Sonic is missing, they do not know where. Robotnik now knows the full extent of the situation. Grimer reports that most of the citizens believe that one day Sonic will return.
Oh, do they now? Then it's time I reminded the citizens that I am in control of this planet and to forget any hopes of that Spike Ball's return.
Grimer asks his master to tell him his plan and he will carry it through. Robotnik orders Grimer to build a huge rocket in his image that will orbit Mobius, giving the citizens a regular reminder of who their master is. It will be a perfect symbol of his power over them. Grimer calculates that it will be ready in 6 months, but Robotnik orders it to be done in 2 months.
No arguments!
Grimer gets to work on it right away. A few days later, in Chaotix satellite headquarters, the truth about Supersonic has been discovered. Sonic explains to Vector that Supersonic has definitely moved. When Sonic last looked at him, Supersonic was in a slightly different position. Charmy says he's known this for a while, but didn't say anything because Vector would just yell at him. Vector responds by yelling at Charmy. The Omni-Viewer has not stopped time within his force field, he's merely slowed it down to a crawl. When Supersonic eventually does get free, they'll all be in big trouble. However, they don't get to ponder this further because Mighty finds a small chest in the middle of the floor. Chaotix gather around and open it, and are immediately caught in a cloud of green smoke and forced to live out their worst nightmares. The chest is Lightmare's box of nightmares. Lord Sidewinder and his gang climb out of the box. They have used a shrinking device supplied by Knack the Weasel in order to hide and lay an ambush for Chaotix. Sidewinder approaches the trapped Supersonic, whom he identifies as probably the most powerful creature in the universe. Sidewinder wants to make Supersonic his slave, but Sonic, who wasn't affected by the box of nightmares, says he's crazy. He'll kill you, Sidewinder, and then probably destroy the whole planet. The villains attack. Sonic takes out Lightmare first. Biohazard then sneaks up behind him and vomits green toxic waste at Sonic, who dodges out of the way. However, the toxic waste instead goes all over Sidewinder. The toxic waste is lethal in its potency, but Biohazard has an antidote back at their hideout. Sonic tells them to lose yourselves and beat it before he changes his mind. They shrink themselves down and climb back in the box of nightmares, which vanishes in a puff of green smoke. Chaotix wake up from their nightmares, and Sonic tells them what happened and what Sidewinder's dangerous intentions are. Espio has seen what Supersonic can do. Controlling him would make that loony lord ruler of the planet. And what's more, Sonic overheard Sidewinder mention another character. Name of Knack the Weasel. 2 weeks later, in the communications room of the Chaotix crew's satellite headquarters, Sonic has finally managed to contact the freedom fighters in a Metropolis City safe house on Mobius. Everyone is over the moon to see him and floods him with questions. "Where are you?" Amy asks. "Did you defeat Supersonic?" asks Tails. Sonic relates to them how Supersonic is trapped in the Omniviewer's energy field, where time was slowed to a crawl. He explains that Supersonic will eventually escape, and Sonic intends to stay in the Special Zone for as long as Supersonic is still a threat. Sonic and Chaotix have come up with a plan now though. But Sonic's gotta go. Sonic tells his friends to save the contact details he's used, and he'll call again soon. Amy realises that they'll just have to manage without Sonic's help for a bit longer. Sonic and Chaotix load the Omniviewer onto a transport craft and set off for the Black Asteroid. The Black Asteroid was once the biggest gemstone mine on Planet Meridian, but all that's left now are the tunnels and a single entrance. The plan is to take Supersonic to the centre of the asteroid and leave him there. On departure, they'll set off a graviton bomb, which seals up the main tunnel. They're not sure it will hold Supersonic, but it's worth a shot. Suddenly, the craft hits something. Chaotix brush it off as a piece of debris hitting the hull, but in fact it's a minuscule ship piloted by Knack the Weasel. Former Chaotix member, now hated enemy. Knack has shrunk himself to the size of a mouse. He enters the Chaotix craft through an inspection hatch and sneaks to the cockpit. Knack plans to strand them all within the Black Asteroid and steal Supersonic for Lord Sidewinder. Knack personally thinks Sidewinder is mad for wanting Supersonic. However, he is paying Knack a fortune to retrieve him, and it's also a perfect opportunity for revenge on Chaotix, so how could he say no? As the ship enters the Black Asteroid, Knack enlarges himself to full size, surprising the ship's other occupants and spraying them all with a shrinking capsule, reducing them down to the size of mice instead. Without Vector at the controls, the ship veers into the tunnel wall and crashes. Sonic uses the distraction to run away and hide, but Knack manages to catch all the others and trap them in a small globe the size of his fist. Knack wonders what he'll do to them after all this. Maybe he'll take them home. He always wanted to keep pets, he tells the trapped Chaotix. Knack then realises he missed Sonic, then starts looking for him. Sonic knows there must be a way to stop him, but at this size, what can he do? On a mission to seal Supersonic in the centre of the Black Asteroid, Sonic and Chaotix have been ambushed by Knack the Weasel. Knack tries searching for the tiny hedgehog, but stops when he realises that the way he is now, Sonic can't stop him, and Sonic knows he's right. Just what can he do at this size? Knack makes his way over to retrieve Super Sonic. His mission has been a success. It's time for him to get out of here. Sonic decides he has to act quickly. It's now or never, so he super spin attacks Knack in the face. It doesn't affect Knack much, so Sonic spin attacks him again at full power, right on the nose, knocking his hat right off, where Knack keeps his shrinking devices. A furious Knack shouts that he plans to squash Sonic like an insect. Sonic grabs one of the capsules on Knack's hat and douses Knack with it. Knack starts to shrink to Sonic's size. Now we'll see how tough you are, Sonic tells him. Knack begins pleading to Sonic that he wasn't really going to hurt him. But something is wrong. Knack continues to shrink. Sonic has exposed Knack to the shrinking ray for too long. Knack panics and shouts for Sonic to grab the green capsule quickly. But Knack is so small now that Sonic can't hear him anymore. Knack continues to shrink until he vanishes away to nothing. It's too late now. Knack is gone. Fortunately, Vector knows how to operate Knack's capsules, and Sonic and Chaotix are soon restored to full size. Their ship wasn't too badly damaged in the crash, so with Knack now dealt with, it's time to do what they came here to do. They reach the centre of the black asteroid and place Super Sonic here. They all pause for a moment's silence, as they're not only trapping Super Sonic, but also their good friend the Omni-Viewer. It could take years for Super Sonic to get out, and maybe the Omni-Viewer knows what's going on, so when Super Sonic escapes, he'll be able to teleport to safety. That's supposing Super Sonic gives him the chance. Either way, Super Sonic should hopefully be trapped forever inside the black asteroid. They fly away and use the graviton bomb to collapse the only entrance to the asteroid, burying both Super Sonic and the Omni-Viewer under thousands of tons of rubble. And with Knack no longer around to report, Sidewinder will have no idea where Super Sonic is. They can only hope that it'll hold Super Sonic, because if it doesn't, he'll be more angry than ever before, and the entire Special Zone will be in danger. A few weeks later, and back on Planet Mobius, life is harder than ever for the Freedom Fighters, since Sonic became trapped in the Special Zone. However, Amy, Tails and Johnny continue the struggle against Dr Robotnik's evil. The Freedom Fighters find themselves in battle against a horde of Badniks, however their current predicament doesn't seem to be going very well. Tails is knocked out of the sky by a bat's brain, and then Amy is whisked off by a Valkyrie. She is soon out of range of Johnny's javelin throw, and Tails can't fly after his fall. Johnny fears they're just not strong enough without Sonic, as the remaining Badniks close in for the kill. In the air, the Valkyrie carrying Amy is blasted out of the sky. Amy falls only to be caught by Shortfuse the Cyberneck. He takes her back to Tails and Johnny, and together the four of them make quick work of the other Badniks. After the dust clears, Amy explains the situation regarding Sonic's disappearance to Shortfuse and asks him to join them. They need his type of power while Sonic isn't around. Shortfuse initially declines. He prefers being a loner and states that Sonic will return one day, but Tails and Johnny express that Robotnik is not going to give them any breaks while Sonic's away. If anything, Robotnik's going to take full advantage of his absence and really come down hard on them. And this is exactly what Robotnik was planning. Shortfuse changes his mind. The gang are right. He decides that sticking together is the best course going forward and joins up with the Freedom Fighters. Whatever it takes to bring Robotnik down. 1 week later. In the Special Zone, Sonic is adjusting to the customs of this crazy world, and that no one knows who he is, which he still finds quite jarring. He's used to being treated as the big hero wherever he goes. Sonic has now set himself up an apartment in the heart of New Tech City after becoming sick of living with Chaotix. In his apartment, Sonic has also set up a permanent video link communication between himself and his friends back on Mobius, so he can always keep contact with them. Sonic is currently on a video call with Tails. Sonic informs his best buddy that he still has not found any way of escaping the special zone. Sonic asks how they are all coping. Tails replies that the gang is managing to cope without Sonic now that the Cybernik has joined the team, and Sonic then teases Tails about not missing him at all. Tails didn't mean that, of course, but Sonic is quick to inform his buddy that he was just joking. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise is heard from outside Sonic's apartment. Looks like something else crazy is happening in this weird dimension. Stuff like this seems to be the norm here. Just another reason why Sonic doesn't like the special zone. And with that, Sonic cuts his call with Tails short. He'll be sure to call again soon. It's now been exactly 2 months since Dr Robotnik ordered construction of his rocket, shaped in his image to orbit Mobius. The rocket is now ready to launch. At the launch site, Robotnik watches with binoculars. Grimer tries to explain to his master that they may need further tests, but Robotnik refuses and rushes the final testing and begins the countdown. We have liftoff. However, immediately after launch, the rocket encounters problems.
It's not flying properly! What's wrong with it?
The rocket then nosedives to the ground and crashes, completely destroying it. Robotnik believes it was sabotage.
That fox or the echidna must have damaged it!
Robotnik orders a full investigation and report to be completed by the following morning. The following morning, Grimer presents his report. No outlaws were anywhere near the launch site. The problem was in cheap materials and no testing. The rocket itself was faulty. But Robotnik insists that the official news broadcast tonight will say it was sabotage.
Understand?
The official word must be that Robotnik never makes mistakes. Sometimes that means telling lies, but this was nothing new for Robotnik. The next week, nighttime in the Metropolis Zone. The Metropolis Zone contains a city of residents living in fear of their ruler, Dr. Robotnik. For many, that fear makes them loyal to the tyrant. However, there are those who are not so loyal, perhaps. Johnny meets a rat informant, and after receiving a cash handout from Johnny, the rat tells him that Robotnik has created a new secret weapon, and that a platoon of troopers will be escorting it through the Gumtree Zone in 2 days' time. Once Johnny has left, the rat is joined by another figure, Robotnik himself.
Well done, my friend. Your loyalty will be rewarded.
2 days later, the freedom fighters visit the Gumtree Zone. They spot the platoon of troopers, and Shortfuse immediately charges into attack, much to Amy's dismay, who was hoping to orchestrate a plan of attack. They quickly defeat the troopers, although Shortfuse suspects the troopers might be letting them win, as this all seems far too easy. With the troopers defeated, they approach the crate to find out what the secret weapon is, only for it to explode outwards, revealing the secret weapon to be a powerful rat-shaped badnik named Vermin the Cybernik. Robotnik has finally finished construction of his brand new Cybernik and chosen the perfect candidate to power it, one that is this time 100% loyal to him. Similar to Shortfuse and Commander Brutus, Vermin's Cybernik armour is made by the nearly indestructible and incredibly rare metal Megatau, making him almost unstoppable, being immune even to Shortfuse's blaster. He has super strength and the ability to shoot laser beams from his eyes. His tail can also be used as a whip, and has a barb on the end with which he can infect a crippling virus into other robots. The tail can also be used to absorb electrical energy, increasing his power even more so than it already is. At last, Robotnik's first successful loyal machine made from Megatau. It has been a long time coming. Johnny instantly recognises Vermin's voice as the rat who sold him the information 2 days ago. Shortfuse tries to convince Vermin that he can resist Robotnik's brainwashing, only to be hit with a powerful punch. Vermin wants it to be a Cybernik. He's stronger than Shortfuse, and that makes him unbeatable. By the order of Dr Robotnik, the Outlaws, being Amy, Tails, Johnny and Shortfuse, are to be destroyed by the hands of Robotnik's newest creation, an evil cybernik called Vermin. Shortfuse hits Vermin with his blaster, but to no effect. Robotnik told Vermin that Shortfuse was tough, that's why he made Vermin tougher. Vermin retaliates with eye blasts from his eyes, which hurts Shortfuse. Tails swoops at Vermin with a flying attack, only to be knocked out of the air by Vermin's towel. Shortfuse then sucker punches Vermin, but Vermin still has a secret weapon and stabs Shortfuse's armour with his towel. Shortfuse screams and falls to the ground. Vermin has infected a computer virus into his systems, paralysing Shortfuse's armour. Johnny attacks, but Vermin destroys Johnny's staff with his eye beams. Vermin has beaten everyone except Amy, who takes her turn. Vermin laughs, saying that her crossbow won't even dent his armour. Put your toy away, Vermin tells her. Amy fires, but she isn't aiming for Vermin. She's aiming at the gum tree sack over his head. Blue liquid drops on top of Vermin and starts melting his armour. Vermin decides it's time to retreat. He'll return to Robotnik for repairs, but warns the heroes he'll be back. It was lucky that Amy remembered that the gum tree fruit contains an acid gum that is corrosive to metals. Shortfuse still needs help, and tells the others to take him back to Techno's secret workshop under the Emerald Hill Zone. She'll know what to do. Later that day, Techno helps Shortfuse by draining the virus from his system, but it's going to take a few days. Shortfuse vows that the next time Vermin attacks, he'll be ready. As we reach the end of the year, Sonic spent his first Christmas in the Special Zone, while back on Mobius, under the Emerald Hill Zone, a place long since deserted, Techno throws a small party for her friends to try to raise their spirits during what seems like never-ending dark times. Even during the festive period, Robotnik doesn't hold up his fierce stranglehold across the people of Mobius. On the floating island, the Emerald Hill folk continue their day-to-day lives, completely unaware of what's happening on the planets below. Many wonder whether the next year will be any different. Porker Lewis is still puzzled why Knuckles hasn't returned yet. It feels like it's been forever since he left with Captain Plunder. He just hopes his friend is okay. After also learning of Sonic's situation in the Special Zone from Amy, everything just seems so worrying right now. Still, Porker will do what he can maintaining the Emerald Chamber while the Echidna Guardian is away, hoping for his return soon. We enter the new year, but it's nothing worth celebrating for. Robotnik has set it upon himself to bring his regime to even more crippling measures to the people of Mobius. Higher taxes, more Badniks, more troopers. The cost of living was becoming harder and harder each day, but Robotnik didn't care about the needs of the people. He was still furious that he was suffering setbacks from the freedom fighters, even without that wretched hedgehog present. Robotnik's power base continues development. His plans was to invade the Special Zone sometime later this year. Construction was also almost finished on the new trooper model. He'd like to see resistance against an army of these powerhouses. Vermin had now also been repaired, and was put in charge of an operation at the Chemical Plant Zone, creating Toxo Cubes. This would be the year of Robotnik, he pondered to himself. 3 months later. As Sonic continues his life in the Special Zone, helping out in whatever way he can, whether it be aiding Chaotix on a mission or stopping a robbery. The Blue Hedgehog hopes more than ever he can find a way out of this crazy dimension, before he ends up as crazy as everyone else here, he puts it. On Mobius, during the many battles between the Freedom Fighters and Robotnik's forces, there was friction forming between Amy and Shortfuse. They were coming to blows often, and Amy is beginning to have doubts about Shortfuse's place on the Freedom Fighters. She trusts him, of course, but his short temper could foul up a mission one day and put them all in danger, or worse. Still, without Sonic being present and down on manpower, they would have to power on. Only the Great Mobiun Prairie stands between Knuckles and the Metropolis Zone, where Knuckles hopes to find transport to the floating island. But the prairie is large, especially since Knuckles is dragging a heavy chest full of floating island documents. However, Knuckles' bad luck would continue to follow him, as after narrowly avoiding a stampede in the prairie, the Echidna would be surrounded and accused of causing the stampede itself by a Mobiun called Chico. Chico has his coyote companion use an electrified prod to stun Knuckles into unconsciousness. Knuckles is then taken to the nearby Blackwater City, where the sheriff can decide his fate. Knuckles regains consciousness while being suspended beneath Chico's pterodactyl, and he is left to wonder, why do these things always happen to me? A few days later, in a factory in the chemical plant zone, kidnapped workers are forced to slave in harsh conditions under armed guard by troopers. "Work faster, slave! Work until you drop!" a trooper demands to one of the slaves. The Mobian slaves are producing deadly toxo-cubes, dehydrated blocks that can pollute an entire lake when dropped in water. The freedom fighters are present and hiding on a gangplank above. They intend to free the slaves, but the plan has gone out the window when Shortview sees his rival, Vermin the Cybernik, has been put in charge of the operation. Amy wasn't expecting this. They must work a new plan of attack, but rather than waiting, Shortview leaps into combat with Vermin, giving away the freedom fighters' position at the same time. Amy is furious. The troopers fire at the freedom fighters. Amy and Johnny escape, but Johnny ends up hanging precariously over a boiling vat of acid. Before Tails can save him, he and Amy are grabbed by a trooper. Amy yells to Shortview to forget Vermin and rescue Johnny, but he ignores her and instead smashes Vermin into the processing machine, destroying it. This distracts the trooper holding Tails, allowing the Fox to escape and lift Johnny to safety. With the machine destroyed, Vermin and the troopers escape by means of a transporter beam. Shortview seems pleased that they've won, but Amy is anything but pleased. She is very cross. "Johnny was almost killed, and you should have saved him," she yells at him. Shortview argues that the mission is more important, but Amy disagrees. "Our priority is to save lives," she replies. She goes on to tell Shortview that ever since he joined them, they've put them in danger by him being selfish. Shortview has had enough and decides to quit the team right there. He knows when he's not wanted and flies off, saying he'll fight Robotnik his own way. Amy tells him to go paddle your own canoe then. And with that, Shortview has left the freedom fighters, severely weakening the group and ending on bad terms. Elsewhere, after finding himself almost hanged to death, Knuckles was able to prove his innocence and expose the true criminals of Blackwater City with the help of the sheriff. It's time for Knuckles to continue his journey. He is returned his chest by Rooster, a rancher of the Mobiun Prairie. Rooster notices that the chest looks heavy. "It is," replies Knuckles. So Rooster gives him something to help him out, one of his green pterodactyls. Finally, Knuckles has transportation to get back home to the floating island. It's been far too long. Riding his new flying mount, Knuckles flies away, framed against the sunrise. A few days later, in Citadel Robotnik, a problem has arisen for the dictator. Protests have started to appear again in various spots across the planet. How is this possible? Robotnik pondered. He has broke these people in mind and spirit, taken away any minute freedom they may have had, and even without Sonic present, there is still resistance. It seems that pushing the people to the brink has made some start to push back. This is completely unacceptable. Robotnik has given these people the choice to live as a slave under his rulership. They should be honoured, he said, but instead they throw their gratitude back in my face. Perhaps if they are so unhappy being my Badniks, I should do them all a favour and put them out of their misery, Robotnik thought to himself. It's time to send the SBS in to clear up these resistance protest groups. However, just as Robotnik began making orders via a video transmission, Grimer barged into his master's office. It has finally happened, he tells Robotnik. Dr. Zakari has awoken.
At last! Finally some good news today! Take me to him, Grimer!
Robotnik soon arrives at the medical bay in the Citadel. Robotnik and Zakari had much to discuss. Robotnik was very pleased to discover that the old echidna was evil like himself. Zakari was surprised by just how long he had been in a coma. Much has changed since the day he fell from the floating island. Robotnik had saved Zakari's life. He would never have survived the fall if he was not discovered by a trooper patrol. Zakari's injuries were horrific, and the only way Robotnik could save him was integrating him with Badnik technology, replacing his destroyed right arm with a laser cannon and the entire right side of his head and face. Zakari was now a cyborg. In return for Robotnik saving his life, Zakari was able to provide Robotnik with important information. Most notable of all, the information that the Emerald Hill folk were hiding out on the floating island. At last! After years of searching, Robotnik has finally been given the news he has waited so long to hear. He could almost cry with happiness. This day was just getting better and better, he thought. Robotnik offered an alliance to Zakari. Imagine the work they could do together. Zakari accepted. They had a similar goal in mind after all. Robotnik wanted revenge on the Emerald Hill folk, and Zakari wanted revenge on Knuckles and to destroy the floating island. Either way, their goal was now on the floating island itself. Robotnik planned to ready his forces for an immediate invasion of the floating island. He wasn't going to wait, but Zakari advised him against it. The floating island's defences are powerful, he said. Robotnik was reminded by Zakari's words of what happened to the Death Egg. A platoon of ships would be detected immediately. However, if they was to travel in a small craft, they could break through the floating island's defences undetected. Robotnik was concerned, though, by what they would be able to do without any Badniks or troopers. But Zakari told Robotnik to leave that to him. Robotnik trusted Zakari. He had given him all this sensitive information after all, whereas all his minions had failed to deliver. For this trip, only Robotnik and Zakari would be travelling to the floating island. Robotnik, however, did want to bring one thing. Something he'd been saving for an occasion just like this. The perfect way to extract his ultimate revenge on the Emerald Hill folk. The protesters can wait. This was now a much higher priority. And besides, if he eliminates the Emerald Hill folk, it would give fair warning to any other resident who would dare to defy him that a similar punishment would be waiting to happen to them as well. The next day, after loading a small craft with Robotnik's equipment, it was time for Zakari and Robotnik to leave. Robotnik put Grimer in charge of operations while he was going to be away, and threatened his assistant not to mess anything up or there'd be hell to pay.
It is time for me to take my leave now. When I return, things are going to be very different. Let all of Mobius beware, my day of revenge has come at last.
Evening falls in the Metropolis Zone, and one of the last remaining pieces of Parkland is under threat. A group of protesters have gathered, holding signs that say "Save our trees" and "Hands off Robotnik." Suddenly, Knuckles arrives on his pterodactyl. Knuckles is en route back to the floating island, and this protest happened to be going on in the path he was taking home. Knuckles watches the SBS arrive to deal with the protesters. The troopers are about to attack the peaceful and defenceless citizens until Knuckles leaps in to help. Here Knuckles meets Pajamas, a psychic, and Ebony, a black cat with powerful magic powers. With Ebony's help, both her and Knuckles deal with the SBS. After the battle, Knuckles tells the protesters that they are in serious danger and should leave before even more powerful Badniks arrive. But they insist that they have to save the trees. Knuckles wonders what is so special about the trees. Then suddenly, the trees turn to Knuckles, and one of them says to him, "Allow me to answer that question." Knuckles now realises just why it's so important to save these trees in the Metropolis Zone. Knuckles is introduced to the Elder Tree, the eldest living creature on Planet Mobius, who speaks on behalf of the planet's ecosystem. The Elder Tree asks the protesters to leave. He does not want them hurt when Robotnik's forces return. At that moment, powerful minions of Robotnik arrive. Knuckles was right. Omen, another Mobiun who can use magic, and two cyborg gorillas arrive to disperse the protest and arrest Ebony and Pajamas. Omen and Ebony begin a magical duel while Knuckles takes on the gorilla henchmen. One of the gorillas fires a missile at Knuckles, who leaps out of the way, but the missile heads straight for the Elder Tree, who is killed in a great explosion, leaving only a charred stump where he once stood. The other trees are outraged and want to make everyone pay, heroes and villains alike. Suddenly, great wooden roots rip up through the ground across the Metropolis Zone, tearing through buildings. It's clear the trees aren't messing around. The ancient trees have used their powers to create a huge forest in the middle of the Metropolis Zone. During the chaos, Omen and the two cyborg gorillas manage to ambush Knuckles, Ebony and Pajamas. However, the ancient trees see the conflict as proof that the flesh creatures think of nothing but destruction. They decide to erase them from Mobius altogether. Omen laughs at this notion, but Knuckles respects the tree's powers and believes the threat is genuine. He expresses regret at the destruction that his kind have caused, and points out that some of them have tried to do better. When Knuckles asks them what the Elder Tree would have done, they accept that violence is not the answer. Instead, they merely use their powers to hurl Omen and his associates out of their park, with a warning not to return. The heroes have won, but they were too late to save the Elder Tree. The ancient trees say not to grieve though, as the Elder Tree's time will come again. It's time for Knuckles to leave. He bids Ebony and Pajamas goodbye and jumps back on his pterodactyl. No more distractions or delays, he thought to himself. Next stop, home. 2 days later, Grimer has fenced off the entire forest with firm orders that nobody may enter. The forest is a haven of natural beauty in the midst of Robotnik's evil empire. However, one spot is more sacred than any other. The place where the Elder Tree once stood. The place where the Elder Tree will someday grow once more. It's the start of a new day, and we are back in New Tech City in the Special Zone. In the Eastern District stands a weird building. Inside, Lord Sidewinder frantically continues searching for Supersonic, convinced that he can use Supersonic's power to rule the entire planet. He intends to make Supersonic his slave. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Chaotix are finishing an epic battle. Chaotix pile up the henchmen of a villain named Dr. Plague, leaving them all for the police to arrest. Chaotix are now no longer wanted by the police. Suddenly, Plague himself appears with a vial that contains a virus powerful enough to wipe out all life in the city. He threatens to smash it if anyone takes one more step. So naturally, Sonic takes one more step forward. Enraged, Plague hurls the vial, and Sonic catches it easily. However, Plague is not beaten yet. He has 8 more vials which he hurls into the air. This is going to be a tough one, and Sonic speeds around the square, collecting the vials into Plague's discarded container. Sonic being Sonic, he cannot resist showing off as he catches the last one, much to Vector's irritation. Suddenly, Chaotix receive an urgent transmission asking for Sonic. It's Porker Lewis back on the floating island. Porker says there is terrible trouble, they need his help, before the transmission is cut off. There's something terribly wrong going on back on Mobius, and Sonic wants to go back home right now. Mighty wants to help, but reminds Sonic that he can't, he's still trapped in the special zone. Then out of nowhere, panic erupts in the streets. Sonic and Chaotix look to the sky and noticed a second sun has appeared. The people of New Tech City are terrified. Mighty explains that there is a legend about the end of the world, and it begins with the appearance of two suns. Charmy brushes it off though as a dumb old tale. Nobody believes it to be true. However, it might turn out to be only too true, as at that moment, a worse for wear looking Omni viewer reappears, claiming the whole planet is in danger. Meanwhile, Lord Sidewinder looks up at the second sun in glee. His computations are complete. He has found Supersonic at last. Knuckles has been away from the floating island for a very long time, but now his journey is almost over. Riding atop his pterodactyl, Knuckles has returned home. He hopes that his chest of ancient documents will help him repair the damaged equipment in the Emerald Chamber, but first, Knuckles is going to visit the Mushroom Hill Zone to see how the Emerald Hill folk are getting on. However, once he arrives, Knuckles finds the place completely deserted and smashed up. There has clearly been a struggle throughout the houses. Knuckles doesn't like the look of this one bit. He decides to rush to the Emerald Chamber, maybe he'll find answers there. Knuckles has the feeling of regret, if only he'd got back sooner. He just hopes the Emerald Hill folk are okay. As he rushes to the Emerald Chamber, two shadowy figures watch him go. Now?
Not yet. I've waited a long time for this moment. I want to enjoy it.
Minutes later, in the Emerald Chamber, Knuckles spots someone running through the corridors. He gives chase. He assumes that this person is responsible for the missing Emerald Hill folk. Knuckles tackles the figure to the ground, only to find out that it is his friend Porker Lewis, who ran because he believed that Knuckles was one of the people who took the Emerald Hill folk. Porker explains that they came in the night. They didn't stand a chance. They took everyone away. Not one of the Emerald Hill folk escaped. He goes on to explain that he managed to hide in the floating island's tunnel systems and had just managed to contact the special zone when Knuckles turned up. Charmy is on the other end of the line. Porker asks to speak to Sonic. It's very urgent. We are now at the same point in time as the special zone. Porker tries to tell Sonic that there is terrible trouble. Only for the device to be suddenly destroyed by a laser blast. Porker is knocked unconscious, but Knuckles turns to see who is responsible. It's Robotnik and Dr. Zakari with an army of Guardian robots. Robotnik is particularly happy to see Knuckles.
So we meet again, my old friend. But this will be the last time. I have plans for you, Knuckles. Big, big plans.
A second sun has appeared over New Tech City in the special zone, causing mass panic. To top it off, a worse for wear looking Omni viewer unexpectedly appears. He was supposed to be holding Supersonic prisoner within the black asteroid by stopping time for him, but Supersonic was just too powerful for Omni to handle. He still slowed time down to a crawl so that it would have taken Supersonic years to escape. But somehow, Supersonic worked out what was happening and had no intention of waiting. He wanted revenge. Supersonic realised he was trapped inside the black asteroid. He started building up energy, charging himself into an electron bomb. It will produce a massive explosion. The second sun is actually the black asteroid heated up to millions of degrees. In a matter of hours, it will explode and Supersonic will be free. Despite the threat to the Special Zone, Sonic wants to go back to Mobius after receiving the distress call from Porker. Sonic's first responsibility is Mobius, but Omni reveals it is impossible. He has barely enough energy left to keep his systems running, let alone transporting people across dimensions. Suddenly, Lightmare appears. Sonic attacks, wanting to take care of Lightmare quickly, ignoring Lightmare's calls to stop. Lightmare opens his box of nightmares, blinding Sonic and making Mighty believe he is trapped in a cage. However, Espio uses his powers of invisibility to sneak up behind Lightmare and steal the box of nightmares, knocking Lightmare down. However, Lightmare claims that he came to warn them, not to fight them. He explains that Lord Sidewinder has a plan to control Supersonic and rule the Special Zone. But the plan is doomed to fail. The plan will get Sidewinder and his gang killed by Supersonic. But Lightmare cannot simply leave the gang because he is actually a she and is Sidewinder's daughter. After releasing everyone from their nightmares, Sonic agrees to help stop Sidewinder. Lightmare insists that Sidewinder must never know she came to them for help. Great, as if things weren't complicated enough, said Mighty. Sonic, Mighty, Espio and Charmy leave to stop Sidewinder's insane plan, but Vector stays behind with the Omni viewer. Omni has a plan. Whatever this plan is, Sonic just hopes it works. He gets the feeling they're going to need all the help they can get. Elsewhere, Lightmare arrives back at Sidewinder's property. Mr. Fry and Biohazard load up a rocket ship before they all board it. Sidewinder brags that soon he will control the most powerful creature in the entire universe. The rocket takes off. Its destination? The Black Asteroid. Sidewinder states that tomorrow the Special Zone will have a new master, and that master will be him. Knuckles has finally returned to the floating island, just in time to be captured, along with Porker, by Dr. Robotnik and his new accomplice, Dr. Zachary. This is the first time Robotnik has been back to the floating island since the Death Egg's launch, and he and Knuckles have much unfinished business. While being escorted, Porker tells Knuckles that it was the Guardian robots who took the Emerald Hill folk. Zachary tells Knuckles not to bother trying to escape. Nothing can break the robot's grip. Knuckles asks how Zachary survived his fall from the floating island. Zachary explains his near-death experience. By a miracle he survived, no thanks to Knuckles. Zachary explains that he managed to grab hold of the body of the Guardian robot that Knuckles had previously beheaded. He managed to operate the robot's flight system, slowing his fall, but the wing was damaged, so he still landed heavily enough to take horrific injury. He would have died if he hadn't been found by a trooper patrol.
I always thought that you were the last of the Echidnas, Knuckles. So when I heard about Zachary, I was interested.
Robotnik rebuilt Zachary as a cyborg, and in exchange, Zachary revealed the location of the Emerald Hill folk.
Did you think those peasants would be safe from me on the floating island?
Knuckles demands to know where the Emerald Hill folk are, and what Robotnik has done to them.
Do not upset yourself, my dear Knuckles. You will be joining them very soon.
Knuckles swears that if he's hurt them... Robotnik takes Knuckles into a large structure where the Emerald Hill folk have been connected up to a massive egg-shaped machine and placed in special green helmets. Knuckles calls Robotnik a lunatic. What have you done to them? Meanwhile, none of them have noticed the Omni viewer who has appeared overhead. Omni doesn't like the look of this one bit. Robotnik explains he is using their minds to power an enormous biological computer that uses living brains instead of microchips. When activated, the Emerald Hill folk will become a permanent part of the most powerful computer ever made. None will survive. Omni immediately disappears. He has to get back to the Special Zone and warn Sonic fast.
All I have to do is pull this lever, and the Emerald Hill folk are doomed.
Meanwhile, in the Metropolis Zone, Grimer broadcasts his dominance over the residents. With Robotnik away on the floating island, he is in full control of Robotnik's forces. Grimer tells the Mobians to not expect life to be any easier. The civilians don't seem concerned that a wimp like Grimer is in charge, until his troopers start arresting people left and right. One is arrested for wearing a loud shirt in a public area, another for having longer than regulation ears. At 5:10, the troopers announce a curfew time of 5 o'clock. Grimer is rapidly upping brutality across the Metropolis Zone, turning it even more into a police state than what Robotnik has already done. Grimer is doing this in hopes of impressing Robotnik for when he returns. The Freedom Fighters watch from the shadows. They were going to sabotage Citadel Robotnik, but decide it is more important to help the citizens. They leap into action, destroying a handful of troopers, giving hope to the people, but they are soon captured under a net. Tao states that it's times like this that he wished Shortfuse was still with them. Grimer is informed of their capture, which pleases him greatly. The citizens are demoralised. The Freedom Fighters were their last hope. If they can't stop the troopers, then they may as well give up. But one young Mobian in a red hat and blue hoodie tries to convince them to stand up. It's time to not let themselves be pushed around anymore. They are hesitant at first, but realise that the young Mobian is right. Amy and the others have rescued them loads of times, now it's their turn to help them. Within minutes, the crowd are united in resistance against the outnumbered troopers, leading Grimer to sound a retreat. This was huge. This was the first time Mobian civilians have openly attacked Robotnik's troopers since Robotnik's conquest of the planet years ago. They have previously protested against his rule, but never retaliated. The people of Mobius have saved the Freedom Fighters. One of them says that Robotnik has ruled over them for too long. Now the citizens are going to take charge. Spread the word to everyone. It's time to bring freedom for Mobius. Power to the people. However, Grimer isn't going to sit idly by and do nothing. Grimer is about to get tough. The Special Zone's black asteroid glows like a second sun as it's heated from within by the imprisoned supersonic. Soon it will explode. The Doomsday clock is ticking. Sonic, Mighty, Espio and Charmy are desperately searching for Lord Sidewinder and his gang before it's too late. Charmy is unable to pick up the scanner on Sidewinder's ship anymore, which means he must have already landed. Sidewinder has an insane plan to take control of Supersonic. He must be stopped. Meanwhile, back in New Tech City, Vector is at the top secret scientific laboratory known as Equinox. The lab is staffed entirely by crocodiles. They have agreed to help recharge the Omni Viewer back to full power. Preliminary tests are successful, and the Omni Viewer has reappeared from his trip to Mobius. However, he has terrible news from what he saw on the floating island, and he has to tell Sonic fast. The crocodile scientists plug Omni back up again, and say they'll get him back to full power ASAP. At that same time, another Equinox scientist runs over. He's just analysed the reading from the black asteroid. It isn't good. He has discovered that the explosion of the black asteroid will create an electromagnetic pulse. This will have no effect on the people, but it will knock out every computerized system all over the planet and cause total chaos. Hospitals will shut down, the banking system will fail, aeroplanes will plummet to the ground. This has made the whole situation that much worse. Elsewhere, Lord Sidewinder and his gang have taken up position on an asteroid near to the Black Asteroid. Mr. Fry and Biohazard become concerned at their proximity, but Sidewinder tells them what's a little danger. Soon he will control Supersonic, making himself unstoppable. Biohazard asks how he intends to do that, and Sidewinder reveals that his master plan is to call Supersonic to him with the power of his mind. Mr. Fry and Biohazard now start to worry and question the sanity of their leader. He's going to get them all killed. They nearly turn on Sidewinder before being interrupted by Sonic. Sonic has found them at last. Sonic quickly incapacitates Mr. Fry, Sidewinder and Lightmare, while Mighty takes out Biohazard. Sonic apologises for being so rough on them, but tells them that trying to control Supersonic would have been a huge mistake. Just then, the now fully powered Omni viewer appears with Vector. Omni tells Sonic that Dr. Robotnik has captured the Emerald Hill folk on the floating island and is about to kill them all. And Vector says that the readings show that the Black Asteroid is now mere seconds from exploding. Sonic is torn. He wants to go home, but he can't leave the special zone at the mercy of Supersonic. Vector then mentions that the explosion will cause an electromagnetic pulse, wiping out every computer on the planet. This gives Sonic an idea. He asks Omni if he has enough power to teleport the Black Asteroid to Mobius. Omni replies he does, but Sonic orders Omni to teleport the asteroid to Mobius right now. Omni follows through with Sonic's demand, despite his uncertainty. The Black Asteroid is now high in the sky above Planet Mobius, which they can all see through Omni's screen. Omni just hopes Sonic knows what he's doing. Then suddenly, it happens at last. The Black Asteroid is exploding. Meanwhile, on the floating island, after years of searching, Dr. Robotnik has finally captured the Emerald Hill folk, not to mention Knuckles. Robotnik plans to take his ultimate revenge on them by turning them all into an enormous biological computer. The sequence is irreversible and will effectively kill them all. Once the installation sequence is complete, all Robotnik has to do is throw the master switch, then goodbye Emerald Hill folk, Knuckles and Porker. Time is running out. Knuckles has got to escape somehow before it's too late.
The installation is complete. Congratulations, Emerald Hill scum. You are about to become part of the most powerful computer ever built.
Then just as Robotnik is about to flip the switch, Knuckles manages to rip free of his bonds and destroy Robotnik's computer with a mighty punch. The impact causes Robotnik to fall to the ground. Knuckles is pleased as this puts an end to Robotnik's mad scheme. The danger is far from over though, as Dr. Zakari sends his guardian robots to stop Knuckles. Robotnik has had enough of Knuckles' interference. He doesn't care about linking Knuckles' mind to his machine anymore and orders Zakari to destroy him. Zakari replies that that will be a pleasure.
You think you have stopped me, Knuckles, but you are wrong! Did you really think I wouldn't have a backup control panel? In minutes, the Emerald Hill folk will be nothing but a bad memory!
Knuckles now tries his best to fight off several Guardian robots. Zakari asks Knuckles that I suppose you are wondering where I got the robots from. It had crossed Knuckles' mind. While Knuckles continues to avoid the deadly blows from the robots, Zakari informs Knuckles that there are things that even Knuckles himself doesn't know about the floating island. But Zakari does. He is an echidna as well, after all. Zakari knew where the floating island's Guardian robots are stored. All he had to do was install a little software of his own to make them his unstoppable slaves. However, while Zakari has been gloating, Knuckles had broke free from the robots.
It's ready! Now I will be rid of the Emerald Hill folk for good! What a pity that ridiculous echidna isn't here to see my moment of victory!
Knuckles dives towards Robotnik. He's going to hit him right in the face. However, Knuckles is blasted out of the air by Zakari's arm cannon.
Nice work, Zakari. No more delays. Now the Emerald Hill folk are doomed.
Though suddenly, Zakari sees something in the sky above them. He tells Robotnik to look up, and they see a massive explosion happening in the sky. In the Metropolis Zone, capital city of Mobius, a massive rebellion is taking place. Huge crowds have gathered outside Citadel Robotnik, along with the freedom fighters. Reporters are broadcasting the whole situation live. Following the previous uprising of Mobians in the Metropolis Zone, word has spread fast, and more people are travelling to Citadel Robotnik to join this rebellion. The people are sick of Robotnik's dictatorship, and now they are fighting back. Amy states that no one person is behind this uprising, and that they are all a part of it. It's time to take back Mobius. Acting tyrant Grimer is starting to get very nervous. Of all times this could have happened, it just had to be on his watch. He'll know Robotnik will hold him directly responsible for this. He's got to do something. Grimer orders a new platoon of troopers to arrest the protesters, however they are easily outnumbered and destroyed by the crowds. The troopers don't stand a chance. However, Grimer has had enough, and makes an emergency order and calls all Badniks in all nearby zones to come to the Metropolis Zone immediately. Soon the sky darkens as thousands of Badniks arrive at the Metropolis Zone. There's no way the protesters have a chance against these numbers. Tails tries to make a counterattack, but is shot out of the sky by a Badnik. Grimer is very pleased. Now that is what I call job satisfaction, he says. The chances of victory now seem hopeless due to the odds, but the people refuse to surrender. They won't accept any alternative and plan to fight until the end. Amy and Johnny try to enter Citadel Robotnik to get some of Robotnik's weapons to help them. It's the only chance they've got against these odds. However, they are cornered by some more Badniks. As they try to retreat to a different route, they are confronted by Vermin the Cybernik. Now there is truly no escape. If only Shortviews was still here, as no one stands a chance against Vermin. Just as things look finished, Amy notices something above. She tells Johnny to look up. There is a massive explosion happening in the sky. The black asteroid can be seen exploding from across the planet. With Supersonic's return now imminent, the Doomsday clock has climaxed. The fate of Mobius hangs in the balance. The final victory is now. In the Special Zone, Sonic, Chaotix and Lord Sidewinder and his gang watch the black asteroid explode in the skies of Mobius through the viewing screen of the Omni viewer. Omni asks Sonic why he had him transport the black asteroid to Mobius. Sonic explains that he ordered Omni to do this after finding out that the explosion was going to cause an electromagnetic pulse that would wipe out all computerized systems. Well, nearly all computerized systems on Mobius belong to Dr. Robotnik. However, Omni is quick to remind Sonic that now that the black asteroid has exploded, Supersonic will be free. Sonic hasn't forgotten and tells Omni to teleport him to Mobius right away. As Sonic is leaving, Mighty tells him not to worry about Sidewinder and his gang. They'll take care of them. In the Metropolis Zone, citizens flee in terror from the explosion in the sky. Far above, Supersonic breaks free. Now he will have his revenge. He vows to destroy everything. On the surface, Amy and Johnny have been cornered by Vermin the Cybernik and a group of Badniks when they all see the explosion too. Suddenly, all the Badniks fall apart, freeing the trapped Mobians inside. This is incredible, states Amy. If the same thing has happened to all the Badniks in the city, then Robotnik's in big trouble. However, it is much bigger than what Amy thinks. It is not just the Metropolis Zone that Badniks are falling apart. the electromagnetic pulse has travelled around the entire planet. All Badniks and troopers and just about anything that is controlled somewhat by a computer has failed and gone offline. Even Vermin the Cybernik is affected. Vermin quietly sneaks away before anyone spots him. Johnny checks on Tails, who was recently shot out of the sky by a Badnik. Thankfully, he is okay. Sonic then reappears through the Omni viewer. Amy is delighted to see him back. But Sonic's got no time to chat. He wants to know where Super Sonic is. Above Planet Mobius, the floating island is also affected by the electromagnetic pulse. Robotnik's biological computer is crashing, and the Emerald Hill folk are allowed to escape.
No! What's happening? My wonderful biological computer is crashing!
Robotnik realises that the explosion has somehow affected his computerized systems, while Knuckles decides that if he's going to rescue the Emerald Hill folk, then this is his best chance. Meanwhile, back in Metropolis City, things are starting to happen. Super Sonic charges towards the ground. When he's finished, there will be nothing left of Metropolis City except a pile of smoking rubble. Amy is still speechless that they haven't found one operational Badnik so far. Sonic just hopes that the same thing has happened on the floating island, otherwise the Emerald Hill folk are. Then suddenly Super Sonic crashes into them. Luckily, no one is hurt. Super Sonic has arrived and he wants revenge. Super Sonic starts to play with his victims, pretending that he is going to let them live before unleashing a barrage of eye blasts at them. Super Sonic's attacks are relentless. The Freedom Fighters are quickly defeated. However, just when Super Sonic prepares to actually kill Sonic, his eye blast fizzles out, becoming so weak that it causes no damage. Something is wrong. Super Sonic realises he is losing energy and he can't stop it. Knowing he is now defenceless, Super Sonic runs away. A banged up Omni viewer, who was hit by the recoil of an eye blast from Super Sonic, explains that the explosion has changed Super Sonic somehow, and he can no longer store energy. In a moment, he'll be helpless. As long as Super Sonic is no longer a danger, Sonic doesn't need to understand the details, and tells the Omni viewer to quickly transport him to the floating island to check on the Emerald Hill folk. And as Sonic and the Omni viewer fade away, the people begin to celebrate. The people of Mobius are free at last. But Amy is wise to point out not to forget about Dr. Robotnik. As long as he's on the run, anything can happen. On the floating island, Dr. Robotnik begins to realise just how much trouble he is in. Being a man with the IQ of 300, he has already realised that the explosion must have caused an electromagnetic pulse, which knocked out his biological computer. However, Robotnik panics about the damage such a pulse will have caused on Mobius. He tries to contact Grimer, but to no avail. Nothing is working. Robotnik informs Zakari that the Guardian robots are an ancient technology like the floating island. They cannot be affected by the pulse. As long as Robotnik is around the Guardian robots, he'll be safe at the very least. Zakari orders the robots to attack Knuckles. However, they don't move. Robotnik is puzzled, but Zakari realises that while the robots are unaffected by the pulse, it did knock out the modern software he used to control them. Robotnik's patience has reached its limit.
Then use the weapons I gave you! Destroy Knuckles!
Zakari and Knuckles now engage in battle. Zakari attacks Knuckles with his arm cannon, but Knuckles punches back. Zakari quickly retaliates, blasting Knuckles once again with his arm cannon. The fight moves outside. Zakari informs Knuckles that once he's out the way with, Zakari intends to take over the floating island for himself. Knuckles now pretends to be hurt to lure Zakari closer to him. But just as Knuckles is about to strike, Sonic arrives in the Omni viewer. Sonic immediately charges at Zakari, knocking him down and damaging his arm cannon. Sonic brags that he arrived in the nick of time to save Knuckles once again. But Knuckles tells him to dream on, he was only pretending to be hurt. But Sonic points out that while he's arguing with him, Zachary is getting away. Knuckles doesn't think so, and slams his fist into the ground, opening a crater under Zachary's feet, which he falls into. Sonic grudgingly admits that the move wasn't bad, not as stylish as himself though. Suddenly, Knuckles realises something. Where's Robotnik? Just then, Porker and the Emerald Hill folk emerge from the building. Robotnik had tried to make a run for it but was caught. One of the Emerald Hill folk quickly improvised and used some rope to tie Robotnik's hands behind his back. He isn't going anywhere. How ironic that Robotnik was captured by the Emerald Hill folk, the very same people he has hunted and swore revenge on for years. All the Emerald Hill folk are free. Robotnik's plans are finished. He is brought before Sonic.
I know you had something to do with that explosion that saved the Emerald Hill folk, but how did you do it? You've got to tell me!
But Sonic doesn't have to tell Robotnik anything. His order-giving days are over. After all these years, finally, Dr. Robotnik is defeated. A glorious sunset falls over the Metropolis Zone on a day that many thought would never happen. Robotnik beaten at last. In the ultimate act of humiliation, Robotnik is paraded through the streets of the Metropolis Zone, led by Sonic. Thousands of people line the streets, hoping to get a glimpse of this momentous occasion. The man that has brought so much misery and pain to them is now before them, completely defenseless and alone. Robotnik for the most part keeps quiet and to himself, trying his best to ignore the insults from the freedom fighters. Elsewhere in the city, Super Sonic wanders around, powerless and confused. He encounters a friendly old lady who takes him in when he reveals he cannot remember who he is. Meanwhile, Robotnik's parading is about to come to an end. Sonic leads him to the central courthouse of Metropolis City. Sonic says that Robotnik will be trialed for his war crimes against Mobius and locked up and have the key thrown away.
Ha! The final victory will be mine yet, Hedgehog!
Sonic replies that Robotnik is just a bag of wind without his technology to back him up. It's over. Then, a massive clunking noise can be heard in the distance that appears to be getting closer. Tao spots something in the corner of his eye, then suddenly, Grimer arrives on a giant antique robot. This was the cause of the noise. While the robot goes on the attack, a nearby professor says it was stolen from the Museum of Mobiun machinery and that the electromagnetic pulse didn't affect it because it is steam-powered. Grimer rescues Robotnik and sets the machine to attack the freedom fighters and anyone in the surrounding crowds. Sonic now has to try and save the Mobians in danger.
Quick, we must escape while the machine distracts them!
An enraged Sonic has had just about enough and smashes the machine with a super spin attack at full power. Sonic states that it was time he reminded it that the Age of Steam is history. The professor is upset. That machine was a valuable antique, but Sonic is now beyond caring and replies that now it's a construction kit to keep you busy on a rainy day. The seriousness of the situation has now set in, as Amy informs Sonic that Robotnik and Grimer got away. Sonic knows that they must now catch Robotnik at any cost. If Robotnik gets his technology back online, he will not hold back. He will want blood, and we will see a wrath like never before. The freedom fighters will be finished. It's a race against the clock. The dramatic conclusion is about to unfold. Evening falls, and Sonic and the freedom fighters desperately search the streets of the Metropolis Zone for Robotnik and Grimer, but to no success. The streets are littered with nothing but dead Badniks and troopers. Sonic regroups with the others. Amy confirms they've searched every street, there's no sign of Robotnik, but Tails has managed to capture the defenseless vermin, the Cybernik. Johnny guesses that Robotnik would try to return to Citadel Robotnik, but they've got civilians guarding every way in. Sonic reckons that maybe we've missed one. Suddenly, Sonic realises that they could have gone through the sewers. Robotnik could get anywhere by going underground. Sonic then immediately runs back to the Citadel, hoping there's still time. Meanwhile, beneath Citadel Robotnik, in the emergency generator room, Grimer frantically attempts to manually power the generators.
Crank up the power, Grimer! Puts me back online, and I will rule again!
Just then, Sonic smashes in through a wall just in the nick of time and kicks Grimer out of the way. However, Sonic begins to wind up the turbines himself. The Citadel's systems start to come online. Grimer doesn't understand. Sonic's actually helping them.
Quiet, you fool! Sonic obviously doesn't realize it yet. That Spikeball can't know what he's doing. In seconds, my weapons will be powered up, and I will exterminate all those who dare to oppose me!
But Sonic knows exactly what he's doing. He's charging up the generators so fast that he's causing the power core to overload. The screen in front of Grimer explodes as Robotnik shouts at Sonic to stop. But it's no good. The core has been overloaded so much that everything is gonna blow. Grimer desperately begs his master to escape back into the sewer before it's too late.
No, my beautiful Citadel!
Moments later, the entire Citadel explodes in a blaze of glory. Robotnik's main headquarters in the centre of what was his evil empire and a physical manifestation of his dictatorship was now destroyed, making it official that his rule over Mobius was now no more. With the power core that Robotnik used to keep his systems online destroyed, he would never be able to gain control of his forces ever again. Robotnik had ruled Mobius for almost the entirety of his life. It was only a short time between the transformation of Kintabor to Robotnik that his ambitions for conquest and world domination began. Once Sonic was trapped in the future by the at that time imprisoned Omniviewer, Robotnik took over Mobius, and ever since then he has ruled. To many Mobians, this victory still seems like a dream that was never going to happen. A massive crowd assembles outside the shattered Citadel. Sonic announces to the people that Robotnik's reign is over, and that they are finally free. Sonic declares that today is to now be known as VR Day, which stands for Victory over Robotnik. Now let the celebrations begin. But, on the edge of the city, Grimer and Robotnik emerge from the sewers, still covered in slime. Robotnik can see flames and smoke pillowing out of his once beloved Citadel in the distance. Grimer is ready to give up, but Robotnik calls that loser talk. This is far from over.
I want revenge, Grimer. Sonic and the people will pay for what they've done. I will make them regret this day for the rest of their lives.
It has been one hell of a rollercoaster ride getting here. From Robotnik's birth to his conquest of Mobius, his new body to the launch of the Death Egg, the arrival of Knuckles to Citadel Robotnik, the rise of the Brotherhood of Metallix to the revolution of Commander Brutus, the Doomsday of Supersonic to the final victory of today. Mobius is about to enter brave new territory as it moves towards peace and freedom. Without his forces or empire, are Robotnik's days well and truly numbered? Well, that's a story for next time. For now, the celebrations have only just begun. Next time. For the first time in Robotnik's life, he is defenseless and on the run. Robotnik and Grimer set sail for the mysterious Flicky's Island. Robotnik has plans to start rebuilding his empire right here, but a new powerful alien race known as the Draken Empire threatens to throw Mobius' newfound peace into chaos. Being the master manipulator, Robotnik convinces the Drakens to form an alliance with him. The battles are fierce and intense as a brand new Metallix is born. Sick of how he has been treated, Grimer does the unthinkable and betrays his loyal master. Then, Robotnik unleashes his ultimate master plan, resulting in Mobius-shattering consequences. Next, on the complete history of Dr. Robotnik Part 4, On the Run to Godhood, The Journey of Dr. Robotnik.